Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M channel. The start of the week is always crazy busy, but I'm always excited to sit down and share paranormal stories from all around the world with you. It honestly makes me feel more pumped and passionate every single time. Don't hesitate to send in your own paranormal experiences. I'd love to hear them. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. Alright, are you ready for today's paranormal stories? Turn on a nightlight, pull the blanket over your head, and let's dive in. Okay, so I just wanted to talk this through out loud because I still don't really know what to make of it. I live in the house I grew up in. We moved here when I was a kid, a little over 25 years ago now. It's this old Victorian terraced place on a quiet street. Nothing dramatic from the outside, just another slightly wonky, over-a-century-old house with creaky floorboards and doors that don't quite shut properly. But here's the weird thing. Pretty much every night, we hear footsteps on the upstairs landing. Not little creaks or the odd crack of old wood, actual, steady footsteps. You can hear them going from one end of the landing to the other, like someone is pacing or doing a slow patrol. If I'm in my bedroom, they go past my door, turn around near the bathroom, and come back. If I'm downstairs late, I can hear them through the ceiling, like someone's walking above the living room. Sometimes it sounds like whoever, or whatever it is, walks right up to my bedroom door and stops. And that's the bit that really gets me. I'll be lying there in bed, lights off, and I'll hear the steps come closer, 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 then stop right outside. Every so often, I feel this pressure on the door, as if someone is leaning on it or gently pushing, testing it. The handle doesn't move, the door never opens, but I feel it flex just a bit in the frame. One night a few years ago, it went a step further, no pun intended. I'd gone out onto the landing because I could hear the footsteps and I thought, I'm going to catch whoever's doing this. Maybe it's the house settling. Maybe I'll finally figure out where the sound is coming from. So I'm standing there, about halfway between my room and the bathroom, just waiting. And the footsteps don't stop. They come right toward me. I can hear them as clearly as if someone is wearing shoes on the floorboards. One step, another, another, and then they pass straight through me. The only way I can describe it is like walking through an icy drought that has weight, like air that's somehow heavy. My whole body went cold for a second, my chest, my arms, everything, and then it was gone. The footsteps kept going behind me, down the landing, like nothing had happened. I was absolutely terrified in that moment. I just kind of froze, then bolted back into my room and shut the door. But after that, nothing else happened. No objects flying around, no voices, nothing like that. Just the same old footsteps, night after night. We did try to explain it away. At first I thought it might be our neighbors. The houses are attached, so sound does travel. But on that side we've got an older couple, Pat and Leonard, and they both walk very slowly, shuffling really. The steps we hear are brisk, like a younger person with a normal stride. Plus, the footsteps line up exactly with our landing and our staircase. It doesn't sound like it's coming from next door at all. Then we thought maybe it was the heating. Old pipes can make all kinds of strange clanks and pops. But it happens in the middle of summer, even when the boiler's been off for ages. And again, it's the rhythm that gets you. Heel toe, not random ticking. It's not just me either. That's one of the reasons I've never fully managed to laugh it off. My friend Jenna once stayed in the spare room, and in the morning she said, "Did one of you come and check on me in the night? I heard footsteps come right up to my door, and then go away again." None of us had been up there. We were all asleep. Over the years, there have been a few other odd things people in the family have seen or heard, though not constantly, just little incidents dotted across time. My dad, Well, my stepdad actually, his name's Martin, had one of the clearest experiences. He woke up in the middle of the night and saw a woman moving around at the end of the bed. She was solid enough that his first thought was, "Oh, that's my wife." So he moved his feet over to give her room to sit down. Except she didn't sit. She just sort of circled around the bed and then wasn't there anymore. He reached over and my mom, Elaine, was fast asleep next to him. That was the moment it hit him that whoever he'd seen wasn't her. My mom had her own moment too. She was downstairs one afternoon, coming out of the kitchen, and she saw a man walk through the hallway. Just this quick glimpse of someone in dark trousers and a white shirt, like an office worker coming home. She thought it was my brother at first, but then realized she was alone in the house. The man just vanished mid-stride. Those things are rare though. It's not like we're constantly seeing people appear and disappear. Most of the time, it's completely normal here. We watch TV, we cook dinner, we argue about who left the light on in the bathroom. It's an ordinary house with slightly peeling paint and too many books. And then, at night, the landing starts walking. I'm not saying I'm convinced it's anything paranormal. Honestly, part of me really wants there to be a boring, logical explanation. Some weird acoustic quirk of the house, or pipes that somehow mimic footsteps in the strangest, most perfect way. I'd love to be able to say, "Oh, it was just this," and forget about it. But after so many years, with different people hearing the same thing, and that one time the steps went straight through me, I genuinely don't know. So that's my experience, really. I still sleep here every night. I still hear the footsteps more often than not. And I still lie there sometimes thinking, okay, if this is just the house, can it please hurry up and show me how it's doing that? Until then, I just sort of accept that, for whatever reason, our house has someone, or something, that likes to walk the landing after dark. So, I don't really talk about this kind of thing, but I'm just going to say it like I'm sitting across from you with a cup of chai in my hand. I live in Pune, in a small 2 BHK flat with my 5-year-old daughter. Her name's Anya. Her mom works an early morning shift at a hospital, and I work afternoons and late evenings at an IT support job. So most days it's just me and Anya together from late night till around noon. She's a quiet kid, shy with strangers, very clingy with me, but she's got this whole world in her head. She talks to her dolls, her stuffed panda, lines them all up and has these long, serious conversations with them like they're real people. A few months back, she started mentioning someone named Nina. At first it was simple stuff like, "Papa, Nina said I shouldn't jump on the sofa," or "Nina says you like to steal mangoes from trees." I honestly just thought it was an imaginary friend. Kids make them up all the time, right? I figured maybe it was from some cartoon or a YouTube video she'd watched when I wasn't paying attention. I even joked with her once like, "Oh, Nina said that? Tell Nina she's very strict." She just smiled in this shy way and said, "She's nice. She loves you." I didn't think much of it. Then one night, I woke up around 3 a.m. I wasn't fully asleep. You know that half-dreaming, half-awake state? I heard Anya's voice from her room. At first I thought she was just talking in her sleep, which she does sometimes. But then I realized she was giggling, whispering, like she was talking to someone. I got up, went to her room, and just stood outside the slightly open door for a second. I could hear her tiny voice, all excited. And then, I swear to you, I heard another sound. Like a voice, but not very clear. Softer, older, almost like someone humming while they talk. Not full words, just that gentle, familiar rhythm. And that name, Nina, it hit me in a weird way. Because growing up, That's what everyone in my family used to call my mother. Her real name was Neelam, but nobody called her that. She was just Nina to everyone. She passed away in 2020. Anya was born the year after. She has never met my mom, and I've never told her we used to call my mom Nina. In front of her, I only ever say Nani or my mother. I don't have any of my mom's photos out in the house either. For a long time, I couldn't even look at them without tearing up, so they're all packed away in a box in the cupboard. So that name, it just sat in my chest like a stone. A few days later, in the afternoon, we were sitting on the floor playing with her blocks. She was in a good mood, so I tried to sound casual and asked, "Anya, who is Nina?" She didn't even pause to think. She just said, very simply, "She plays with me when you're tired. She misses you." The way she said it, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I felt my throat go dry. I asked, "What does Nina look like?" Anya started stacking 2 blocks on top of each other, and without looking up, she said, "She looks like you, but older. Her hair is white and soft, like cotton." My mom had gone completely white in her late 40s. She had this thick white hair that she used to tie into a messy bun. When I was a kid, I used to jokingly call her Snowhead, and she'd chase me around the house with a slipper. I hadn't told Anya any of this. I just stared at my daughter, and in that moment, I honestly didn't know whether I was losing my mind or whether something else was happening. After that, I started noticing small things. It's so soft that if there's any traffic noise outside, I can convince myself I imagined it. But when the house is quiet, it's clear enough that my whole body goes still. I keep telling myself, "You're just missing her, that's all." Grief plays tricks on your head. I know that. I've read that. But one particular night, that's the one I can't shake. Anya had a bit of a cold, so she fell asleep next to me in my bed. The room was dark, the fan was on, and I was just lying there scrolling on my phone with the brightness low. Suddenly, she turned towards me, eyes still half closed, and in this very serious little voice, she asked, "Papa, why did you cry so much when Nina left you in the hospital?" I froze. My mom died in a hospital bed. I was there with her when the monitors went flat. I remember holding her hand and just breaking. I cried like a child. I don't think I've cried like that before or after. I have never told Anya that story. We don't talk about death in detail around her. If she asks where my mom is, I just say, "Nani is in heaven," or "She's with God." That's it. So I asked, very carefully, "Who told you that, Beta?" She blinked, looked confused for a second, then cuddled into my chest and mumbled, "Nina did. She said she's sorry you were alone." And then she just went back to sleep. I lay there, wide awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling this mix of fear, sadness, and, honestly, something like relief or comfort. I don't even know. I keep going back and forth in my head. On one side, there's the logical part of me going, kids are imaginative, they pick things up. Maybe she overheard something. Maybe you mentioned hospital on a call. Maybe you're connecting dots that aren't there. And on the other side, there's this quiet, stubborn feeling in my chest that says, what if it really is her? What if your mother is here, watching Anya, keeping her company when you can't? Some days, it scares me. Not because I think my mom would hurt us, but because it means there's something out there I don't understand at all. Other days, I feel strangely grateful, like she found a way back into this home through my daughter. Even now, once in a while, Anya will be playing and casually say something like, Nina says you should eat properly. You always forget. That's exactly the kind of nagging my mom used to do. So I don't know what this is. A child's imagination, a grieving mind looking for patterns, or something beyond that. All I know is, when I hear that faint humming from the other room, and my daughter's soft laughter mixed with it, I don't feel entirely alone. And I'm still trying to decide whether that should comfort me or terrify me. Maybe it's allowed to be both. So, I moved into this remodeled duplex in August 2025. It's a cute place. Fresh paint, new floors, all that. So at first, I was honestly just excited. I took the bedroom at the very back of the house, right off the hallway, because it had the best light and looked out over the yard. For the first few weeks, everything was completely normal. And then the noises started. It was this random banging and scratching toward the back of the house, basically right behind my room. At first, my roommate Lena and I thought it had to be our neighbor or his dog. They share the other half of the duplex, so, thin walls, normal noises, whatever. But then it kept happening when we knew he was out of town. Like, one night the banging got so loud that Lena came into the hall and whispered, "Is someone at the back door?" She genuinely thought somebody was trying to break in. We checked. No one was there. Door was locked. Porch was empty. It was dead quiet outside. And the weird thing is, it's not every night. It's random. Just often enough that you can't totally ignore it, but spaced out enough that you start convincing yourself you imagined it. We kept telling ourselves, old house, it's just settling, no big deal. Except, other things started happening. So, the bathroom that's closest to my room, there's this little cabinet over the toilet. The door on that cabinet keeps being open. I figured it was a bad hinge, or someone grabbing toilet paper and forgetting to close it. No big mystery. Then one day I asked Lena and our other roommate Dan, "Hey, can you guys shut the cabinet after you use it? It's always open." And they both looked at me and said they thought I was the one leaving it open. We all started paying attention after that. I'd be the last one to leave for work. I'd shut the cabinet, actually make sure it clicked closed. And then I'd come home, and it would be slightly open again. Just an inch or two, not swinging wide, just like someone had peeked in and forgotten to close it all the way. Around the same time, I started noticing my closet door in my bedroom being open when I came home. Now, this door does not just drift open. It's got one of those knobs you have to fully turn to unlatch. And I am obsessive about keeping it closed because my cat, Poppy, used to pee in closets at my old place. So closing that door is like muscle memory to me. Still, there were multiple days where I'd come home, set my bag down, and the closet door would be open a few inches. Enough that it felt intentional. And it wasn't like I was in a rush in the mornings. I would literally remember closing it. We kept blaming the house, the remodel, the foundation, air pressure, anything, really. Then about 2 weeks ago, it got harder to brush off. We decided to have a little get-together, a small party, just a few friends. We were all out on the back patio, music low, string lights on, just talking and drinking. My friend Jess brought her boyfriend, Mark, who none of us really knew yet. It was his first time at the house, so he had zero context for any of this stuff. At one point, Mark goes inside to use the bathroom, the same one with the weird cabinet. He's gone a couple of minutes, comes back out, and everything seems normal. He just sits down and joins the conversation again. We don't think anything of it. Later that night, after most people had left, and it was just a few of us cleaning up, Jess goes, "So, Mark heard something weird in your hallway, and then he said he saw something. He told Jess that out of the corner of his eye, he saw this shadowy figure, like maybe 4.5 or 5 feet tall, kind of like a small person. He described it as a darker patch in the hallway, shaped almost like someone's head and shoulders, with a face peeking around the frame of my bedroom door. And before he could really process it, the shadow just darted back into the room. Here's the part that really freaked me out. My bedroom door had been closed the entire time, and all of us, including Jess and Mark, had been outside on the patio. Nobody was inside the house when this happened except him. He thought it was some kind of prank. We had to tell him no, we weren't messing with him, and that he'd just casually described almost exactly where we keep hearing the banging and scratching. And of course, my room is the one that, according to our neighbor, used to be a child's bedroom before the remodel. Tiny bed, toys everywhere, that kind of thing. He told us that after we moved in, just in casual conversation. So everything just kind of lines up around that room. And then there's Poppy. This cat has never in her life peed on a bed. Not once. We've moved before. She's always adjusted fine. But since we came to this house, she's been peeing on my bed once or twice a week. It started maybe a week or two after we moved in, right around the time we first noticed the banging and scratching. I took her to the vet. They did a full workup, urine tests, blood work, the whole thing. No UTI, no kidney issues, nothing obvious. The vet said it might be stress. And at first I thought, okay, new environment, that makes sense. But now it kind of feels like she's reacting to whatever else is going on. Because here's the other weird part. Poppy has never been a cuddly cat. Ever. She's always been the, I'll sit at the opposite end of the couch and pretend I don't know you type. Lately though, she has started sleeping pressed right up against me, like glued to my side, every night. I roll over and she readjusts to stay as close as possible. She'll even stare at the bedroom door for long stretches, ears twitching, like she's tracking sounds I can't hear. So now we've got random banging and scratching near the back of the house, mostly by my room, a bathroom cabinet that won't stay shut, a closet door that keeps opening itself, a guest who knew nothing seeing a shadow figure by my bedroom door, a cat who's suddenly stressed, peeing on my bed, and now won't leave my side at night. All of it centered around this one room that used to belong to a kid. At this point, it doesn't feel like old house noises anymore. It feels focused, like something is attached to that part of the house, or maybe even to the room itself. We've actually talked about doing something, like saging the place, or having someone come bless the house, or at least setting some boundaries out loud, you know? I'm not trying to kick anything out aggressively, but I also really don't want my cat peeing on my bed forever because she's terrified of something I can't see. Anyway, that's where we're at. I'm honestly torn between there's gotta be a normal explanation and, okay, this is definitely something else. So yeah, that's my weird back bedroom story. What do you think is going on? So, okay, picture this with me. My grandmother, my Nana, does not believe in anything supernatural. At all. She's the kind of woman who thinks ghosts are just drafts and weird noises are the house settling. Me, on the other hand, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm like an agnostic believer. I can't prove ghosts are real, but I also can't prove they aren't, you know? Anyway, at the time we had 2 cats, Milo and Daisy. If you've ever had cats, you know the feeling of them walking past you. You don't always see them, but you feel that little brush of fur or the pitter-patter of paws, and your brain just goes, oh, cat. So this one night, my younger brother Noah and I are in Nana's room, just chatting before bed. I'm in this old, squeaky armchair at the foot of her bed. Noah is sitting crisscross on the edge of the mattress, and Nana is propped up with a million pillows like she's holding court. We're talking about something dumb, probably me complaining about a professor, when all of a sudden, I feel something walk right in front of my legs. Like the exact sensation of a cat trotting past my shins. Tiny footsteps, that little movement of air. Without even thinking, I look down. And at the exact same time, Noah looks down too. Nothing. No cat. No shadow. Just carpet. I kind of laugh at first and say, I swear I just felt Milo walk by. Noah goes, okay, that's weird. I felt that too. Nana immediately squints at us and goes, oh, come on. You two are not going to start this haunted house nonsense with me. She thinks we're pulling a prank to scare her. I tell her, no, I'm serious. I really felt it. Noah backs me up, but she just waves us off. We eventually drop it. Nana's getting sleepy anyway, so Noah and I say goodnight. I head to my room down the hall, and Noah goes out to the living room to sleep on the big couch because he's just visiting for the week. Now, sometime around, I don't know, 2 or 3 in the morning, I wake up to my Nana screaming. Not a polite little, ah, either. A full-on, startled, from the gut scream. I jump out of bed and run to her room. She's sitting up, breathing hard, clutching the blanket. Her bedside lamp is on. I'm like, Nana, are you okay? What happened? She says, I'm fine. But she looks really shaken. Her hands are trembling a little. I ask again, are you sure you're okay? She nods and insists, I'm fine. Go back to bed. She doesn't want to talk about it, so I respect it and leave. I'm back in my room maybe 20 minutes, scrolling on my phone in the dark, when I hear this soft thump. Not loud, not like something breaking, just a solid, dull bump, like something toppled over. At first, I think it's Noah shifting on the couch and bumping it into the wall. The big couch is right up against it, so I don't move right away. But the sound nags at me, and finally, I get up to check. I walk out into the hallway and see Noah still knocked out on the couch, totally dead to the world. But in the little hallway by the front door, this tall potted plant Nana has, her favorite snake plant in a ceramic pot, has tipped over. Dirt on the tile, leaves bent against the floor. I just sigh, stand it back up, scoop as much dirt into the pot as I can with my hands, and think, I am way too tired to deal with plants or ghosts right now. Then I go back to bed. The next morning, over coffee, I ask Nana about the scream. I say, were you having a bad dream? Is that what happened? She shakes her head right away. No, I was awake. So I ask, okay, then what happened? No cat. She turns on the lamp, looks around the room. No movement. No jingling collar. Nothing. She shrugs it off, thinks maybe she imagined it, and lies back down. But she keeps the lamp on this time. A minute or two later, she feels this sudden, sharp pain on the same foot, like a stab or a jab, except there's no weight, no pressure, just this sting. It shocks her so badly she screams. She pulls back the blanket, expecting maybe a bug or something. There's nothing. No mark on her skin, no scratch, nothing out of place. While we're talking about this, Noah shuffles in, and I mention the plant that fell over. He immediately goes, oh, that had to be you. You probably bumped it when you were walking back from Nana's room last night. I tell him, no, I didn't. I was already back in bed when it fell. I heard it after I'd been lying there for a while. We spend a good 15 minutes arguing about who could have knocked it over. like that Spider-Man pointing meme in real life. But the thing is, we all know where we were. Nana in her bed, Noah on the couch, me in my room. And none of that explains the phantom cat footsteps from earlier. Fast forward to that evening. My older sister, Marissa, comes over with her daughter, my 9-year-old niece, Ellie. If you're wondering why we're all flocking to Nana's house, it's because our grandfather passed away about 7 months before this, and Nana absolutely hates being alone. I'd already moved in with her. It's closer to my college, and, honestly, we just like being there. She really is a fun person to hang out with, for all her grumpiness about ghosts. That night, I let Marissa and Ellie use my bedroom, and I crash on the smaller love seat in the living room. Noah keeps his territory on the big couch. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I feel someone gently tapping my arm. I open my eyes, and it's Ellie, standing next to the love seat with that sleepy kid face. She whispers, your curtains fell. I blink at her. My what? The curtains in your room, she says. They fell down. You were already awake. You were just staring at them. Can you fix them? Now, I am exhausted. My brain is running at like 2 frames per second. So I say, why didn't you wake your mom? Ellie looks confused. Because you were already up. You were standing in the doorway. That snaps me awake a little more, and I tell her, Ellie, I was asleep right here. I even pat the love seat and say, I haven't gotten up at all. She insists, no, you were. I saw you. You were just standing there, looking at the curtains. At this point, I'm too tired to unpack any of that, so I just go, okay, sure. I drag myself into the bedroom, and sure enough, the curtain rod above my window has come loose on one side and is sagging down. The fabric is half pooled on the floor. I fix it, tuck it back into place as best I can, and shuffle right back to the love seat. The next morning, I bring it up at breakfast. I ask my sister how she slept, and she's like, honestly, great. Best sleep I've had in a while. Ellie says she slept fine too, after I fixed the curtains. She sticks to her story though. She swears she saw me standing in the doorway, silently staring at the fallen curtains before she came to wake me. According to her, I looked weird, like I was tired or zoned out. For the record, we've got an all-electric house. No gas, no furnace, nothing like that. So we ruled out gas leaks or anything that might be messing with our heads. I've tried to explain it away in my own mind. Like, okay, maybe I'm so used to the cats walking in front of me that my brain filled in the blank and I imagined the feeling of pause. Maybe Nana, in her age, had some kind of half-awake dream, like sleep paralysis, and it felt real even though it wasn't. Oh, and the cats. That first night, I realized later they'd been hiding under my bed almost the entire time. Normally they're little night goblins, running around and knocking stuff over, but that night they were just under there, quiet. I have no idea why. Sometimes cats are just weird, but the timing felt off. The second night, I honestly don't know where they were. It is possible one of them could have messed with the curtains. They don't usually play with them, but I can't say they never would. Cats break their own rules constantly. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation. Maybe it was all coincidence, weird timing, and jumpy nerves in a house that still feels a little empty without my grandfather. Or maybe, just for a couple of nights, something we couldn't see decided to walk around with us. Soft little steps across the floor, a poke at the end of a bed, a shadow in a doorway. I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm just saying, I still don't have an explanation. So, let me tell you what happened the other day. I grew up in a very Catholic family, the kind that has holy water by the door, a rosary hanging from every bed, and a picture of some saint in every room. We're also, how do I say it, very superstitious. In my house, we believe in everything. The evil eye, souls that don't rest, noises that aren't from the wind. If something creaks, someone will immediately say, "Don't point at it, just pray." The house itself doesn't help. It's old and too big for just the five of us, my parents, my two brothers, and me. Long hallway, high ceilings, 3 guest rooms that are almost never opened. When I'm alone, the silence there doesn't feel empty. It feels like it's watching. And that day, I was alone. My parents had both gone out, my dad to his shift at the hospital, my mom to the store. My younger brother, Nico, had left early for his classes, and my older brother, Matteo, was supposed to be away on a work trip in another city. He wasn't due back until the following week. I only had one evening class at the time, starting around 7, so I was home, getting my things ready, scrolling my phone a bit, just normal day, you know? Quiet, kinda cozy. Until it wasn't. I was in my room, zipping up my backpack, when I heard a voice call me from the hallway. It was drawn out, kind of mocking. "Lucia." My name stretched out like a joke, and it was Matteo's voice. You know how your body recognizes a voice before your brain can argue with it? That's what happened. I froze. For a second, my first thought was, "Oh, he came back early," and I almost answered. I even opened my mouth to say, "What?" But then it hit me. He was not home. I had literally seen the family chat that morning, pictures of him in another city, sending selfies with a stupid hotel breakfast. There was no way he was in the hallway. The voice called again, softer this time, still with that teasing tone he always uses with me. "Lucia, come here." My whole body went cold, and instantly, a memory from years ago snapped back into my head. Something similar had happened when I was younger, maybe 7 or 8. Back then, my grandmother, we all called her Abuelita Cata, was still alive. I remember running to her, crying, because I'd heard someone call my name from the back patio, even though no one was there. She sat me down, made me hold her wrinkled hands, and she said in this calm voice, like she was explaining something completely normal, "When you hear a voice that sounds like someone you love, but you know it can't be them, that's not them, mijita. It's the devil. He likes to play. He likes to make fun. Don't answer him. Don't go where he calls you. Pretend you didn't hear." And then she made me pray a short prayer 3 times and spit lightly toward the floor, one of those little rituals grandmothers have. Standing there in my room years later, with Matteo's not Matteo voice in the hallway, I remembered her exactly. Her smell of coffee and ointment, the way her thumb stroked my knuckles when she spoke. So I did what she told me. I ignored it. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to keep moving. I put my headphones on, not even playing music, just over my ears, and focused on getting my stuff together. I told myself, "You're just nervous, you're alone, old house noises, that's all." That was weird. I always hang my keys on this tiny metal hook, shaped like a little house. Always. I have a routine. Keys, headphones, lip balm, out the door. It's automatic. But that hook was empty. I started checking the usual spots, my pockets, my desk, my nightstand. Nothing. At first it was just annoying, like, seriously? Right now? But after a few minutes of searching the same places over and over, that annoyance turned into a tight little knot in my chest. I finally found my keys in the front pocket of my backpack. The same backpack I had just zipped up. The same pocket I never use, because the zipper gets stuck. And yet, there they were, with the metal still cold, like they'd been hanging by the door a second ago. That's when that feeling hit me. The one that makes your shoulders tense and your back feel exposed. The feeling that something is just behind you. I actually stopped and turned around, staring at the quiet hallway. Nothing. The house was so still, it felt heavy. I took a breath and told myself out loud, "Okay, you're overreacting," and forced a little laugh, like I could scare the fear away with my own voice. I put the keys in my jeans pocket, grabbed my wallet from my desk, I remember this clearly, and dropped it into my bag. Then I went to the kitchen to drink some water before leaving. When I came back to grab my bag from my room, my wallet wasn't there. I thought maybe it had slipped out, so I checked the bed, the floor, the chair, under my notebook, inside the bag 3 times, even inside the pencil case for some reason. Nothing. I started getting frustrated because now I was going to be late, and the house felt more and more like it was pressing in on me. I finally found my wallet on the kitchen counter. Not even hidden, just placed there, open, with a couple of cards slightly out of their slots, like someone had been flipping through them and then got bored. To get from my room to the kitchen, you have to cross the living room and turn the corner by the stairs. It's not far, but it's not like my wallet could have just slipped out of my bag and flown over there. I just stood for a moment, staring at it. That little knot in my chest turned into a full-on chill that ran up my spine. At that point, I was done. I just wanted out. Go to class, be around people, be anywhere but in that house. I grabbed my wallet, shoved it into my bag, and headed for the door. I was going down the stairs a bit too fast, my heart racing ahead of me. I kept glancing at the framed pictures on the wall as I passed. My parents, my brothers, my grandmother in her Sunday dress. Their eyes seemed sharper. Don't ask me why. I know it was probably just my nerves, but it felt like they were watching. When I reached the front door and grabbed my bag to swing it over my shoulder, the strap suddenly snapped. Not slowly, not like it had been fraying for months. It just gave out with a loud pop, and everything spilled onto the floor. Keys, notebooks, pens, my wallet, my water bottle, all over the tiles. I jumped, half from the sound and half from the shock. I bent down, annoyed, muttering to myself while I picked everything up. And that's when it happened. As I was gathering my things, hunched over, I felt it. A breath. Right behind my left ear. Not a draft, not the cold air from the door. It was warm, human. The kind of breath you feel when someone leans in too close to whisper a secret. It brushed my hair and made the tiny hairs on my neck stand up. And with that breath, I heard a voice. Soft, but clear. So close it felt like it was inside my head and outside it at the same time. It was my grandmother's voice. Not an imitation, not a memory, not kind of like her. It was her voice. The same tone she used when waking me up for school, the same tenderness. She said, "While we die, no salgas." I froze. My hands stopped moving. A pen halfway between the floor and my bag. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. I turned around so fast, I nearly slipped. There was nothing there. Just the closed door, the empty hallway, the coat rack, the little table with the saint statue and the bowl of keys. No one behind me, no one on the stairs. And then, almost like they were answering to something I couldn't see, my dogs started howling in the backyard. They don't usually howl. They bark when people pass. They whine if they want food. But this was a long, mournful howl that made the glass in the back door vibrate a little. Both of them, at the same time. That was it for me. I scooped my things up as best as I could with shaking hands, shoved them into the broken bag, and stepped back from the door. I didn't go out. I couldn't. Not after her voice. Not after that word. I texted my professor that I wasn't feeling well and wouldn't make it to class. Then I went upstairs, locked myself in my room, and put on the TV just for noise. I lit one of the little candles we keep for the Virgin and sat there on my bed, my broken bag on the floor, my heart slowly calming down. You know, a lot of people would say it was all just stress, or my imagination, or the creaking of an old house playing tricks on my mind. And maybe some of it was. But I know my brother's voice, and I know my grandmother's voice. And that word, Wawite. She hadn't called me that since I was a child. I hadn't even thought about it in years. So you can call it whatever you like, a warning, a coincidence, something dark teasing me, or something loving protecting me. All I know is that day, in that old house that believes in everything, I decided to listen to my grandmother. You know, there's one story that I think will stay with me for the rest of my life. A few years ago, my wife, Hannah, was looking after an elderly friend's mum in the last stage of her life. Hannah's worked in care for years, and this lady, her name was Grace, had advanced dementia. By then, she was completely nonverbal, bedbound, and needed round-the-clock care. Grace's family did everything they could during the week, but it was exhausting, and they wanted some professional help on the weekends to make sure she was as comfortable as possible. So, it was arranged that Hannah would stay at Grace's house from Friday afternoon until Sunday afternoon. I've known that family since I was a kid, so they were more than happy for me to stay over too, and for us to bring our little girl, who had just turned 2 at the time. Grace was set up downstairs in the lounge, and that basically became both her bedroom and the main care area. I knew the house really well because it was across the road from where my best mate used to live. I'd run in and out of that street as a kid, so the place always felt oddly familiar and safe to me. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms. As a family, we used the second double room, just me and our daughter, Emma. That was our room. Hannah split her nights between that room and a little fold-out camp bed downstairs next to Grace. She had alarms set every hour through the night to turn Grace, check her breathing, all those things you do to keep someone comfortable at the end. During the days, Emma would toddle around the house, curious about everything, asking questions in that very serious way toddlers do. She was fascinated by Grace. She'd ask, "Who is she?" And we'd explain gently that this was Nana Grace, our friend's mummy. Before long, Emma started calling her that on her own, Nana Grace. She'd wander in and out of the lounge, holding Hannah's hand, sometimes just quietly watching. There was something very calm about the way she was around Grace, as if she instinctively knew to be gentle. Now, Emma had explored pretty much every corner of that house. One morning, we went upstairs so I could get her dressed. We got to the top of the stairs, and she just stopped dead. She wouldn't cross the landing. At first, I thought she was just being silly or tired, you know? But she kind of froze, and then her little face crumpled, and she started to cry. Proper, frightened crying, not a tantrum, not fussing. So I picked her up and said, "Hey, what's wrong? What's the matter, love?" And she clung to me and said, "I'm scared." I asked her, "What are you scared of?" She said, "It's scary up here. It's sad." That's the word she used, sad. Not dark, not monster, but sad. So I thought, all right, fair enough, she's only 2. I took her back downstairs, and as soon as we got to the bottom of the stairs, she calmed. She went back to toddling around, absolutely fine, like nothing had happened. That night, I didn't push it. I settled her on the sofa downstairs, got her to sleep there, then carried her up to bed once she was out cold. Kids are weird sometimes. You just roll with it. The next morning, after breakfast, we tried again. We went upstairs to get her dressed, and as soon as we reached the landing, same thing. She stopped, wouldn't move, and her eyes went straight to one particular door. It was the door to the small box room. I said, "What's scaring you?" She lifted her hand and pointed, very deliberately, at that door and whispered, "The scary door." So I said, "There's nothing scary about that door, sweetheart. Look, I'll show you." I opened it up. Inside was this little box room that Grace used to use for storage. There were a couple of old suitcases, some neatly folded clothes, a small bookshelf with dusty board games, and a wooden rocking chair that I remembered used to sit in the conservatory when I was younger. I stepped inside and turned back to Emma. "See? Nothing scary, just a room." But she refused to come in. She stayed well back on the landing, wouldn't even let her toes cross that threshold. And the look on her face, it wasn't drama. It was real, deep fear. Now, Emma has always been a really sunny, smiley little kid. Easygoing, doesn't spook easily. So by this point, I was starting to feel a bit, not scared exactly, but on edge. You know when you start to question yourself? Like, is there a draft? Is there a smell? Something I'm missing? So I asked her again, gently, "Why don't you like this room, love? What is it about the door?" She stared at the open doorway, very serious, and said just one word. "Died." That was it. Just died. I remember this little chill going right through me. I didn't want to frighten her even more, so I kept my voice light, said, "Okay, that's all right. We don't have to go in there." Shut the door, and took her back into our room to get her dressed. Over the next week and a half or so, every time we had to pass that door, she reacted the same way. She still wouldn't go near it. If we needed to go past, I'd either scoop her up or distract her, talking loudly and cheerfully about something else as we went across the landing. I wasn't terrified myself, but I was definitely unnerved, and I hated seeing her so frightened. We just tried to make those moments as quick and easy as possible. Then, one night, it happened. Grace passed away in her sleep, very peacefully, with Hannah and Grace's daughter, Sarah, next to her, holding her hand. It was quiet, gentle, exactly how you'd hope the end would be for someone you care about. We didn't tell Emma, obviously. She was 2. We didn't think she could really understand, and it felt like too much for her. That morning, I kept Emma upstairs as usual. I got her dressed, packed our little day bag, snacks, spare clothes, the usual toddler survival kit, and I planned to take her straight out of the house. My idea was, we'd go downstairs, straight past the lounge, and out the front door, so she wouldn't see anything or sense the atmosphere in the room. We came down the stairs, and just as we reached the bottom, Sarah came into the hallway. You could see she'd been crying, but she pulled herself together as soon as she saw Emma. Her face lit up, and she said, in the brightest voice she could manage, "Morning, sweetheart." And then something happened that I will never, ever forget. Emma suddenly let go of me, walked straight over to Sarah, took her hand, looked up at her, and said, perfectly calmly, "Nana Grace is with the angels now." Just like that. No prompt. No one had said anything to her. Grace had passed maybe 3 hours earlier. Emma and I had only been awake about half an hour. There's no way she overheard anything. We'd been upstairs the entire time. Sarah just broke. She started crying, but smiling at the same time, clutching Emma's tiny hand. There was this strange feeling in the hallway. Heavy, but also, I don't know, soft. kind. And here's the thing, we are not a particularly religious family. Both Hannah and I were baptized as kids, but we don't really go to church. We hadn't talked to Emma about heaven or angels or anything like that. The first time we ever took her into a church was about 8 months later for a wedding.
I think about it a lot, actually.
The weirdest part is, this thing with Emma didn't start there. When she was born, she didn't cry. Not even that first shocking wail you expect. She came out calm, eyes wide open, just looking around. Even on the ward later, surrounded by all these other babies screaming their lungs out, she just sort of lay there, peaceful, taking it all in. One of the older nurses came over to check on her, watched her for a bit, and then said to my wife, half smiling, "She's been here before, that one." And you know what? After everything that happened at Grace's house, the scary door, the word died, and then telling Sarah about the angels, I can't help but wonder. Maybe the nurse was right. Maybe she has been here before.
Okay, so I know this is going to sound kind of out there,
But I just need to tell someone who will actually listen for a second. My name's Mark, and my wife, her name's Lena, and I moved into this house about, 6 weeks ago. It's not some creepy old mansion or anything, just a regular single-story place built in the early 80s. Bit dated, weird beige tiles, wood paneling in the living room, that kind of vibe. But the price was good, the neighborhood is quiet, and we figured we'd fix it up over time. We've got a 4-year-old daughter, Emma. She's always been a really chatty kid, but lately her speech has just taken off. Full stories, full sentences, all of that. Anyway, maybe 2 weeks after we moved in, I start noticing this little routine she has. She'll wander out of her bedroom and just stand in the hallway, right in this specific spot between her door and the bathroom. And she'll just talk. Not yelling or playing, just this calm, soft conversation. At first I'm thinking, cool, imaginary friend phase, totally normal. I had one as a kid, no big deal. But after a few days, I realize she always stands in exactly the same place. Like, she'll shuffle her feet until she's lined up with this little crack in the hallway baseboard. Then she faces the wall and starts chatting. One afternoon, Lena asks her, real casual, "Hey Em, who are you talking to, honey?" And without missing a beat, Emma says, "The man in the wall." We kind of laugh. You know that nervous laugh you do when something is weird, but you don't want to make it a big deal? I'm like, "Oh yeah? What's his name?" And she just shrugs and goes, "He doesn't remember." And then she's off, back to her toys. So we brush it off. Kids are weird. Brains are creative. No reason to freak out, right? Fast forward to a few nights ago. It's around 1:30 in the morning. I wake up thirsty, can't get back to sleep, so I head to the kitchen for some water. The house is dark and quiet. You know that middle of the night quiet where every little sound feels bigger? As I walk past Emma's room into the hallway, I hear this sound. At first, I think it's the fridge or the AC kicking on, something like that. But it's not. It's this low humming, not mechanical, not like a fan or wires buzzing, more like someone humming a tune under their breath. No words, just this soft melody. I stop in my tracks because it feels like it's coming from right where Emma always stands. So I step into that exact spot, and I swear, the humming gets clearer. Not louder, exactly, just sharper, like I'm suddenly in the right place to hear it properly. I'm half asleep, so I'm trying to be rational. I press my ear against the wall, expecting to hear pipes or maybe the neighbor's TV or something. But it doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound through the wall. It sounds like it's in the wall. like there's space in there and someone is on the other side of it. I stand there for a solid minute, just listening. The tune kind of loops, like a lullaby someone forgot half the notes to. And then, slowly, it fades out. Not abruptly, just like whoever it was decided to stop. So now I'm wide awake. Next day, I go into full dad investigation mode. I grab a flashlight and check the attic above that hallway. There's nothing there. No loose wires, no busted vents, no weird old speaker system, nothing. I tap along the drywall, check for hollow spots, look for a vent I somehow missed. All normal. I don't tell Emma any of this, obviously. She's 4. Last thing I want is to freak her out or give her nightmares. Honestly, I don't even tell Lena that night, because I'm still trying to convince myself I just imagined it. Middle of the night brain, right? Yesterday morning, though, I'm in the kitchen making coffee, and I hear Emma talking in the hallway again. Lena's with her, helping her get dressed, and they come into the kitchen together. Emma's totally unbothered, just nibbling on a piece of toast, hair sticking up everywhere like usual. Lena looks at me, kind of half smiling but with that worried crease between her eyebrows, and says, "So, Emma was chatting with her friend again." I play along. "Yeah? What's he saying today?" Emma looks at me, all serious, and goes, "He said Daddy can hear him now too." And that stops me cold, because we have not told her anything. I didn't mention the humming to her, or to Lena, or to anyone. I've just been walking around with it in my head, trying to talk myself out of it. I try to keep my face neutral and say, "What do you mean, sweetheart?" She just shrugs, like it's the most obvious thing in the world, and says, "He said you stood in his spot." His spot. That same little stretch of hallway she always stands in. And then she starts humming. And I swear to you, it is the same weird little tune I heard in the middle of the night. Same rhythm, same kind of looping pattern. She hums a few bars, then stops and asks if she can have more juice like nothing happened. I finally tell Lena everything after Emma goes down for a nap. The humming, the wall, the attic, all of it. I'm expecting her to laugh it off, but she doesn't. She just gets really quiet and says, "Maybe we should have someone check the wall, just to be sure it's not, I don't know, animals or something." And here's the thing. That makes sense. That's the normal, responsible adult thing to do. Call someone, get it inspected, rule out mice or raccoons or some old wiring hidden where it shouldn't be. But I'm stuck on this feeling I can't quite shake. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't go around looking for ghosts in old houses. 99 times out of 100, I'm the guy saying, "There's a logical explanation, just calm down." But this one is getting under my skin. Because if we open that wall and find something, some weird old speaker, a weird crawl space, whatever, then okay, we deal with it, we move on. But if we open that wall and there's nothing, no pipes, no speakers, no nests, no reason for humming at all, then what? Which one is worse? So that's where I'm at right now. Just a tired dad in a slightly ugly 80s hallway, pretending I'm not listening for a song that shouldn't be there. I don't know what we'll end up doing. Maybe we get the wall checked. Maybe we move Emma's room. Maybe I start sleeping with a podcast on so I don't hear anything at 1:30 in the morning. I just needed to say it out loud to someone, because my little girl is standing in the hallway, talking to a man in the wall, and apparently, he knows I'm listening now too. So let me tell you about something that happened a little while ago. It was a cool, overcast afternoon, and I was out walking with my friend Maya in this stretch of woods we both love. You know the kind of place. Soft pine needles underfoot, that damp, earthy smell, dappled light filtering through the branches. We were just chatting, not doing anything special, when Maya pointed down this narrow side path I'd never noticed before. "Hey," she said, "I want to show you something weird." The moment we turned onto that path, everything in me changed. It was like walking into a wall of heaviness. My chest tightened, my heart felt constricted, and my stomach did this slow, uneasy twist. I didn't say anything at first, but then Maya looked at me and went, "You feel that too, right?" I just nodded. The air was thick, and it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. We followed the path until the trees opened up, and there it was, an old, sagging, two-story house at the end of the clearing. It was more of a weather-beaten farmhouse than anything. Peeling white paint, a porch with missing boards, roof half collapsed on one side. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. There were no trespassing signs nailed haphazardly to the trees and fence posts, some of them half fallen, some shot through with rusted nails. The windows were boarded up, planks crisscrossed like someone had tried really hard to keep the inside from getting out, or the outside from getting in. Maya led me around the back, where, bizarrely, there was a glass sliding door that was almost completely intact. Just this one clean portal looking into chaos. Through that glass, I could see the living room. The place was torn apart. The old couch had been shredded, probably by animals, foam guts spilling everywhere. There were broken picture frames on the floor, some warped vinyl records curled up with mold, and pieces of furniture just slumped like they'd given up. Everything felt soggy, stale, forgotten. I stood there, a couple of feet from the glass, and just let myself feel it. The energy was thick and suffocating. It pressed on my chest, made my throat feel tight. If you'd walked down that pine path without knowing a single thing about energy or spirits, you still would have known something was off. It was too quiet. No birds, no bugs humming, no wind rustling leaves, just this heavy, watching silence. Whatever was in that house was powerful, unsettling. But as intense as it was, it didn't feel demonic to me. Maya had brought me there because she knows what I do. I'm a sensitive, a medium. I connect with people who've passed. I feel and translate energies, and I help move things, spirits, attachments, old emotions, when they're stuck. I also clear out darker stuff when it shows up. People in the area had started calling this place cursed. I'd heard stories that it was demonic, that anyone who messed with it would get sick, that even the government had bought the property and then just left it to rot because it was too far gone. No one wanted to touch it. It was the kind of house kids dare each other to run up to on Halloween. So I stood there with all those stories in my head and this pressure in my chest, and I let myself drop into my channeling state. Almost immediately, I connected with a man. He felt like he was in his late 60s. I'll call him Leonard. The sense I got was that he died suddenly. A burst, a rupture, something like an aneurysm or a stroke. Very fast and very confusing. 1 minute there, the next minute, not. But he didn't know he was not. What really hit me, though, was his fear. This man was absolutely terrified of death. In his final moments, there was this surge of, no, 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 not yet. This refusal, this desperate clenching onto life. That terror was so strong that when his body gave out, his spirit just refused to move on. He latched onto the house instead, the way you might grab a door frame if someone was trying to drag you out. As I stayed with his energy, I started picking up more details. He'd had 3 daughters. I could feel his love for them like this ache running through his whole being. They were his world. The thought of leaving them, of not knowing where they'd go, what would happen to them, was unbearable to him. In his mind, crossing over meant losing them forever. So he made a choice, in that panicked, confused, in-between state. He stayed. He stayed in the only place he recognized, this house. The tragedy was that time moved on for everyone else. His daughters grew up, left, built lives. The house got sold, abandoned, boarded up. And he was still inside, stuck, watching it decay around him, certain that if he left, he'd never find them again. All of that terror, sorrow, and overwhelm was soaking into the walls. That's the bad vibe everyone felt. So I stood there behind that glass door, took a slow breath, and gently reached deeper into his emotions. The fear, the denial, the loneliness, the grief. I started doing the work, unwinding, softening, acknowledging. I spoke to him, spirit to spirit, something like, "You're not really in this house anymore. You don't have to guard it. The people you love are not here, and you won't lose them by moving on. They're held. You're allowed to rest now. You won't be punished. You won't be abandoned. There is more than this." I could feel him resisting at first, clinging to that old belief that if he let go, everything would disappear. But as I kept holding space, the fear started to loosen. It was like talking to someone who's been holding their breath for years and finally realizes they're allowed to exhale. The work itself only took a few minutes in our time, but inside that energetic space, it felt much longer, like we were standing on the threshold together, sorting through decades of fear. And then, suddenly, I felt it. There was a sharp, clear snap sensation in my chest, almost like a cord breaking cleanly, and an immediate lightness washed through my body. I let out this huge sigh I hadn't realized I was holding, and shook out my arms, my legs, like I needed to redistribute all the energy that had just shifted. In that moment, as I glanced back through the glass, I got a brief, vivid impression of him. Leonard. Older man, kind eyes. He lifted his hand, gave me this small, almost shy thumbs up. A little, "thank you," before he faded out. Right after that, my whole body was buzzing, like when you step off one of those intense massage chairs and your muscles are tingling and awake, almost too alive. I turned to Maya, and she just stared at me with wide eyes and said, "I feel weird. Like, hi. Did you feel that?" She could tell something big had shifted. The heaviness that had been suffocating when we arrived, it was just gone. The air felt clearer, easier to breathe. And then, as if on cue, a bird shrieked loudly from the branches above us, and we both jumped and laughed. It was the first bird we'd heard the entire time we were there. The forest started to sound like a forest again. Leaves rustling, a couple more birds calling in the distance. The world slowly turning its volume back up. Here's the thing I really want you to hear. That house was never truly demonic. It was just saturated with one man's unresolved terror and grief. His energy was so dense and so afraid that anyone walking nearby would naturally feel unsafe and spooked. It felt dark, but at its core, it was sorrowful, not evil. That doesn't mean there aren't genuinely nasty entities or very heavy, hostile energies in some places. I've worked with those, and they can be extremely intense. But in my experience, most of what people call hauntings or curses are actually spirits or imprints weighed down by emotional baggage and fear, especially around death. Most heavy energies aren't out to get us. They're stuck. They're hurting. When we understand that, we stop seeing every eerie place as some untouchable, malevolent force and instead we can approach it with a mix of respect, boundaries, and compassion. We can help clear, soften, and reclaim spaces that would otherwise be left to rot just because people are scared of what they don't understand. And, for what it's worth, even if we humans abandon these places, the land doesn't. The trees, moss, animals, they move in. They wrap themselves around the broken beams and cracked foundations. Life keeps growing over what we label cursed. But it feels good when a place and a spirit gets a second chance to breathe again. Good evening, guys. It's your boy, Mr. Paranormal M, back at it again. Quick update. The bee sting drama is finally over. It's gone down a lot, so I'm not suffering anymore. Comment where you're watching from and tell me what it's like over there. Hot, cold, raining, spooky fog. I want to know it all. Every night around this time, I get that little spark of excitement because I love grabbing the mic, hanging out with you, and sharing creepy, supernatural stories from all over the place. And honestly, it makes me really happy knowing you're cozy, relaxed, maybe lying in bed or on the couch, just vibing and listening to my voice. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of our spooky storytime sessions. All right, I'll stop teasing you about tonight's stories. Grab your blanket, get comfy, maybe dim the lights a little, and let's get started. So, let me tell you this story the way it was told to me. Like we're just sitting together after a long shift. I used to work in this old department store, 4 floors high. The kind of place where the lights always felt a bit too dim and the air conditioning never quite worked right. Everyone on staff knew one thing. You didn't like being alone on the 3rd floor. That's where it was. We called it the shapeshifter, though nobody ever agreed on what it really was. All we knew was that it loved copying people. You'd be doing inventory, glance down an aisle, and swear you saw a coworker who wasn't scheduled that day just standing there. Then you'd check the roster and realize, nope, they were off or homesick. It was this creepy, quiet game it played with us. When our new supervisor, Marco, joined the store, we warned him right away. You know how it is with new people. You don't know if they'll laugh it off or take you seriously. At first, he thought we were pulling his leg. He'd just grin and say something like, "Yeah, sure, a copycat ghost. Very funny." But a few weeks in, he stopped laughing. One night, we were closing late after a busy sale. Most of the lights on the 3rd floor were already off, just a few still on near the office where Marco was finishing some reports. I was downstairs doing a final check on the registers when he had his encounter. Later, he told us exactly what happened. He was sitting at his desk, exhausted, shoulders killing him, surrounded by piles of paperwork and a bunch of random office stuff. Staplers, pricing guns, barcode scanners, a small receipt printer, all crammed onto the table. You know that kind of tired where even the ticking of a clock feels too loud? That was him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing in the doorway. It looked like Lena, one of our part-timers. Same ponytail, same uniform, same way she stood with her arms folded. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, perfectly still. Marco glanced at the clock and frowned because he knew Lena had called in sick that day. But he was so drained, he didn't even question it at first. He just said, without looking up, "What are you doing here? Go home. Your shift ended hours ago." No answer. When he finally looked properly, the figure turned just a little, like it was acknowledging him, and then started walking slowly toward the far corner of the office area. He said that's when something in his stomach dropped. The walk was wrong. Too slow, too smooth, like it wasn't really walking, just gliding. Then it happened. Right as the figure reached the corner, every loose thing on his desk, the stack of folders, a cup full of pens, the staplers, even the little printer, all of it shoved forward and crashed onto the floor. Not like something got knocked by accident, but like an invisible hand had just swept across the desk in one angry motion. The noise echoed across the whole floor. Marco jumped up, heart racing, and for a second, he was actually scared. But then it hit him. Lena wasn't even in the building. No one else was on that floor. And that's when fear turned into pure, fed-up anger. He told us, I'd had it. I was tired, behind on my reports, and I wasn't about to let some, whatever it was, push me around. So he reached for the thick store ledger, this heavy, old record book we kept for manual entries, and without overthinking, he hurled it straight at the figure. He said it hit with a solid thud, like it hit a real body. Then Marco just exploded. He started shouting, every curse he could think of, voice echoing through the floor. "You picked the wrong time to mess with me," he yelled. "I'm not scared of you. You want to throw things around? Try me." He wasn't trying to be brave. He was just done. Done with being creeped out. Done with the stories. Done with feeling watched while he worked late. As he stormed toward it, the figure slowly backed away into that same corner. Step by step, it got dimmer, like it was fading out of focus. And then, right before it reached the wall, it just vanished. No dramatic noise, no puff of smoke. It was there, and then it wasn't. Marco stood there, breathing hard, heart pounding, hands still shaking from the adrenaline. But instead of running, he did something that still makes me laugh a little when I think about it. He pointed at the empty corner and said, very clearly, "Listen, if you try that again, if you so much as move a paper on my desk, I swear I'll find a way to get rid of you for good. Do you understand me?" And then he just went back to his chair, picked everything up off the floor, straightened his papers, and finished his report like it was any other night. Here's the strange part. After that, the story stopped. No more glimpses of co-workers who weren't on shift. No more figures at the end of the aisle. No more weird footsteps on the third floor after closing. It was like, after that night, the whole floor went quiet. Every now and then, when we stayed late, someone would joke, "Hey, maybe Marco scared it off." And honestly, I kind of think he did. So now I can't help wondering, and I'm genuinely curious about you here. Have you ever had something weird, something you couldn't explain, try to scare you or mess with you, and instead of getting terrified, you just got angry and stood your ground? Or do you know someone who reacted like that? Because after hearing Marco's story, I started to think, maybe sometimes the thing on the third floor just needs to be told it picked the wrong person to bother. So, let me tell you about a couple of stories that still give me chills whenever I think about working in retail at night. The first one is about my friend Marco. He used to work the late shift at this small convenience store tucked at the corner of a busy intersection. You know the kind, bright at the front, humming refrigerators, but once you go past the shelves and into the back, it suddenly feels too quiet. Behind the store, there was a narrow hallway that led to the stockroom and a tiny break room. The staff all said that area was haunted. Years before Marco started, an employee had apparently died in his sleep during a graveyard shift. They found him early in the morning, still in his uniform, slumped on one of the old couches in the break room. People said he never really left. Marco told me that sometimes, when he went to get extra boxes of drinks, he'd see someone standing at the far end of the stockroom. At first, he'd think it was another employee, same green uniform vest, same cap. But when he looked up properly, the face would be wrong. Either blurred out, like someone smeared it in a photo, or just strangely empty. No eyes, no mouth. Just the outline of a person who wasn't supposed to be there. The manager, a woman named Ms. Reyes, was really devout and decided to set up this small altar just outside the break room door. There were candles, saint images, fresh flowers every Monday, and even a cup of black coffee some mornings, because someone said that's what the man used to drink. The idea was to pray for his soul, ask him to move on, and also to, keep the rest of the staff from quitting. But even with the altar, weird things kept happening. Marco said he'd leave the stockroom lights off when he was up front at the counter, but every now and then, he'd notice this faint glow leaking from under the door. When he went to check, the main light would still be off. But the break room TV, which was never plugged in anymore, would be giving off this dull, bluish flicker. One time he swore he heard someone shuffling around inside, opening plastic wrappers, like someone was having a late snack on break. He only lasted, maybe a month and a half at that job? The last straw was when he walked into the break room and saw someone sitting on the couch, hunched forward. He thought it was one of the new guys and started to say, "Hey, your shift ended already, right?" The figure slowly turned toward him, and there was that same uniform, same nameplate style, but where the face should have been, it was just blank. Like the air was shaped into a head, but nothing was there. Marco said he ran out so fast he didn't even bother clocking out. He called the manager from outside the store and told her he wouldn't be coming back. And honestly, I don't blame him. The second story is from another friend of mine, Anna. She worked at this big, premium bookstore in the city center. It had 4 floors and a mezzanine, plus a basement level that connected to the mall parking. On the surface, it was all bright lights, soft music, and the smell of new books. But the staff all had their own ghost stories. On the ground floor, near the back entrance where deliveries came in, the night guards talked about something they called a replay. They didn't see an actual ghost, like a transparent person floating around. Instead, they would sometimes see a scene unfold for a few seconds, then vanish. Up on the second floor, where the kids and teens section was, things were less violent but somehow creepier. Staff and customers had reported seeing a little girl in a pale yellow dress, wandering alone between the shelves, her hair in short, neat curls. When someone tried to approach her, she'd turn the corner, and then just wouldn't be there anymore. There were also 2 other figures people mentioned, a boy and an older man. The boy always looked like he had just come in from the fields, simple shirt, shorts, bare feet. The old man wore these worn-out farmer-style clothes and a straw hat. The strange part was that they were almost always seen together, walking side by side, like a grandfather and grandson out for a stroll, quietly weaving in and out of the shelves. Sometimes, security would replay the CCTV footage after a customer complained about someone following them. On the screen, they'd see the customer moving through the aisle, glancing back nervously, but no one would be behind them. No boy, no old man. Just empty space. The 4th floor was reserved mostly for arts, design, and rare books. That was the one that scared the staff the most. They said there was something up there that liked to copy people. Anna told me about nights during closing time when everyone would be doing last-minute shelving. She'd be straightening up a display and hear footsteps behind her. Then she'd hear a familiar voice, maybe her supervisor or one of her closest coworkers, say her name, casual and normal, like, "Hey Anna, you almost done?" She'd turn around, ready to answer, and the floor would be empty. A few minutes later, she'd bump into the real coworker downstairs and ask, "Did you just call me from the art section?" And the answer was always no. After a while, the staff made it a rule not to answer anyone calling their name on the 4th floor, unless they could actually see the person's face. Because of that, closing routines became almost like a race. As soon as it was time to shut down, they'd switch off the air conditioning up there, dim the lights, and everyone would go down together. No lingering. No, I'll catch up later. Nobody wanted to be the last one alone on that floor with something that could mimic their friends' voices. Funny enough, Anna always said the third floor was the safest. That was where the general fiction and literature sections were. She joked that maybe the ghosts there were too busy reading to bother anyone. No major encounters, no strange flickering scenes, just the usual creaks and pops of an old building settling at night. Whenever I hear their stories, I can't help but wonder how many people in retail have their own versions of this. Late night shelves, humming lights, and that feeling that you're not really alone, even when the store is supposed to be closed. And it makes me think, if you've ever worked or known someone who's worked in retail, how many of those just your imagination moments were actually something or someone else? So I always joke that I have more ghost stories than birthday candles. I'm 24 now, but this all started when I was really little. I've pretty much felt haunted for as long as I can remember. One day I might tell you everything, but for now, I'll just stick to a couple of moments that still give me chills when I think about them. Back then, my family and I lived in Nevada, just a regular suburban neighborhood, nothing spooky looking about it at all. We moved into this brand new 2-story house when I was around 8, almost 9. Fresh paint, new carpet, that weird, new house smell. You'd think a place like that would be the last spot to be haunted, right? But honestly, most of the worst stuff I've experienced happened in that house. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't just some random, harmless ghost. It felt darker. I still wonder what the land used to be. Burial ground, battleground, something. I don't know. I just know it didn't feel clean. I'm going to use fake names here, by the way. My family's super split on this stuff. Some of them don't believe in ghosts at all and think it's all devil worship or nonsense, and I don't feel like arguing with anyone at Thanksgiving. So, I'll call my mom Elena, my dad Mark, my middle sister Lena, my little sister Mia, and my cousin Jade. Here's the first weird thing. I had never, ever sleepwalked in my life until we moved into that house. And the strangest part? It only happened when I slept over at other people's houses. Anytime I had a sleepover at a friend's place, the next morning they'd be like, you were totally sleepwalking last night. One friend's mom even complained to my parents once, saying I'd been stomping around their hallway for like an hour while everyone was trying to sleep and that I needed to get it under control. Like I was doing it on purpose. But let me back up and introduce you to what we think was our ghost. Honestly, it felt more like a poltergeist. This thing loved messing with stuff. It would move things around, flicker the lights, and walk around at night when everyone was in bed. And you can think I'm dramatic if you want, but both my mom and my dad saw things too. It wasn't just me. One of its favorite tricks was with our family computer downstairs. My sisters and I used to play The Sims 3 on it all the time. To start the game, you had to turn on the computer, log in, open the launcher, click play, and then wait for it to load. It wasn't something you could just accidentally bump. In the middle of the night, we'd hear that familiar Sims music and all the little sound effects. My mom or dad would get up, burst into our rooms, and check if any of us were missing, assuming someone had snuck downstairs to play after bedtime. But we'd all be in our beds, half asleep and annoyed. They'd go down to turn the computer off, and every single time, they told us the same thing. The game wasn't just on the menu. The Sims were actually moving and doing things, like someone was playing with them. You'd think, okay, maybe it's just a friendly ghost who wants to enjoy some 21st century entertainment. But that was really just the opening act. Now, back to the sleepwalking. One night, my family was hanging out at my aunt's house, and my sisters and I decided to have a sleepover with my cousin Jade. My parents left us there and drove back home with Mia to grab some clothes and stuff for the night. As they pulled into the driveway, my mom noticed a light on upstairs. My mom, Elena, is intense about turning lights off when we leave the house. Like, she'll do a full patrol before we walk out the door. So she looks up and goes, "Why is her bedroom light on?" Meaning my room. And my dad goes, "I don't know. I turned everything off. It definitely wasn't on when we pulled out of the driveway." My mom starts freaking out. My dad hits the garage button, grabs a baseball bat from inside, and goes in to check the entire house. Every room, every closet, the garage. He's on the phone with my mom the whole time. He comes back out and says, "There's nobody in there, and your bedroom light wasn't on. The light that's on is Mia's, on the side of the house. You just couldn't see it clearly from the front." They are both totally unsettled, but they grab our clothes and bring them back to my aunt's. They tell us the whole story, and I remember just sitting there with this uneasy feeling in my stomach. That night, I had one of my usual migraines. Back then, I used to get them almost every day, so I went to bed a little early while everyone else stayed up talking. The next morning, Jade looks at me and goes, "You were sleepwalking last night." Then Lena, my middle sister, backs her up. They tell me what happened. Jade says she got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. When she stepped out into the hallway, she saw me walking in slow circles, through the kitchen, into the hallway, back through the kitchen, like I was following some invisible path. She called my name. I stopped in the kitchen and just stood there, staring at her, not saying anything, just staring. She went to the bathroom, came back out, and I was still standing there, in the same spot, still staring at her. When she got back into bed, she heard me start walking around again. Later, Lena tells me she got up to go to the bathroom too, and saw the exact same thing. Me doing that weird loop through the kitchen and hallway. And I just keep thinking about that timing. The lights freaking my parents out at home, and then me sleepwalking like some glitching NPC the very same night. Maybe it was all a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't. I honestly don't know. But it still makes my skin crawl. Anyway, that was creepy, but it wasn't the worst. There's one night that still makes me feel sick to my stomach even to talk about it. It's the reason I have to sleep with my bedroom door closed now. I had just started 7th grade. It was a weekend, pretty late at night. I was in my room with the door wide open, sitting on my bed, making an edit for Vine on my laptop. Yeah, I was one of those kids. I kept hearing heavy footsteps in the hallway, not like a gentle walk, like stomping. I figured it was Lena or Mia being dramatic, so I ignored it. Then my phone buzzed. It was a text from my mom downstairs. "Is that you? Can you please be a little more quiet?" I texted back, "It's not me." And as I'm typing that, I look up and glance across the hall into Mia's room. Her door is kind of diagonal from mine, so I can see into it from where I'm sitting. And I see something. There's a dark figure standing over her bed. You could tell it was facing her, like it was just staring down at her while she slept. It wasn't detailed, more like a solid shadow in the shape of a person. I remember my brain trying to protect me, like, "Nope, we're not doing this." So I turn over in my bed and face the wall, pretending I didn't see anything. But of course, I couldn't leave it alone. I look back. Now the figure isn't by her bed anymore. It's leaning against the doorway of her room, like it's bracing one shoulder on the frame. And it's turned toward me. I can't see a face, but I can feel it looking right at me. At that point, my fight or flight just shuts down and does something stupid. I decide to get up, walk into the hallway, and close my door. Like closing a hollow wooden door is going to protect me from whatever that is. The second I shut my door, I hear it. The loudest, heaviest footsteps I have ever heard, pounding down the hallway, right past my room, and then thundering down the stairs. It sounded like something huge and angry running through the house. My mom comes to my room, opens my door, and her eyes are wide. "You heard that too, right?" I just nodded. I could still feel my heart in my throat. And then, while we're all awake, standing there in the hallway, we hear it again, from downstairs. The computer turns on, the familiar startup sounds, then the little chime from the Sims launcher, then the Sims 3 music. All three of us hear it. Normally, one of my parents would go downstairs and shut it off, but that night, my mom just looked at us and said, "We're leaving it. If it wants to play, it can play." So we all went into her room instead and tried to sleep with the Sims music drifting up the stairs, like the ghost was happily building a little digital house while we were curled up in the dark, terrified. Sometimes I try to tell myself I was just freaking myself out. I hadn't been watching scary movies or thinking about anything creepy before that. I was literally just editing a Vine. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw in my sister's doorway. And even now, all these years later, just talking about it gives me chills. All right, hey. So my name's Caleb, I'm 14, and I live in this tiny town in Pennsylvania. Like, really tiny. We've got one Family Dollar, one little grocery store, and that's basically it. I'm telling you that because it kind of matters later. So every weekend my mom, Lisa, goes to her boyfriend Dave's place, and she usually leaves me home alone. Our house is super old, like late 1800s old, and it sounds like it. The floors creak, the pipes complain, the walls settle, and like every old house, we've got mice. So I'm used to weird sounds. I grew up with that stuff. But around the middle of 2023, I started noticing something different. Stuff that seemed to come from the basement. At first, it was small things. I'd be upstairs and hear shuffling, like something moving across the basement floor, or this quick little scurrying, and I'd just think, yeah, okay, that's just mice. No big deal. Then it started getting off. I'd go to bed after making sure the basement door was locked, like I know I locked it. And I'd wake up, go downstairs, and the door would be unlocked. At first I told my mom, and she just said, "You probably thought you locked it and forgot, honey." And I'm like, yeah, maybe? You kind of gaslight yourself, you know? So the next night, I'm extra careful. I lock it, jiggle the doorknob, even check it twice. Next morning, unlocked. Then it happens again, and again, and again. I'm talking like 4, 5 times in a couple weeks. At that point, I'm starting to get really creeped out, but I'm trying to be logical. I keep telling myself, "You're just forgetting, dude. Chill." Then more stuff starts happening. One afternoon, I'm walking into town to go to the Family Dollar, and as I'm leaving the house, I just feel weird. You know that feeling like you're being watched? So I turn around to look at the house, and I see the basement doors. Now, our basement has those old double doors that open outward from the outside, kind of like storm doors. And both of them, are wide open. I know I closed them, and they're heavy, like 30 or 40 pounds each. No way the wind just swung them open. So at this point, my heart is doing that fast, fluttery thing. I'm trying not to freak out in the middle of the yard. I tell myself I'll deal with it later and keep walking to the store, hoping that by the time I come back, I'll have some rational explanation in my head. I get my stuff, walk back, and the doors are still open. And honestly, as scared as I am, there's this tiny bit of relief because at least I know I'm not imagining it. I'm not just forgetting this time. So I take a deep breath, push past the fear, and head down into the basement. Now, to explain the layout real quick, my basement's got 3 rooms. There's a big main room when you first walk in. Off that is a smaller room. And then there used to be a 3rd room, but part of it caved in like 6 or 7 years ago, so that area is basically unusable now. There's also this low, dark crawl space I've never gone into. Ever. It just gives off bad vibes. So I'm down there, in the 1st room, looking around. Nothing. Just the old furnace, some boxes, dust. I go into the 2nd room, still nothing. It's quiet, just me breathing, my footsteps on the concrete. Then I walk past where the 3rd room used to be, kind of skirting that broken area and the crawl space. I don't see anything at first. I'm about to head back upstairs, and as I pass the doorway, something in my peripheral vision makes me freeze. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a hand. Just a hand, pale, coming out of the edge of the crawl space. I don't stop to study it. I don't investigate. I don't do anything heroic. I just go, out loud. Hell no! I slam the basement door shut, twist the lock, and sprint upstairs so fast I'm pretty sure I skipped entire steps. When I wake up, it's dark, and my bedroom door is open. I know I locked it. I remember hearing the little click. But it's just standing there, cracked open like someone peeked in and forgot to shut it. I tell myself, okay, maybe you didn't actually lock it. Maybe you just thought you did. I'm trying so hard to be reasonable because the alternative is not fun. So I get up, walk around the house. It's quiet. Nothing's obviously out of place. No drawers open, no windows broken, nothing moved. It's like any other morning. Eventually, it gets to be around 8 in the evening, and the usual house noises start up again. Creaks, pops, little sounds from the basement. I try to ignore it. I game, I watch videos, I pretend I'm somewhere else. Then one night, I'm in my room playing Warzone. Headset on, but not too loud because I've been paranoid lately. And that's when I hear it. Heavy panting, like a dog, right outside my bedroom door. I pause the game, pull one ear of the headset off, and listen. It's still there. This low, steady, heavy breathing. So I call out, "Roxy?" That's my dog. Nothing. No collar jingle, no scratching, no excited pause. Just breathing. I call her again, louder this time. Still nothing. And then it hits me like a bucket of ice water. Roxy went with my mom to Dave's. She's not here. That's when I say, "Oh shit," under my breath, and I put the controller down. The panting stops, just cuts off, like someone hit a mute button. I stand up, my heart pounding, and I'm trying to sound tougher than I feel. I grab the little knife I keep in my room. Yeah, I know, not smart, but it made me feel better. And I call out, "Who's out there?" Silence. So I say, "I'm serious. You've got 3 seconds to answer me or I'm coming out there." I'm shaking, trying to sound brave, trying to convince myself there's a normal explanation. And then, whatever it is out there makes this sound. It barks. Not a full, happy dog bark, more like a rough, short copy of a bark. But it sounds just like Roxy. Same pitch, same little hitch at the end. My brain latches onto that. I'm like, okay, maybe Mom forgot something and dropped Roxy back off. Maybe she didn't tell me. Maybe I just didn't hear the car. I let my guard down a bit, lower the knife, and walk toward the door. I open it. The second the door swings wide, something slams into me. Hard. I don't see anything. Just this blur and then pain, and then I'm on the floor. It's so fast that I don't even have time to register what I'm looking at, if I was even looking at anything at all. Everything just goes black. When I come to, I'm lying on my bedroom floor. My head is pounding. I grab my phone to check the time. 1:36 a.m. My bedroom door is wide open. I get up way too fast, stumble a little, and run downstairs. In our kitchen, there's this little side room where we keep our shoes and coats. That room has a door to the kitchen, and then there's another door that leads to the backyard. Both of those doors are standing open, just like the basement doors were. Like something moved through there and didn't bother to close anything behind it. And in that moment, standing there in the dark with both doors open and the night just sitting outside like a big black mouth, I realize something. I don't feel safe here anymore. Not in this house. Not in this town I've known my whole life. Not with the doors I know I locked opening themselves, and hands in crawl spaces, and something that can bark like my dog and hit me so hard I black out. And the worst part? I still have to sleep here. Okay, so let me tell you about the one story that's never really let go of me. When I was little, the older kids in our neighborhood loved to scare us with ghost stories. You know the type. Urban legends, half made up, half remembered from someone's cousin's friend. Most of them I've forgotten, but there was one that stuck. They called it Uzunigyo, the whirlpool doll. According to them, it wasn't a full doll at all. Just a child's head with long, stringy hair, drifting around at night and laughing in this weird, hollow voice. Ho ho ho. As a kid, I tried to act tough, but honestly, I was terrified. I wouldn't even go to the bathroom at night without turning on every light on the way. Years passed, and I grew out of most of that fear. By high school, I'd pretty much convinced myself it was just one of those stories older kids pass down for fun. That summer, our school organized a camp up in the mountains by a lake. The lodge we stayed in was surrounded by forest. Really quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear insects and the wind in the trees, and not much else. Behind the lodge, a little way up the slope, there was this old, abandoned inn. The teachers told us not to go near it, said it was dangerous and unstable, which of course just made it 10 times more interesting. One night, after lights out, a younger student, her name was Mai, came running into our room, pale and shaking. She said, "I saw a kid's face at the door of the old inn. It was just staring." We all groaned and teased her. "Seriously? You've been watching too many horror movies." Someone joked, "Maybe it's Uzunigyo coming to say hi." We were laughing about it, kind of loud actually, and one of the guys pulled the curtain open to prove there was nothing there. From the window you could see the silhouette of the abandoned inn on the hill. And that's when we saw it. Not at the door like Mai said. This time it was at a second-floor window. A small, pale face, just pressed against the glass, looking down toward our lodge. At first we all went quiet, like maybe it was a reflection or a trick of the light. But the longer we stared, the more it felt like it was staring back. Someone said, too quickly, "It's probably a mannequin or something." And that kind of broke the silence. We talked ourselves into believing that. We wanted to believe that. Later that night, a group of us decided to sneak out and check. Because of course we did. There were 5 of us. Me, my friend Haru, another guy named Kenji, and 2 others. We took our flashlights and crept up the path behind the lodge, trying not to step on branches and give ourselves away. The air around the inn was different. Cooler. Damp. Up close, the building looked even worse. Windows mostly boarded up, the wood warped with age, the sign hanging crooked. The front sliding door wouldn't budge, so we found a side door that was already cracked open, like someone had forced it a long time ago. We squeezed through one by one. Inside, it felt like the building was holding its breath. Our flashlight beams cut through dust hanging in the air. There were broken chairs, rotting tatami, old posters peeling off the walls. It smelled like mold and something else, stale, like a room that had been closed for years. We walked in a line, our lights bouncing around. I remember the sound of our feet on the floorboards, soft, cautious creaks. At some point, I realized it had gotten too quiet. No insects, no wind, just us. We reached the center of what used to be the lobby. That's when Kenji started laughing. At first, it was just a small chuckle. We thought he was messing with us. "Cut it out, man," Haru said. "You're gonna freak everyone out." But Kenji didn't stop. His laughter got louder, sharper. It didn't match his face at all. His eyes were wide and unfocused, like he wasn't actually seeing us. I stepped toward him. "Kenji, hey, you okay?" He didn't answer. He just kept laughing, breathless, like he couldn't stop. That's when we heard it from the stairwell. A small voice, echoing in that empty building. Ho, ho, ho. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Very slowly, we turned our flashlights toward the stairs. There, just beyond the corner of the staircase, something leaned out. It was a child's head. No shoulders, no body. Just the head, as if it were perched on an invisible shelf in the air. Long black hair hanging down, skin too pale, eyes too dark. It tilted slightly, like it was curious about us. Ho, ho, ho. The sound didn't match the shape of its mouth. It was like the voice was coming from somewhere deeper in the house, echoing through the walls. I remember my legs feeling like they weren't part of me. My whole body wanted to run, but I couldn't move. Then Haru grabbed my arm and yelled, "Run!" We dragged Kenji between us. He was still laughing, choking on the sound, heels scraping the floor. Someone kicked open a warped door or window, I can't even remember clearly, and we stumbled out into the cold night air. Only once we were outside did Kenji's laughter finally stop. He went limp, like someone had cut his strings. The teachers rushed him to the hospital in town. He stayed there for a while. When he came back, he seemed normal, just a bit quieter. The strange thing is, he didn't remember any of it. Ask him about the inn, and he'd frown and say, "I just remember feeling tired." The next day, the locals came up with the school staff. They nailed the doors shut properly, put up warning signs, even placed a small stone shrine near the path with fresh flowers and a little wooden plaque. I don't know what was written on it, but the adults looked serious. Camp ended and life went on. I went back home, back to my usual room, my usual routines. I tried to fold that night away like an old letter, something I could tuck into a drawer and forget. But a few nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night. No reason, just that feeling, like something was standing right outside your field of vision. My room was dim. The streetlight outside barely reached my window. I lay there, listening. And then I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. Soft, but clear. Right at my window. I told myself it was a branch or maybe a cat. I really wanted it to be a branch or a cat. Still, I got up. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I walked over and, with one hand, pulled the curtain aside just a little. On the roof outside my window, a child sat in a small, old-fashioned kimono. Bare feet, hair hanging over their face. For a second I thought, it's just a kid. It's just a kid who got up here somehow. Then its neck began to stretch. Slowly, smoothly, like someone was pulling its head away on an invisible rod. The body stayed seated, but the neck grew longer and longer until the head was level with my window, mere inches from the glass. The hair slid back just enough for me to see the face. It was smiling. Too wide, too still. The mouth barely moved as that hollow voice floated into my room. Ho, ho, ho. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just stood there, hand frozen on the curtain, staring back. I don't remember lying back down. I just remember that somehow, at some point, I ended up under my blanket, shaking, and I watched the sky through a crack in the curtain until it turned gray and then light. In the morning, the roof outside my window was completely empty. No footprints, no scuff marks, nothing out of place. I told myself it was a dream. That's what anyone would say, right? Just a nightmare after a scary experience at camp. But sometimes, even now, on really quiet nights, I'll be doing something, reading, on my phone, whatever, and suddenly I'll feel that same heaviness in the air. Ho, ho, ho. So, let me tell you about something that happened back when I was in university. It didn't happen to me directly. It happened to my friend, Daniel. But I was right there for the aftermath, and I can still picture it like it was yesterday. It was around 10 at night. I was in my tiny off-campus apartment, half watching some late TV and half dozing on the couch, when my front door suddenly burst open. Daniel stumbled in without even knocking. His face was absolutely drained of color, his hair still damp, t-shirt half on like he'd thrown it over himself in a panic. He just sort of collapsed onto the floor right inside the doorway, breathing hard, shaking like he'd sprinted the whole way over. I remember sitting up and going, "Whoa, Dan, hey, what happened? Are you okay?" He didn't answer at first. His hands were trembling so badly he could barely untie his shoes. I could see his knees actually knocking together. It took him a good minute to catch his breath, and when he finally looked up at me, his eyes were glassy and unfocused, like he'd just walked out of a nightmare. I can't go back there," he muttered. "Back where?" I asked. He swallowed hard. "My place." Now, at the time, Daniel was living alone in this small but pretty nice studio apartment about 10 minutes from campus. His parents lived several hours away, and he wasn't dating anyone. I'd been there plenty of times. It was just him, his cluttered desk, a futon, and way too many instant noodle cups. So I asked him, "Did someone break in? Did something happen?" He shook his head, still staring at the floor. "No, that's the problem. There wasn't supposed to be anyone there." I could feel my skin prickling a bit, but I tried to stay calm for his sake. "Okay," I said gently. "Start from the beginning. What happened?" He took a deep breath, rubbed his face with his hands, and then, in this low, shaky voice, he told me. He'd gone home like usual after his evening lab, grabbed a quick dinner, and decided to soak in the bath for a bit to relax. His bathroom had one of those old apartment intercom panels on the wall, wired to the front door so you could buzz people in or talk to whoever rang. He said he was scrolling on his phone, half asleep in the warm water, when his elbow accidentally hit the intercom button. He heard the soft click as it turned on. He told me he sighed, annoyed, because he thought maybe he'd just buzzed someone by accident or triggered some weird noise in the hallway. He was about to get out and towel off when, from the speaker outside the bathroom, he clearly heard a woman's voice say, "Wait there, I'm coming in now." He said the voice was calm, not angry, not playful, just matter of fact, close, like she was standing just on the other side of the door. For a second, he thought maybe he'd misheard it. Maybe it was the TV from a neighbor's place. But then it sank in. He lived alone. He hadn't ordered food. No one was supposed to be coming over. And the intercom only connected to the building entrance and his front door. He told me that the realization hit him all at once. This cold, heavy feeling dropping right into his stomach. He suddenly became very aware of how quiet his apartment was. No footsteps in the hallway. No elevator sounds. Just water dripping from the faucet and his own breathing. And that voice, he said to me, staring at nothing. It was right there, in my apartment. Not from outside, inside. His whole body started shaking again, just remembering it. I wanted to get out of there, he said, but I was still in the tub. I felt exposed. Like if I opened the door, someone would be standing right there, staring at me. He didn't look around. He didn't check any rooms. He just focused on the front door. I kept telling myself, "It's fine. There's no one. You're just freaking out," he said. But at the same time, it felt like someone was watching me. Like if I turned my head, I'd see them standing in the corner or behind the bathroom door. When he reached the entrance, he grabbed the handle and yanked. The door didn't move. He realized the deadbolt was still locked. That didn't bother him at first. He had a habit of locking it the moment he got home. But then he noticed something that made his blood run cold. The security chain was still latched. "I locked it when I came home," he told me, his voice almost "I remember doing it. I always do. But if the chain was on the whole time..." He looked up at me then, eyes wide. Then who was the woman talking through the intercom? And how was she going to come in? He said that at that moment, every instinct in his body was screaming at him to get out. So he fumbled the chain open with shaking hands, unlocked the deadbolt, and practically ripped the door off its hinges, getting it open. He didn't even bother putting on shoes properly. He just shoved his feet into them and bolted down the hallway, down the stairs, and all the way to my place without looking back. By the time he finished telling me this, he was trembling again, his fingers wrapped so tightly around the beer can I'd given him that it was bending in his hand. I tried to be rational. I really did. "Maybe it was the neighbor's intercom," I suggested. "Maybe the sound carried through the walls or pipes, or a prank. You know how thin those walls are." He shook his head. "It was my intercom panel," he said firmly. "I heard the click when I pressed it. The little red light came on. And the voice. It wasn't distant. It was right there, right in the apartment." I started to ask, "Did you at least see anyone? Like, when you opened the door?" He cut me off, eyes dropping back to the floor. "I didn't look. I couldn't. I just ran." That night, he refused to go back to his apartment, so he crashed at my place instead. We left every light on: kitchen, bathroom, hallway, even the tiny balcony light. He downed almost every bottle of alcohol I had in the fridge, not to party, just to stop his hands from shaking long enough to fall asleep. Even then, he kept jolting awake, asking me to check the door. "Make sure the chain's on," he'd mutter. "Please, just make sure." The next morning, he called his parents from my living room. I could hear pieces of the conversation, his mom's worried voice crackling through the phone, his father's more serious tone. Daniel didn't go into details with them while I was listening, but I heard him say, "I don't feel safe there." And, "No, I really can't explain it, but I don't want to stay another night." Within a couple of days, his parents drove up, went to the apartment with him in broad daylight, and helped him pack his things. He didn't stay there alone again, not even once. After that, he moved back in with his parents for a while. Said he'd commute or maybe transfer, he wasn't sure. We messaged a bit at first, but then the replies got slower and slower. Eventually, his account went quiet. We never had a real conversation about that night again. Every once in a while, I still try to look him up. Old group chats, social media, mutual friends. But it's like he just drifted out of everyone's orbit. Nobody seems to know exactly where he ended up. I think about that a lot. And here's the funny thing. Well, not funny, but you know what I mean. But ever since that night with Daniel back in university, I've been very, very careful. When I take a bath or shower, I make sure I don't lean against that wall. I keep my distance from that little button. I never rest my arm near it. I never touch it by accident. Because the thought that creeps up on me every time I see that intercom is this. If I pressed it without meaning to, and a woman's voice came through, calm and clear, saying, "Wait there, I'm coming in now." I honestly don't know if I'd be brave enough to look around either. You know, I grew up in this tiny barangay in the Philippines, way out in the province. Rice fields, tricycles, the usual, nothing fancy. On the outside, my life looks very normal. But ever since I was a kid, there's been this extra layer to my world. I've always been sensitive to things I can't see. Ghosts, encantos, even what some elders call mananictic or manignos. I don't actually see them. No white ladies appearing in the hallway or anything like that. It's more like I feel them. It's like the air shifts, or the mood of the room changes, and suddenly I just know I'm not alone. I'm the only one in my family who's like this. My parents and my sisters, Mara and Lisa, they don't really feel anything. They believe me, kind of, but for them it's just stories. For me, it's my everyday background noise. The feeling is really hard to explain. It's not like ordinary fear or regular stress. It's more like this silent pressure. Imagine you're doing something, and suddenly you just know somebody wants you to stop. Or you're sleeping, and it's as if someone is standing right beside your bed, staring at you, silently saying, "Wake up." It hits me in my body first. My chest gets tight, my stomach feels heavy, like there's a stone inside. My mind starts racing even if nothing is actually happening. It's not the same as being angry or worried about something I understand. This one doesn't have a clear reason. It just shows up, and I can tell it's connected to them. Because of that, I've had trouble sleeping since I was really young. I learned to live with it. I found little routines, praying, listening to soft music, keeping a small light on, things like that. Eventually, I settled into a simple, peaceful life where the strange stuff became more like the background. Still there, but not as loud. Then came the spare room. In our house, there's this small room at the back. We used to store old things there, but after a while it was just left closed. No one had stayed in it for, I think, almost 7 years. The window is small, the walls are plain, but it's comfortable for one person if you clean it up. Recently, I got a job as an online tutor, so sometimes I have to stay up late because of the time difference with my students. When I was still sharing a room with my sisters, my typing and moving around would wake them up. So I thought, okay, I'll just fix up the spare room, work there at night, and sleep there too. Problem solved. At that time, I hadn't felt anything strange in a long while, so I thought maybe things had finally settled down. Maybe the spirits had moved on, or I'd grown out of that sensitivity. I was wrong. The very first night I slept in that room, I was exhausted. I'd been working on my laptop for hours, checking lessons, sending feedback. When I finally lay down, it should have been easy to fall asleep. But as soon as the lights were off and the house went quiet, I felt it. That presence. It wasn't just regular nervousness. It was that familiar weight in the air. I felt watched. Not from one corner, but from all around. Like the room itself was awake and paying attention to me. What's strange is, I didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me. It was more like offended, upset. If I could put it into words, it felt like, why are you here? This is not yours. That feeling kept pulling me out of sleep. I'd drift off for maybe 30 minutes, then suddenly open my eyes. No noise, no movement, just that strong sense that someone was standing too close. I'd look around and, of course, see nothing. But the feeling stayed. This went on for 2 nights. During the day, when I was working on the computer in that room, I could feel something faint behind me. Not close enough to touch me, but close enough that the hairs on my neck stood up. You know that feeling when someone reads over your shoulder? It was like that, but quieter, colder. I tried talking to them, softly, respectfully. I said things like, "Please, I'm just working. I don't mean any harm. This is our house too." Then, when I got scared, I'd snap and say, "Stop it! Leave me alone!" But deep down I knew, from all the stories I'd heard growing up, that simply telling them to go away doesn't really work with beings like that. After 2 nights of barely sleeping, I'd had enough. In the morning, I went back to my sister's room and told Mara and Liza what happened. I told them how it felt, how I kept waking up, and how the room felt occupied. We started talking about it, remembering things from when we were younger. When we were kids, there were 2 parts of the house that always felt strange, like they were claimed by something else. Over the years, we renovated one area, added a small extension, and that weird feeling there faded. It's almost like the spirits slowly got pushed back, and now the only space they have left is that little spare room. We kind of laughed nervously about it, but we all agreed on one thing. They're probably upset because I barged into what they consider their space. Like I moved into their last corner of the house without asking. It's not just me either. Guests who sleep in that room always feel something off. Some say they feel stressed for no reason. Some wake up with headaches. And a few even get mild fevers. But the strange part is, it only happens if they sleep there. If they stay in the living room or in our shared room instead, they're fine. So today, I gave up the idea of conquering that spare room. I moved my things back into the room I share with my sisters. It's a bit crowded again. Laptop on a small table, clothes piled in one corner. But at least I can sleep without feeling like I'm intruding on someone else's home. We're talking about how to handle it now. Maybe we'll ask a priest to bless the house again. Maybe we'll invite an elder who knows how to talk to spirits, to make peace, acknowledge that the room is part of their space, but also part of ours. I don't feel angry at them, honestly. If anything, I feel like we've been sharing this house for years, and I just forgot to be considerate. So yeah, for now, I respect that the spare room isn't just an empty room. Something lives there, or at least lingers there. And until we find a peaceful way to share the space, I'll let them have it. After all, we're the ones who can move and adjust. They only have that small room left. So, my name's Michael, and this is the story of the wildest night of my life. I always feel a little awkward starting this one, because it sounds like a movie pitch, but it really happened. And the strangest part is, I wasn't even looking for anything paranormal. I just wanted a quieter life in the country with people I loved. Back in 2020, I moved from Indiana down to this tiny place in northern Alabama called Ridgefield. It wasn't even a real town, more like a collection of houses and trailers stitched together by gravel roads and fields. I went down there for my then girlfriend. Let's call her Mara. Mara and I met online. She'd been following my music and art since late 2018, and eventually we went from comments to DMs to video calls to planning trips. By the time COVID really hit, we were serious enough that long distance just wasn't cutting it anymore. There was one catch, though. She still lived with her ex, Caleb. Now, Caleb had been in her life for, 10 years. They weren't really a couple anymore, more like best friends who never untangled their lives. On top of that, Mara used to be polyamorous. If we wanted to be together, we had to agree to make things monogamous. I was nervous, I'm not gonna lie, but I took the risk. To my surprise, Caleb and I actually got along. He was this tall, lanky history nerd who collected old coins, busted muskets, and all kinds of antique knives and swords. He'd just pop into the living room like, "Hey, you want to see a bayonet from World War I?" The place we lived in was rough, but charming in a weird way. Old farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere, with cornfields, cows in the distance, and a dirt driveway that turned into a mudslide when it rained. Floors were patched, some doors didn't shut right, but the rent was something like $350 a month, which tells you everything you need to know about the condition. Still, I was happy. New state, new people, fresh start. Enter Jade. By the summer of 2021, things had settled into a routine. Then Caleb met this girl at his job at the grocery store. Let's call her Jade. From what he told us, she kind of just walked up to him on a slow night and said something like, "I don't know why, but your energy feels familiar." Which is a wild thing to say to someone stocking dog food, but hey, it worked. They started hanging out, and pretty quickly, she was over at the house a lot. At first, I really liked her. She was sharp, funny, kind of nerdy, and she loved to laugh. Every now and then she'd smoke a little, but nothing crazy. She was polite, sweet, and honestly seemed more grounded than a lot of people I'd met. Then she opened up about her spiritual side. She told us that when she was a kid, her mom had forced her into this ritual, a blood oath kind of thing. She said her mom had this old occult book and drew a pentagram, made her cut her finger, and swear something she didn't understand. After that, she said weird things started happening to her. Feeling watched, seeing shadow figures, hearing voices, having episodes where something else would take over. She'd lose chunks of time. And sometimes, she said, she just slipped into this void and couldn't get out. She was very open about it. No theatrics, no trying to impress us. Just, "Hey, this is my reality. If you're going to be around me, you should know." Caleb didn't seem too bothered. Mara was used to spiritual stuff and energy work, so she took it seriously. Me? I was on the fence. I believed her, but I kind of hoped it was just some weird sleep paralysis type thing. Then one night, I ran out of room for doubt. The first night, we're just about to fall asleep when we hear this dull thud somewhere in the hallway. Not super loud, just enough to make you go, "Huh?" A few minutes later, there's a knock on our bedroom door. Caleb's voice, calm but tight. "Hey, can you guys come help with something?" Mara gets up right away. I stay in bed at first, just listening. I can hear them talking, but it's muffled, and after maybe 10 minutes, curiosity wins. I swing my legs out of bed, open the door, and lean into the hallway. Jade is on the floor. She's lying kind of sideways in the middle of the hall, half in shadow, mumbling, "No, no, 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 no," over and over. like someone trapped in a nightmare. My first thought, honestly, was that maybe she was having a bad reaction to something she smoked. Her eyes were open, but it was like nobody was home. Caleb and Mara were kneeling beside her, trying to snap her out of it, calling her name, touching her shoulder, telling her she was safe. She wasn't responding, just stuck in that weird, low chant. We decide to get her outside, thinking fresh air might help. So we carefully pick her up and carry her out into the front yard. The sky is clear, stars everywhere, the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. We lay her on the grass. After a minute or two, she starts to come back. Her eyes focus a little, and she blinks like she's just woken up from a long, confusing nap. She turns her head towards me and, in this soft, tired voice, says, "I can feel how nervous you are. It's okay." She hadn't even really looked at me yet, but she nailed it. I gave this awkward half laugh like, "Yeah, no kidding." She explains that this isn't new to her. She calls it the void. She says when it happens, it's like she's trapped in this dark, empty place with no sense of time, and when she comes back, it's fuzzy at best. Meanwhile, Mara and Caleb are sharing that look people share when they've already decided, this is spiritual. Once Jade can sit up, we bring her back in and lay her on the couch in Caleb's room. He's holding her, trying to keep her grounded. That's when he notices these scratches on the back of her shoulder. I'm standing behind the couch, and he turns her a little so we can see. There are 3 long, red welts across her shoulder blade. Fresh, angry, like something clawed her. We didn't have any pets in that room, and she hadn't fallen against anything. Then he tells us something else. Right before she collapsed, she kept drifting toward the bathroom down the hall. He said her face went blank. She started walking toward it slowly, and as she reached the doorway, the hall light flickered and blew out. Just pop. Done. It never turned back on after that. That got my attention. We'd always hated that bathroom. The whole house was old, but that room had this extra layer of nope attached to it. Soft, warped floorboards, mildew smell, and a weird, cold stillness even in summer. We hardly ever used it. There was a second bathroom on the other side of the house, so we just kept this one shut and pretended it wasn't there. Jade tells us that whatever was messing with her was in that bathroom, that it was trying to lure her in. At this point, my logical brain is clocking out, and my, okay, what if this is real, brain is clocking in. The possession. We go to check the bathroom. As soon as I step in, I get goosebumps. The air feels thick, heavy, colder than the rest of the house. My arms break out in chills. We don't stay long. We get back to Caleb's room, and that's when things really escalate. Jade starts to go distant again. Her eyes glaze over, turn kind of glassy and red-rimmed. Her posture changes. Her breathing gets deeper, heavier. And then she starts to fight. Not like a confused person thrashing in their sleep. This was targeted, angry, strong. It's clear very quickly that we're not talking to Jade anymore. Her voice drops, gets rough and guttural. She growls, snaps, tries to jerk free. We actually try to talk to whatever's in there. I know that sounds ridiculous, but in the moment, it felt like the only thing we could do. We say stuff like, "You don't have to stay here. There's so much world out there. Go anywhere. Go see the oceans, the mountains. Just leave her alone." And this thing answers. It says it wants to make itself known, that someone has to die. At one point, it even threatens to kill one of our pets. We had 2 cats and a little mutt of a dog, all of them sitting in the doorway, wide-eyed, watching us. Every time the thing mentioned them, my stomach dropped. All the while, Caleb is wrestling to keep her pinned, sweating, exhausted, just repeating her name under his breath like a mantra. Mara looks at me and goes, "Go grab sage, the fresh stuff from the garden, now." I bolt outside, grab a handful of sage from the little herb patch by the porch, run back in, and try to light it. Fresh sage doesn't really want to burn, but I get it smoldering eventually, blowing on it until it starts to put off smoke. The reaction is instant. Every time I waft the smoke toward Jade's face, this thing snarls. Low, angry, like it's in pain. Her body tenses and jerks. It's not subtle. So I just keep going. I circle the room, then aim the smoke right at her. Sometimes she manages to get an arm loose and tries to swat the sage out of my hand, but I've got a death grip on that little bundle. At one point, it's taunting us, talking trash, saying we're weak and we can't do anything. I don't even know what came over me, but I just blurt out, "Man, who pissed in your cereal?" For a second, everything goes quiet. And then it lets out this deep, dark chuckle. I remember thinking, great, I've just made a demon laugh. That's not on my life bingo card. We play spiritual music, stuff that feels uplifting and protective. We pray in our own messy, not religious way, just calling on whatever light and protection we can think of. We keep the sage going, keep talking to Jade, reminding her she's loved, that she's stronger than this thing. This goes on for hours. The whole night starts to blur into this loop of smoke, growling, whispered encouragement, and the sound of Caleb's breathing as he holds her in place. Eventually, the intensity starts to dip. The growls get weaker. Her body isn't fighting as hard. By the time the first light of morning starts slipping through the blinds, this thing feels tired. We think we're done. We're not. The salt test. Around sunrise, Jade seems to come back. She blinks slowly, looks around like she just woke up in someone else's house. Her voice softens. She sounds like herself again, shaky, confused, but there. We're all exhausted. Mara decides to make her some herbal tea to help calm her nerves. As she's in the kitchen, she remembers something. Salt is supposed to be cleansing, protective. So, without saying anything, she stirs a good pinch or two of pink Himalayan salt into Jade's mug. We bring it back to her. She sits up a little, hands trembling, and takes a small sip. The reaction is immediate. She chokes, coughs, and the mug slips from her hand and shatters on the floor. Her eyes snap wide open, and that heavy, dark presence slams back into the room. It had been pretending. The demon, or whatever you want to call it, was just wearing her like a mask, waiting. As soon as the salt hits, it can't hold the act anymore. It snaps, and suddenly we're right back where we were. Voice low, body tense, vicious hostility pouring out of her. So round 2 begins. More sage, more prayers, more wrestling. The only difference this time is that it's weaker. Not harmless, but not as overwhelming as it was earlier. The grasshopper. Around 7 a.m., we can all tell the thing is draining. The growls are rougher, slower. The energy in the room feels like a storm that's finally passing. We manage to get Jade back outside, into the yard, to the same patch of grass under the morning sun. The sky is a soft blue, birds are waking up, and the air feels cleaner. We lay her down gently. She's pale, barely able to move. After a minute, she manages to sit up with our help, legs stretched out in front of her. Her eyes are half closed, like she's between worlds. We're just sitting there in silence when this tiny green grasshopper hops onto her left leg. We all notice it at the same time, but nobody says anything. It climbs up her knee, then onto her index finger. She lifts her hand slowly, bringing it closer to her face, and just stares at it for maybe 30 seconds. It felt like she was focusing everything she had left into that moment, into that little creature. Then, without a word, she lifts her arm and gently flicks her finger. The grasshopper jumps off into the tall grass and disappears. Right after that, she makes this small motion, like she's tying an invisible knot around a nearby dandelion stem. And then she just lies back, inch by inch, until she's flat on the ground and unconscious again. The energy around us shifts. It's subtle, but we all feel it. Lighter. Quieter. We look at each other, too tired to analyze it, but we all have the same thought. Something just left. Aftermath and the second night. We carry her back inside. Caleb lays her on the bed and stays with her. I get maybe 2 hours of sleep before I have to drag myself to work. I remember driving that morning like I was in a dream, half convinced none of it really happened. The next day, our friend Marcus comes over. He usually hung out with us almost every day. We tell him the whole story. He believes us, but you can tell he also kind of thinks we're exaggerating. Fast forward to around 11 p.m. that night. Marcus and Caleb are outside in the front yard with Jade, just talking, smoking, hanging out under the stars. The yard opens up into this big cornfield with a tree line and a small shed off to the right. It looks peaceful from the porch, but at night, those woods are pitch black. Mara and I are in the kitchen cooking when Marcus bursts through the door, eyes wide, a little out of breath. Guys? I think we're gonna need that sage again. He tells us Jade went quiet, her face went blank, and she started walking toward the dark edge of the property, toward the woods and the old shed. Marcus followed her, trying to get her attention. When he asked if she was okay, she turned around slowly, eyes empty, and in this low, drawn-out voice said, "No." That was enough for him. He sprinted back to the house. This time, we're not caught off guard. While I was at work that day, I'd picked up powdered sage, just in case. Caleb and Marcus grab Jade and guide her back inside, even as she's resisting. We get her onto the same couch. Caleb wraps his arms around her again, and we start the whole process over. Sage, smoke, music, firm words. Mara and Caleb are done being polite about it. They're tired of this thing coming into the house, and they say so. They tell it, "You're not strong. You're pathetic for needing a host. You can't touch us. You're not welcome here." And honestly, it is weaker. The whole possession lasts maybe 2 hours this time. Still intense, still scary, but nothing like the marathon of the night before. You can almost feel it slipping, like a bad signal cutting in and out. Marcus gets front row seats to all of it. By the end, he's pale and quiet, and very much no longer skeptical. Later, Jade tells us she felt the demon in the shed. She thinks when that grasshopper hopped away, it headed straight there, like the shed was some kind of anchor point. At the time, he wrote it off as being tired. After that second night, it didn't feel so random anymore. After that second night, things went quiet. No more possessions, no more strange sounds or shadows, no more lights blowing out. Life, slowly, went back to normal. Or as normal as it can after you've held a demon-possessed girl while your roommate waves burning sage in its face. We told a few friends and family members. Most of them believed us enough, like, "Okay, I don't think you're lying, but I don't really know what to do with this information." About a week later, Jade broke things off with Caleb. She was heartbroken, and then she was gone. They lost contact. To this day, we don't know how she's doing, or if that thing ever tried to come back. Eventually, Mara and I broke up too. It wasn't some huge dramatic blow-up. We just grew apart. I moved out of Alabama, that closer to my own family. We're still on decent terms, and we check in on each other now and then. I look back on those 2 years in that creaky old house in Ridgefield, and it feels like a whole other lifetime. The good memories, the long talks on the porch, the stupid jokes, the music, the love, all of it sits right next to those 2 nights of pure, surreal fear. And as crazy as it sounds, I'm weirdly grateful I went through it. It cracked my world open a bit, made me realize how little we really understand about whatever else is out there. I don't pretend to have answers. I just know what I saw, what I felt, and what we all experienced together. If there's one silly but serious piece of advice I'll leave you with, it's this. Keep some sage and some salt in your house. You might never need it, but if you do, you'll be really glad it's there. Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M channel. The weather's been pretty cloudy lately. How is it where you are? Drop a comment and let me know. I've been having a blast sitting here sharing paranormal stories from all over the world with you. And if you've ever had a paranormal experience yourself, don't hesitate to send it my way. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. Now, switch on your nightlight and get ready for your favorite time of day. Thank you, as always, for listening. It means a lot and really keeps me going. So, this is a story I don't tell often. It still makes my skin crawl a little, but I've reached a point where I can talk about it without shaking. This was about 6 years ago, when I was in my mid-20s. I was a very tired mom with 2 little ones. My son, Milo, who was 3, and my daughter, Aria, who had just turned 2. Aria is autistic, and even back then, she had some really intense behaviors. Meltdowns, self-harming, ripping up anything she could get her hands on, refusing clothes, lining up toys for hours. On top of that, my body was quietly starting an autoimmune war I didn't know about yet. I just knew I was exhausted all the time, and everything hurt. I was also going through a divorce. My ex, Daniel, was still around a lot, because as much as we couldn't stand each other, I really needed the help with the kids. So he was in and out constantly. We argued almost every day. It was not a peaceful home. We were living in this cheap, big apartment just outside of Dallas, in a rough neighborhood. I'd always been a hardcore atheist, like aggressively logical, very, everything has a scientific explanation, and if it doesn't, we just haven't found it yet. But the very first time I walked into that apartment, I got this feeling. You know when your stomach drops for no reason? It was like that. And it was coming from this tiny utility closet at the end of the hallway, where the water heater was. I opened the door, looked in, nothing. Just pipes, dust, and a water heater. Still, the air felt heavy, dark. I shrugged it off because, again, science. I told myself I was just being dramatic and we moved in. Months went by. Lots of stress, lots of yelling between Daniel and me, lots of sleepless nights with the kids. Nothing paranormal happened at first, just normal chaos. First incident. One night, after I finally got both kids to sleep, I went to take a shower. We had 2 bathrooms. One worked, one didn't really. I was in the working one, started my shower, and realized I'd left my shampoo in the other bathroom. Now, the way the apartment was laid out, there were 2 bedrooms, each with a door that connected through the hallway, and then there was this little Jack and Jill type setup between one bedroom and the second, non-working bathroom. There was also a door between the bedrooms that I never closed. Ever. I was super paranoid about the kids. I liked to be able to hear everything. So I had this hard rule with myself. Don't lock doors. Don't close anything that would keep me from hearing them. So I step out of the shower, grab a towel, and head to the other bathroom to grab the shampoo. To get there, I go to that door between the two bedrooms, the one that is always open. And it's locked, from the inside. I remember just standing there dripping, staring at the doorknob thinking, that has to be wrong. I don't lock this door. I literally never lock this door. The kids were both asleep in their rooms. The front door was deadbolted, and Daniel wasn't there. It was just me. I checked the hallway entrance to the second bathroom. Locked too. My heart started pounding. I grabbed one of Daniel's old bowling trophies from the dresser, like I was actually going to go bash in a door and fight some intruder naked in a towel. Not my smartest imagined plan, but I was terrified. I checked the whole apartment. Front door still locked from the inside. Windows latched. Kids sound asleep, untouched. Nothing out of place. Eventually, I managed to unlock the door from my side. I honestly don't remember how. It's a blur. And when I opened it, the other bathroom was just normal. Dark. Quiet. Empty. No signs of anybody having been there. The scratching. Back in the shower, I'm finally trying to calm down, and suddenly, I feel something scratching the backs of my thighs. Like cartoon scratching. Rapid, light, but sharp. Like when a cat runs past you with its claws out, but there was nothing in there with me. I froze, and it kept going, up and down the backs of my legs. I jumped out of the shower, looked down, and there were red scratch marks on my skin. Not deep, but very clearly there. I grabbed my phone, took pictures from a million angles, and sent them to my friend Jess, with something like, "Okay, either my shower is haunted or I'm losing it." Jess replied, totally casual, "Maybe it's like poltergeist energy, built up negative vibes or whatever." I remember rolling my eyes, even though my heart was pounding. I typed back, "Sure, or maybe my shower tiles are secretly knives." But those scratches were real. After a few weeks, when nothing else happened, I kind of stuffed it down, decided it didn't matter. The matching scratches. Then it escalated. One morning I woke up and had this long scratch going down my left forearm. It was just one line, but it went from my wrist almost to my elbow, like something had dragged a single claw all the way down. I checked the bed, the wall, the headboard. Nothing sharp. I didn't sleep with jewelry. There was no reason for it. Later that day, Daniel came over. We were on the tiny balcony, him leaning halfway inside the living room because the sliding door was cracked open and the kids were playing behind us. He's smoking, we're talking, probably arguing about something stupid, and suddenly he jerks his arm back and goes, "Ow, what the hell?" He holds out his forearm, and I swear to you, it has the same kind of scratch. Same arm, same direction, same weird, shallow but angry look. It was like mine had been photocopied onto his skin. I showed him my arm and was like, "Do you see this? Do you see how they match?" He shrugged it off, told me we probably brushed against something. "You're overthinking it," he said. "You're stressed." I tried to let it go. We went inside. I made dinner. We wrangled the kids to the table. At one point, my 2-year-old Aria pulled off her little t-shirt because she hated wearing clothes, as usual. And right down the center of her back was a single, long scratch. Same look, same feel. One clean line, top to bottom. My stomach dropped. I felt cold all over. It wasn't just me anymore. It wasn't just my imagination or my stress. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't want to scare her. But I looked at Daniel like, "Do you see this now?" And he still tried to brush it off. That night, I did not sleep. The handprint. A little while later, I was on the phone with my older sister, Lena. She's religious, very gentle about it, but she believes in angels and demons and all that. I, at the time, did not. I told her about the door, the scratches, how my nerves were shot. She was quiet for a bit and then she said, "I really think something's in that apartment. You should pray." I rolled my eyes, even though she couldn't see me. "Lena, come on. There has to be some logical explanation." I was standing in the living room, near the big window that looked out over the parking lot. We had these long, white curtains that touched the floor. The AC was off, no fans on, no drafts. It was one of those heavy, still nights. As I'm saying, there's probably a scientific reason, I see the curtain in front of me move. Not a ripple, not a breeze. A clear handprint, fingers and palm, pushes outward from the inside of the curtain. Like someone standing behind it pressed their hand against the fabric and slowly dragged it down. My sister is on the phone, going, "Hello? Hello? Are you still there?" And I'm just staring at this curtain that is now completely still, like nothing had happened. Finally, I whispered, "Lena, something just pushed the curtain." She didn't even hesitate. "You need to pray. Right now. Just say whatever comes to your mind and ask it to leave. Ask God to protect you and the kids." And listen, my little atheist self prayed harder in that moment than I ever had in my entire life. It wasn't pretty or poetic. It was more like, "Please, whoever, whatever, just make this stop. Don't touch my kids. Don't touch us. Just leave." I hung up and called Jess again. She came over with incense and a lighter and said, "Okay, we're cleansing this place." We walked through every room, burning incense, speaking out loud, saying things like, "You are not welcome here. This is our home. You have to leave." I felt ridiculous and terrified at the same time. But after that night, things got quiet. For about 2 months, nothing happened. The fork and the water. Eventually, I started to relax. I even let Daniel stop crashing on the couch every night. The kids would go stay with his mom sometimes, which gave me a little break. One day, he took both kids to his mom's house, and I had the apartment to myself for the first time in a long while. It was peaceful. Sun coming through the windows, TV off, just normal silence. I remember thinking, maybe whatever it was is gone. Maybe the incense and all that worked. Later that afternoon, Daniel called to say he was on his way back with the kids, about 10 minutes out. We talked briefly, hung up. I was standing by the half wall that separated the kitchen from the living room, the kind you can see over while you cook. On the counter next to me was a fork from lunch. As soon as I put my phone down, that fork shot straight up into the air. I'm talking almost to the ceiling in this smooth, impossible arc, and then it clattered back down onto the counter. I just stared at it. I didn't even scream. My brain was like, no, nope, absolutely not. Then I grabbed my keys and ran out the front door. I called Daniel back, totally hysterical, trying to explain through tears, and he was doing his usual, "You're freaking yourself out, it's stress. Calm down, I'm almost there." So I sat on the stairs outside, waiting. When he got there, I was still shaking, still begging him, "Please, just listen to me. Something is wrong with that apartment." We went back inside together. He's rolling his eyes, trying to make jokes, and then we both hear this sound, this sharp, meaty pop, like when you smack your fist into your palm. He suddenly winces and grabs his forehead. "Ow, what the?" When he pulls his hand away, there's a red mark forming, like he'd just been smacked right in the middle of his forehead by an invisible hand. He looks at me, and for the first time, I see real fear in his face. And then, as if that wasn't enough, we hear water. Not a drip, a pouring sound. We walk around the corner toward the kitchen, and water is coming out from the bottom of a completely random wall. Not the sink, not the dishwasher, just the wall. like the wall itself had sprung a leak. It was pooling onto the floor, spreading across the tiles. We just stared at it for a second, and then I said, "Nope, get the kids, we're leaving." We grabbed the kids, grabbed our bags, and ran out like the building was on fire. Drove around for about half an hour because neither of us wanted to go back. When we finally did go back, the floor where the water had been, bone dry. No dampness, no puddle, nothing. Leaving for good. We did it. We put salt across the thresholds, in the window tracks, in a line by that creepy utility closet. We spoke out loud again, telling whatever it was that it wasn't allowed there, that it had to go. And it did feel calmer. Nothing dramatic happened after that. But we couldn't relax in that place anymore. The kids were restless, I was on edge, and even Daniel, the king of "you're overreacting," didn't argue when I said, "We're breaking the lease." So we did. We broke the lease early, paid the fee, and got out. I went into that apartment as a smug atheist who thought ghosts and demons were just stories people told themselves when they couldn't explain things. I still don't know exactly what was in there. I don't know if it was a spirit, or some weird, concentrated bad energy, or something else entirely. But I know this. Doors I never locked were locking. Scratches appeared on all three of us in the same way. A handprint pushed through a curtain. A fork flew. Water came out of a wall and then vanished. And whether it fits into any neat belief system or not, that apartment absolutely changed the way I see the world. So, okay. Let me just take a breath and tell you this like we're sitting on a couch with coffee. Because this is still the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. This is my one and only first-hand brush with what I can only describe as a poltergeist. It was the late 90s, 98, I think. I was about 22, living with my boyfriend at the time, Daniel. We were broke in that very particular first place together way, so we rented this cheap little apartment that sat in this awkward gray area between the nice part of town and the maybe don't walk alone at night part. I worked at a little print shop during the day, and Daniel worked nights at a warehouse. So most evenings, we kind of tag-teamed the apartment. I'd be coming home as he was heading out. One afternoon, I got home from work. We chatted for a minute while he changed, kissed goodbye at the door, and he left for his shift. I remember locking the deadbolt behind him, doing my usual quick tidy, and turning off all the lights, because our electric bill was a monster if we weren't careful. Then I grabbed my keys and went out to do some grocery shopping. Nothing weird, totally normal. I was probably gone, 40 minutes, an hour. And when I came back, I opened the door and just stopped. The apartment was in full chaos. Every single light was on, all of them. The little lamp in the bedroom that we never used, on. The ugly fluorescent in the kitchen that we avoided because it buzzed, on. Even the light over the stove was on, and the stereo was blasting. Not just loud, like absolutely cranked as high as it would go. It was tuned to this AM talk radio station, some guy droning on about politics. Neither of us ever listened to talk radio. We were strictly mixtapes and the alternative rock preset people. This stereo, by the way, was one of those old systems with a row of preset buttons you had to push to switch stations. The station it was on wasn't anywhere near any of our presets. It wasn't like the tuner had just drifted a little. I just stood there in the doorway with my grocery bags thinking, okay, no, absolutely not. I knew that I had turned off the lights. It was our habit. It was survival. And the stereo definitely hadn't been on when I left. The first thing that really hit me, though, once I stepped inside, was the silence under the noise. Our cat, Luna, was nowhere to be seen. Normally, she would come trotting up the minute anyone opened the door, all chirps and meows, ready for attention. But this time, nothing. No jingle of her collar, no little paws on the carpet. That scared me more than the lights. I dropped the groceries on the table, walked over, and turned the stereo off. The sudden silence made everything feel even weirder. You know that heavy, charged kind of quiet? It felt like the apartment was holding its breath. All the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck were standing up. I started calling for Luna, going room to room. Nothing under the bed, nothing in the closet, not behind the couch. I checked the bathroom, and that's when I noticed something else. The bathroom sink was filled right up to the brim with water. No slow trickle from the tap, no drip, just perfectly still, full to the edge. Like someone had plugged it, turned the water on, and then turned it off at exactly the right second. My stomach dropped. I went to the kitchen. Same thing. The kitchen sink, both sides, filled to the top with water. Again, taps completely off. No leaking, no wet floor, just this calm, full, perfectly still water. And then I finally heard her. The tiniest, muffled little meow. I followed the sound to the pantry. Now this pantry was like an in-wall cupboard with shelves inside. The door I'm talking about was above my head, like I had to stretch a bit to reach the groove on the side to open it. No knobs, no handles, just that little groove. I pulled it open, and there's Luna. Sitting way back in the corner of the top shelf, eyes huge, staring at me like, "You would not believe what just happened to me." There is absolutely no way she could have gotten in there on her own. There was nothing nearby. No counter, no chair, nothing she could have used to jump up. And even if she somehow did, there's no version of reality where she's opening that door herself. At that point, my body just went, "We're done." And I went straight into full freak-out mode. I grabbed the phone, landline days, and called Daniel at work. He picked up, and I just started babbling. You know when you're so scared your voice is shaking and your words all run together? That was me, pacing around the apartment, trying to tell him about the lights, the stereo, the sinks, the cat in the cabinet. He stayed really calm. He told me to leave the phone on speaker and do a walkthrough of the whole apartment, just to make sure no one had broken in and was hiding somewhere. So I did. I checked the bedroom, the closets, behind the shower curtain, under everything I could think of. No one. Nothing out of place except the extremely weird stuff. He had me look around and confirm that nothing was missing. Laptop? There. TV? There. His game console? Still plugged in. Rent money envelope? Still hidden where we'd left it. So, okay, not a robbery. I was still shaky and on the edge of hyperventilating when he said, "Hang on, I'm going to call the front office, see if anything happened around our place." He put me on hold for a bit, then called me back. Apparently there had been some kind of altercation right outside our building, near the apartment next door. We'd always had a weird feeling about those neighbors, like there was something sketchy going on. Lots of strange visitors at odd hours, that kind of thing. The office said security, and eventually, the police had to escort a couple of really angry guys away, but that as far as they knew, no one had gone into our unit and nothing had happened directly to our apartment. Daniel came back on the line and tried to lighten the mood. He said something like, "Well, maybe it was a ghost trying to make it look like someone was home, so those guys wouldn't decide to break in and take our stuff." I kind of half laughed, half sobbed. Then he goes, jokingly, "If it is a ghost, it better do some housework to pay for the extra electricity." I remember that very clearly because I told him, "Don't say that." And he laughed and said we'd talk more about it the next day when we were both off. That night, when he got home and we went out for a walk, he admitted he didn't necessarily think it was a ghost, but he did say this: "If it was something paranormal, the last thing you want to do is feed it fear. In his mind, treating it lightly, joking, not getting too scared, was a way of not giving it power or attention or whatever. And since it hadn't done anything destructive, no broken dishes, no writing on the walls, the worst thing it had done was give Luna a very confusing afternoon. So his attitude was, let's just be respectful and not poke it. A few days later, though, it was his turn to be weirded out. He goes, "Hey, quick question. Did you vacuum before you left?" I'm like, "No, why? Did you maybe put the dishes away?" "No, I was running late. The sink was a mess when I left." "Why? What's going on?" He took a breath and said, "Okay, so I came back from picking up some stuff and the entire apartment has been vacuumed. Like, perfectly. You know those straight vacuum lines you get when you're doing a really good job?" He said they were everywhere, every room. But there were no footprints in the carpet leading to the closet where we kept the vacuum. Just these neat, precise lines, and then nothing between that and the closet door. And the dishes? All washed, all dried, all put away in the right cabinets. Not just tossed somewhere, like exactly where they belonged. Plates stacked where we always kept them, glasses in their usual row, silverware in the right slots. He checked the doors and windows, still locked from the inside. That's when he said, half joking, half serious, "I think the ghost heard me when I told it to do some housework." After that, things calmed down. We didn't have any more big, dramatic events. No more mystery water, no more blaring stereo. But Luna started doing this one thing she had never done before. She became obsessed with the bathtub. She would sit on the edge of it and just stare into the empty tub. Not playing, not pawing at anything. Just sitting there for long stretches of time, peering into it like she was watching something we couldn't see. Every time I'd walk past the bathroom and see her like that, I'd get this little chill. Over time, I developed my own theory. Nothing scientific, just a feeling. I started to wonder if maybe our polite little poltergeist had been a former tenant. Someone who might have died in that apartment, maybe even in that bathtub, and for whatever reason, hadn't really let go of it yet. Maybe, in their mind, that was still their space they were protecting. And that night with the argument next door, with angry people outside and who knows what going on, maybe they panicked for us, turned on all the lights, cranked the stereo, moved the cat to a safe little cabinet, filled the sinks as some kind of strange leftover habit or symbol. Who knows? I can't prove any of that, obviously. Maybe there's some wildly rational explanation for everything that happened, and we were just two tired young adults in a weird building at the edge of town. But here's what I know for sure. I walked into that apartment one day, and it was not how I left it. Something, or someone, turned everything on, filled every sink, and gently tucked my cat away in a place she couldn't possibly have reached. And a few days later, something, or someone, vacuumed our floors and put our dishes away better than either of us ever did. So I call it my polite poltergeist story. And whether it was a ghost or not, to this day, I still say thank you under my breath whenever something weird happens but somehow turns out okay. Just in case someone's still listening. So, this is one of those stories I still don't fully understand, but I think about it all the time. When my daughter Maya was a little over 2.5, we had an experience that still gives me chills. One afternoon, she was sitting in our living room, perched on the edge of the couch, eating sliced strawberries out of a little yellow bowl. It was just a normal day, TV humming softly in the background, sunlight coming through the blinds. Then, out of nowhere, she put the bowl down, stood up, and walked toward the front door. I remember watching her, thinking she was just going to look outside. But she stopped a few feet from the door, held out a strawberry in her tiny hand, and started talking in this quiet, polite voice, like she does when she's shy around grown-ups. She was looking up, not at eye level, not toward the window, up, like she was talking to someone taller than her. So I asked, "Hey honey, what are you doing?" Without looking at me, she said, very matter-of-factly, "I'm sharing my strawberries with the man." I got that weird feeling in my chest. You know when the room suddenly feels just a little too still? I glanced at the door, checked the porch, checked the window. No one there, just us. I tried to keep my voice light. "Oh yeah? What man?" She finally turned to look at me, like I was the one being silly, and said, "The man from before." And then went right back to holding out strawberries to, well, to nothing that I could see. I let it go in the moment, but it stuck with me. A few days later, early in the morning, she woke up and toddled out of her room. At that time, we had this tall mirror hanging in the hallway, right across from our bedroom door. She walked over, stopped in front of it, and just stared. The air felt heavy. That's the only way I can describe it. Maya, who was 12 by then, stopped at the threshold. She took one step inside, then froze and said, "I don't like it in there. I'll wait outside." Now, she's not usually dramatic about stuff like that, so I said, "Okay, that's fine. Stay where I can see you." I figured she just didn't like the smell. Kids can be sensitive like that. So my partner and I walked through the house, room by room. And honestly, I already knew it wasn't for us. The layout was weird, the energy felt off, and that rotten smell just lingered. I was standing in what I think used to be the dining room when I heard fast footsteps on the porch. Then the front door flew open. Maya was standing there, completely pale, shaking, and breathing so fast she could barely get words out. "There's a lady outside," she gasped. I went straight to her, put my hands on her shoulders, and tried to calm her down. Hey, slow down. What lady? There's nobody out there. It's just us and the realtor." She shook her head, eyes wide, staring past me like she was still seeing it. "No, I saw her. She was right there." I asked her where, and she pointed toward a spot in the yard near this old, leaning fence post. "I was looking at the grass," she said, still catching her breath. And then I looked up, and this lady was standing in front of me. She was really pale, old. Her hair was kind of gray and messy. She just stood there, looking at me, and then she was gone. Not walked away, not turned a corner. Gone. We cut the visit short after that. I told the realtor the house wasn't for us, and we drove home. Maya was quiet most of the ride. I could tell she was trying to make sense of it. That night, after she'd gone to bed, curiosity got the better of me. I started looking up the history of the house, and here's where it gets even stranger. From what I could find, an elderly couple had owned that property for many years. They'd lived most of their lives in that house. The husband had died about 10 years earlier, inside the home. The wife had passed away just a few months before we went to see it. In a town that small, with basically a few streets, a church, and a cemetery, it seemed pretty likely she had died there too. I just sat there staring at the screen, thinking about my daughter at 3, holding out strawberries to the man, and then at 12, refusing to go inside that house, and then seeing the lady in the yard. 2 different places, 2 different ages, 2 different people she described. First an old man, then an older woman. And no one else saw a thing. I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. I'm just a parent who's seen her child quietly interact with something that the rest of us couldn't see. But I'll be honest, sometimes when I think back on it all, I wonder, At 3 years old, she saw a man by our front door and in the mirror. At 12, she saw a woman who had only recently passed, standing in the yard of her old home. And I can't help but ask myself, is it possible that my daughter really does see things the rest of us can't? So, I can't tell you the name of the university. If I did, anyone in Britain would probably guess it straight away. Just picture one of those very famous universities in central London, not far from Euston, with old brick buildings that always smell faintly of rain and printer ink. That's close enough. When I flew back to London that autumn, it was from Singapore this time. The plane landed in the late afternoon, that gray hour when the sky looks like wet paper. I always book those flights on purpose. You land, you stumble through arrivals, and by the time you drag your suitcase to your room, the only thing left to do is collapse and let sleep pull your body clock into the right time zone. From the station, I hauled my suitcase past the noisy main roads and turned into one of those side streets lined with tired terraces. On the corner stood a squat building of brownish brick with narrow old windows. We'll call it Harper House. Under that flat light, it looked less like student halls and more like a small, forgotten hospital. At reception, the manager gave me a practiced smile and tapped at her computer. "Room 02, she said. "Basement. It's very quiet down there. You'll sleep well." You know when someone says very quiet and it sounds more like a warning than a promise? It felt like that. The corridor in the basement was long and low, painted a color I couldn't quite name, somewhere between beige and sick. The lights buzzed faintly, that tired fluorescent hum. My room was at the far end. When I opened the door, the air hit me, cold and damp, like the breath of an underground tunnel after a storm. I'd been away from London long enough that it took me a second to remember, oh right, this is just how old buildings are here. They never really dry out. Still, something about the layout felt wrong. The ceiling was lower than it should have been. Along one wall, a fat gray pipe ran from the ceiling almost to the floor, fixed with metal brackets. If I laid on the bed and stretched out my arm, I could have touched it. It shivered now and then, so faintly I almost thought I imagined it. Later, the caretaker told me, almost casually, that it carried waste from the toilets on the floors above. That first night, lying there half awake, I listened to it. Glug, glug. A sluggish rhythm I could feel through the pillow, as if someone were pacing slowly just above my head. When I woke in the small hours, there was a distinct chill along the side of the mattress near the wall, like someone had been sitting there and just stood up. Old building, I told myself. You'll get used to it. I didn't, but I tried. By the start of my final year, my desk had disappeared under stacks of articles and half-printed drafts. I'd pinned my dissertation schedule to the wall, but the dates all seemed to be sliding closer together, like wet ink. Sleep got later and later, and the longer I stayed in that basement room, the heavier the air felt, like there was something sitting on my chest that I couldn't quite see. One Friday night, I was hunched over my laptop, half reading the same paragraph for the 5th time, when a new email popped into my inbox. The subject line was blank. The sender was rowan.mace.22@xxx. The message was just one sentence. 2. Room 02. Is it still leaking? I stared at it. You know that feeling when your brain tries to slot something into a normal explanation and just can't quite manage it? I checked the address again. Definitely a student email. Definitely the university domain. But I didn't know anyone called Rowan Mace. The next morning, on my way out, I stopped at reception and showed the manager the email. She tipped her glasses down and scrolled through something on her screen. Mace, yes. Rowan. Northern lad. Dark hair, bit quiet. He was in O2 a while back. She glanced up at me. The leak was awful that year. He kept complaining about it. In the end, he moved to an upper floor. So his email still works? She frowned, clicked a few more times. That's odd, she murmured. He graduated a couple of years ago. These accounts are usually deactivated. The back of my neck prickled. I told myself, sensibly, that it must be some system quirk. Old accounts that hadn't been cleared. A harmless glitch. That night, though, the pipe in my wall got louder. It wasn't just the glugging anymore. It had shifted into a slow, deliberate thud, like footsteps taking the same 3 paces over and over, right behind the plaster. Every time I thought it had stopped, it would start again, quieter, as if it were testing how much noise I would tolerate. A day or two later, a repairman turned up on the floor. He'd been called by someone down the corridor about a dripping ceiling, but when he finished with them, he knocked on my door too. He was in his 50s, maybe, with reddened hands and those watery blue eyes people sometimes get after years in drafty buildings. His badge said E. Harper, and underneath, in tiny print, the university's estates department. "Everything all right in here?" he asked. "Any leaks?" I told him about the noise in the wall. He set down his toolbox, unfolded a ladder, and inspected the pipe where it joined the ceiling. He twisted one of the valves gently, listened for a moment, then gave a little nod, as if the building had answered him. "Old problem," he said, climbing back down. "The water in this place always tries to follow its old paths." "What does that mean?" I asked. He wiped his hands on his trousers and gave me a small, oddly kind smile. "Moisture has a memory," he said. The words lodged in my mind and wouldn't leave, like a song lyric stuck on loop. That night, the sound did quieten, for a while. By October, I couldn't stand the basement smell anymore. You know that mix of dust, detergent, and something vaguely metallic? It clung to my clothes, to my hair, even to my notes. One evening, when the rain was doing that fine, misty thing London rain does, I gave up on working and walked until I found a pub that looked soft around the edges. Warm light, steamed up windows, people talking just loud enough that you wouldn't feel alone. I'd barely sat down with my drink when a voice beside me said, "You look like someone who's just crawled up from underground." I turned. A young woman sat a few stools away, watching me with a small, amused smile. She had pale skin, freckles across her nose, and red hair twisted into a loose knot. Her eyes were that washed-out blue that looks almost gray in low light. And I know this sounds silly, but my first thought wasn't, "She's pretty." It was, "She has the same eyes as the maintenance guy." "You've got dust on your sleeve," she added, gesturing. "Basement room," I said. "I think it's permanently in the air down there." "I know that smell," she replied. She held out a hand. "I'm Rowan Mace." My heart gave a small jump at the name. Rowan Mace. It sounded too close to the email in my inbox. Rowan Mace, for comfort. She told me she studied psychology at the same university. We chatted about classes, about how early it got dark in London, about the horrible carpet in the library. Nothing that mattered, really. But her presence was strangely quieting, like standing under a hot shower after being cold all day. As we left, she said, almost shyly, "Let's have tea sometime. Proper tea, not whatever they serve in the cafeteria." We swapped numbers. "Don't keep the light on too late." It was such an ordinary sentence, but reading it, I felt that small, wrong twist in my stomach again. The name, the email, the basement. I started writing back. "Do you know someone called Rowan?" And then deleted it. In the end, I just sent, "Okay, good night." After that, I began to see her everywhere. On the stairs in the library, leaning against the banister with a book in her hand. In the cafe near campus, where she always took the seat by the window and ordered unsweetened black tea. We never made formal plans, we just drifted into each other's orbit. Our conversations stayed light, lecturers we liked, books we pretended to have finished, the way London could feel like 3 different cities in a single day. But underneath, there was this odd rhythm, as if we both knew we were circling something we weren't naming. One afternoon, I mentioned the sounds from the pipe. "It's like someone pacing," I said. "Same stretch, back and forth. Sometimes it sounds like water, sometimes not." She set her cup down carefully. "Old buildings are creatures of habit," she said. "They walk the same paths over and over. The noise doesn't really start or stop. It just comes back to where it began." "Where did you hear that?" I asked. She hesitated, then shrugged. "A friend told me once," she said. "He worked with pipes, took his job very seriously." The phrasing, the calm certainty, it was almost identical to the way the repairman had spoken in my room. That March, E. Harper appeared again with his toolbox. This time, he'd been called by the room next door, but he poked his head into mine too, as if checking an old patient. He adjusted one of the valves and listened again. "Sometimes tightening things makes them louder," he said softly. "You've got to let them find their own way." I watched his badge glint as he moved. E. Harper, Estates. "Do you know a student called Rowan?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Rowan Mace?" He gave a short, almost amused breath. "Names blur together after a while," he said. "Common enough sounds in this part of the world." After that, I couldn't quite separate them in my mind. The red-haired repairman with the blue eyes and the red-haired student with the blue eyes. They spoke with the same unhurried rhythm, as if the building itself were talking through both of them. One bright afternoon in early spring, Rowan and I sat in a small cafe off Tottenham Court Road. Light pooled on her hair, turning the red almost copper. I'd been turning the question over in my mind for days. Finally, I just asked, "Hey, random question. Do you know anyone called Rowan Mace, with an A instead of an E?" Her fingers paused on the rim of her cup. "That's a pretty common sort of name," she said lightly. "Why?" "No reason," I lied. "It just sounded familiar." She let it go. When the bill came, she reached for the receipt and scribbled something on the back. "Send me your dissertation draft when you're ready," she said, sliding it over. "I'm good at spotting grammar stuff. Occupational hazard." Her handwriting was neat and looping. Under her number, she'd written, "Rowan Mace." 2 N's in the first name, an extra I in the surname. Relief washed over me. For a moment, it felt like I'd been holding my breath since that first email and could finally exhale. "Oh," I said, almost laughing. "So it's Rowan with 2 N's?" "Always," she said, smiling. "You must have heard it wrong before." Outside, we walked together for a bit. She told me about her father, how he stayed at home painting landscapes in a flat near Russell Square, how he disliked visitors, how he could go days without seeing anyone but her. "Maybe I'll walk you home sometime," I said. "If you're not afraid of him," she laughed. A week later, after a late film, I did walk her home. Her building was one of those red brick blocks near Russell Square, with a stairwell that smelled faintly of damp and old cooking. The banister was smooth from decades of students sliding their hands along it. At her door, she hesitated, then said, "It's a bit messy, but do you want to come in for tea?" I said yes before I had time to overthink it. Inside, it was the opposite of messy. Everything was tidy, almost too tidy. Mugs stacked by size, books lined up by height, shoes paired with their toes facing the same direction. Dark, abstract paintings hung on the walls, all in the same muted palette. While she went into the kitchen to put the kettle on, I wandered over to the small desk by the window. A laptop sat closed there, with a white label stuck to the lid. The same sort of label was on the notebook beside it. In block capitals, someone had written, Rowan Mace. Not Rowan, not Mace. Exactly the name from that first email. My heartbeat climbed into my throat. I leaned closer, as if the letters might rearrange themselves if I gave them a chance. From the kitchen, her voice floated out. Milk or no milk? No milk, I called back, trying to sound normal. She came in with 2 steaming mugs and set mine down on a coaster so precisely you'd have thought the table might scold her if she missed. You told me you spell your name with 2 N's, I said, nodding at the labels. And differently at the end. Why does this say Rowan Mace? For a moment, she didn't move at all. Then she smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Those are old, she said. My father made those labels. He likes spelling it that way. He thinks it looks tidier. Before I could answer, a man's voice came from the next room. Low, northern, and horribly familiar. Add more water when you make the tea, he called. You'll scald the leaves. The accent hit me like cold water. I'd heard it in my room months ago, remarking that moisture has a memory. I'd heard it in the corridor, telling me that old problems come back. I took a step towards the half-open door to the other room, but Rowan's hand caught my wrist. She was still smiling, but her grip was stronger than it had any right to be. Don't go in, she said quietly. He doesn't like being disturbed. Your father? I asked. She squeezed once, then let go. He's particular. The voice came again, muffled but clear. Is the water boiling yet? Ice slid down my spine. I suddenly didn't want to see his face. I didn't want to match the voice to a body and then have to remember it every time the pipe in my wall twitched. Drink your tea, Rowan said, her tone light again. He'll be quiet soon. We never spoke about the labels after that. I finished my tea, made some excuse about an early start, and left. Walking back through the drizzle, Harper House looming in the distance, one thought went around and around in my head. If she was Rowan Mace, then who was Rowan Mace? And if she wasn't, what exactly was I sharing my walls with? A few weeks later, she called me out of the blue. Her voice sounded thinner than usual, as if the signal were stretching it. I'm transferring to Glasgow, she said. It's all a bit sudden, some family stuff. When? I asked. Next month. A pause. Thank you for talking with me this year. It's been nice. Good luck, I said. Really. We didn't say much else. When we hung up, I sat on the end of the bed, watching the pipe pulse gently in the wall. The next day, an email arrived from a new address. The subject line was, Moving. The sender, rowan.mace@xxx. The message said, I'm moving to Glasgow next month. Rowan. I stared at that double N for a long time. Then I went back to my inbox and opened the old message, the one from months ago. 2. Room 02. Is it still leaking? Rowan.mace.22. But somehow, in my mind, they had both begun to blur. I never replied to her email. I don't know if that was kind or cowardly. Maybe both. June 17th, 2025. My last full day in that room. I packed my suitcase slowly, folding the year into piles. Notes I'd keep, clothes I'd donate, memories I'd pretend to forget. The corridor outside was almost silent. Most people had already gone home or were out celebrating. Sometime in the afternoon, there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, E. Harper was standing there, toolbox in hand. Leaving today? he asked. "Tomorrow morning," I said. "Thought I'd hand the key in tonight." He stepped inside without really waiting for an invitation, glanced up at the pipe, and pressed his palm gently against it, as if taking its temperature. Then he knelt, adjusted a valve I hadn't even noticed before, and the pipe gave a long, soft sigh. "There," he said. "That should stay quiet for a while." "For the next person?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. He looked around the room, at the faint marks on the walls where I'd blue-tacked notes, at the slight dip in the mattress where I always slept. "Old places have good memories," he said. "You know when someone says something perfectly ordinary, but it lands like a warning?" That's how it felt. Later, at reception, I slid my key across the desk. "All done?" the manager asked. "Yeah." I hesitated then. "Can I ask, that repairman, Mr. Harper, does he have any family? Kids? A daughter, maybe?" She looked genuinely surprised. "Him? Eric? Not that I've ever heard. He's been with Estates for over 10 years, always on his own. Fixes our leaks, disappears. No visitors, no one asking after him." She chuckled. "Bit of a hermit, that one." She tapped the drawer behind her absent-mindedly. "We've got all his paperwork on file, of course. Passport, contracts, all that. Our most reliable man." I nodded, murmured a thanks, and stepped outside. The air felt different, warmer. The kind of June sunshine London gets on its best days, when the sky actually remembers how to be blue. Students were dragging suitcases along the pavement, laughing, arguing about who'd left the frying pan unwashed for months. As I turned the corner, I glanced back at Harper House. One of the basement windows, the one that belonged to room 02, was propped open an inch. Just enough to let air in, or out. I remembered something Rowan had said, early on. Old houses walk the same paths. Maybe people do too. Maybe emails and voices and footsteps all find their way back to the same roots, even when the names on the labels change. Since she left for Scotland, if she really went, I haven't heard from her again. No texts, no emails, no chance encounters on stairwells. But a few days ago, I passed Harper House on the bus and saw new students arriving, wrestling their suitcases through the front door, smiling in that hopeful, tired way. And I caught myself wondering if any of them would be sent down to the basement. If any of them would stand where I stood, key in hand, breathing that cold, tunnel-smelling air. And if, on their first night, lying in the dark of room 02, they'd fall asleep to the sound of steady, careful footsteps pacing just above their heads, walking the same 3 steps they've always walked, over and over, down the inside of the wall. So, let me tell you about this night I'll probably never forget. I live in Tacoma, Washington, and there's this place called Point Defiance. If you've never been, it's this huge, wooded park right by the water, beautiful in the daytime, kind of storybook eerie at night. Tucked inside, there's an old pagoda that people around here say is haunted. The story goes that back in the 1920s, a widower, some people call him Mr. Harlan, took his own life in what used to be the trolley restroom in that pagoda. Since then, the building's had more than its fair share of bad luck. It's burned down, been rebuilt, renovated, and now it's used for weddings and events and all kinds of happy stuff. But the stories never really stopped. People say they hear strange sounds, see faces in the windows when the building's supposed to be empty. One groundskeeper, I'll call him Dave, swears he heard someone whisper his name from the basement when he was locking up alone. No one was down there. Now, that was about all I could dig up online and from local chatter, so as far as I could tell, I might have been one of the first people to go out there specifically to check for anything paranormal. No team, no equipment, just me being curious or dumb. Take your pick. I decided to go super early in the morning, like around 3:45 a.m. It was that kind of time where the sky's not quite night, not quite morning, just this heavy, in-between darkness. I parked near the waterfront and took one of the trails that winds up to the pagoda. At first, honestly, nothing felt too wild. Unsettling, sure, but that's just what happens when you're alone in the woods before sunrise with a flashlight and a bunch of ghost stories rattling around in your head. The pagoda looked almost peaceful from a distance, lit faintly by a couple of dim lamps. No voices, no apparitions, no cold spots. Just me, my breath, and the crunch of my boots on the path. After a while, I kind of relaxed. I started thinking, okay, maybe this is just one of those local legends that got bigger in the retelling. I was already mentally writing it off like, well, that was a bust, but at least I got some fresh air. A little ways away from the pagoda, maybe 50, 60 feet, there's this small Japanese-style pond and a little shrine by it. It's really pretty, even in the dark. I walked over there and just stood for a bit, looking at the water, listening to the quiet. You could hear the faint waves from the sound in the distance, some leaves shifting, nothing special. I turned to leave, took a step, and that's when I heard it. Another step. But not mine. It sounded like a footfall landing just a fraction of a second after I put my foot down, like that cliché movie moment where a character stops and they hear a trailing step behind them. It came from maybe 10 or 15 feet back, on the path behind me. Clear as day. One echoing step. I froze. You know that feeling when your body reacts before your brain catches up? My whole system went on alert. I swung my flashlight around behind me. Nothing. Just the empty path, the trees, the pagoda off to the side. No person. No animal. No wind gust that could have explained it. That's when the other sounds started. Next to the shrine, there's this wide, grassy area. Pretty flat, pretty open. My flashlight is no joke. I could scan that whole field easily. There were a few trees closer to me, but beyond that, it was just open grass. The weird part? There weren't any twigs. Not in the spots I was hearing it from. And every time I swept my light across the field, there was nothing. No deer, no raccoon, nothing moving at all. You know how you can usually talk yourself down like, okay, it's probably an animal, calm down. I couldn't do that. I just knew, in that deep, primal way, that it wasn't an animal. I can't prove that, but that's how it felt in the moment. Like every instinct I had was saying, nope, this is different. My guard shot straight back up. That easy, casual curiosity I walked in with was gone. I decided I'd had enough sightseeing for one morning and started back down the trail toward the waterfront. That's when it got worse. As I walked, the footsteps didn't stop. If anything, they got more active. It was like something was circling me. Never too close. Never right at my back, but just around. Left, then right, then a bit behind. Almost like it was keeping a perimeter, staying just outside the beam of my flashlight. The sound had this pacing quality, like someone studying me, taking a few steps, stopping, shifting position, starting again. I kept checking over my shoulder, sweeping the light through the trees, up the trail, over the grass. Still nothing. I can't explain it better than this. I felt like I was being watched. Not just looked at, but examined. Judged, almost. Like I didn't belong there and something was trying to decide what to do with me. Then came the part that really stuck with me. just as I was leaving the immediate area around the pagoda, like right when I passed this invisible edge where the building and pond and shrine start to fall behind you. I got hit with this wave of emotion. It was so sudden, it actually made me stop walking. 1 second I was on high alert, but still basically just scared and annoyed. The next second, it was like this enormous weight dropped straight onto my chest. I was overwhelmed with this deep, heavy sadness and fear, but not my fear. That's the best way I can put it. It felt foreign, like someone else's grief had been poured into me. You know those shivers you get when you listen to really powerful music? Those full-body chills? It felt like that, but instead of awe or excitement, it was this intense mix of sorrow and anxiety. My skin prickled. My eyes stung like I was about to cry over something I didn't understand. I suddenly felt cold all over, even though I'd been walking and my heart was racing. I remember thinking very clearly, these feelings aren't mine. The emotion stayed with me as I kept walking, but the farther I got from the pagoda area, the more it started to ease up, like it was fading with the distance, step by step. The sounds behind me slowly died away too. No more phantom footsteps, no more snapping where nothing was visible, just the normal park noises and my own breathing. Even then, I still felt watched. Not in a threatening way at that point, more like whoever or whatever it was just standing at the edge, seeing me off. That sensation stuck with me until I turned a bend in the trail and lost sight of the pagoda and the pond completely. And then, suddenly, everything felt normal again. Just a dark, quiet park before sunrise. So yeah, that's my experience. No full-bodied apparitions, no furniture flying across rooms, nothing you'd see in a dramatic movie. But something out there responded to me being there. I'm convinced of that. So, this one's for my dad. His name was never in any headline or history book, but yeah, this is for him. My dad, Mark Wilson, worked the graveyard shift. Literally. He was the overnight caretaker at this old cemetery on the edge of a little town outside Knoxville, way past where the streetlights end and the road turns to gravel. The kind of place where even the moonlight looks like it's second-guessing itself. On paper, his job was simple. Keep folks from sleeping on the graves, make sure nobody was sneaking in to pry off copper vases, keep the grounds respectable, as the management liked to say. But Dad would look at me with that serious, tired half smile of his and say, "It ain't the living that bothers me out there." And he meant it. I only went with him once. I was around 10, give or take. Mom was on a double shift at the hospital, and instead of leaving me with a neighbor, he brought me along. Said I could sleep in the little guard shack while he did his rounds. The shack was no bigger than a storage closet. It smelled like burnt coffee, old paper, and wet dirt. There was this tiny space heater in the corner that hissed and rattled like it was offended it had to work at all. I remember curling up on this worn-out vinyl cot with his old army jacket over me. It still smelled like cigarettes and whatever cheap aftershave he bought at the drugstore. That smell made me feel safe, like he'd just stepped out for a minute and would be back any second. I fell asleep to the sound of that heater buzzing and the soft scratch of his pen on a logbook. The first time I woke up, it was silent. Not late at night quiet, just wrong. The heater was dead. No hiss, no buzz, nothing. The silence felt heavy, like the air was pressing down on my chest. And then I heard it. That whistle. My dad's whistle was sharp, clean. The kind of sound that could slice right through kids screaming, lawnmowers, thunderstorms, you name it. That's how he'd call me in at dusk, 2 short blasts from the porch, and I knew the game was over. But hearing it out there, in the middle of a sleeping graveyard, with no wind, no traffic, nothing, it took every bit of warmth right out of me. He was somewhere outside, past the shack window, out near the older headstones under the big oak trees, where the ground sank a little and the stones leaned like they were tired. I wiped a clear patch on the foggy glass with my sleeve and squinted. I could just make out the beam of his flashlight moving slow, back and forth. It wasn't his normal, brisk, checking the grounds walk. The light drifted from grave to grave, then lifted higher, like he was looking at something standing between the stones, something that shouldn't have been there. The whistle came again. But this time it was different, lower, stretched out, and shaking just a little at the end. "Daddy?" I whispered. He didn't answer. I watched the flashlight's beam hang in the dark for a second, like it was thinking about where to go next. Then it just went out. No click, no flicker, just gone. I must have passed out again because the next thing I remember, it was morning. Gray light was seeping in around the edges of the blinds. The heater had sputtered back to life and was making this half-hearted clunking sound. On the desk beside me, my dad's flashlight lay on its side, still beaded with dew. Dad was in the corner, in this old folding chair, shoulders slumped, staring at nothing. His eyes were bloodshot, like he hadn't blinked all night. He didn't say much on the drive home. We rolled down the cracked country road, and every few miles he'd purse his lips like he was about to whistle, just out of habit, and then stop himself, jaw tightening. Years later, after he was gone, I was going through a box of his things in Mom's attic. Old uniforms, a coffee-stained thermos, some photos with dates scribbled on the back. At the bottom, I found this little spiral notebook. Most of it was boring, honestly. Dates, weather notes, which plots needed trimming. But then there were a few pages where his handwriting changed, sloppier, rushed. One line said, "Heard whispering near the north fence again. Thought it was the wind. It wasn't." Another, "Something by the big oak tree. Whistled. It whistled back." I just sat there, staring at that line for a long time. Then there was this one. Little girl near section B, barefoot, vanished when light hit her. My skin went cold reading that, even in the middle of Mom's bright, cluttered attic. The last entry was dated the night I went with him. It said, "Squirts with me tonight. Can't let her see what's moving by the tree line. If it whistles again, I'm not answering." I remember tracing those words with my thumb. Can't let her see. He'd never said it out loud, but that was Dad in a nutshell. Tired, scared maybe, but standing between me and whatever was out there. Sometimes now, when I can't sleep, and that happens more than I admit, I'll be lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, and I swear I hear it. That same sharp whistle. Not in the house, not right outside the window, just far enough away that I can pretend I imagined it. Thin and hollow, like it had to travel a long way to find me. And for just a second, I can smell that damp Tennessee air again. The kind that wraps around you like fog, cold, earthy, full of things that have been buried a long, long time and don't like to be disturbed. And I think of my dad. I see him standing out there between the graves, boots sinking a little into the soft ground, goosebumps on his forearms, that flashlight trembling just enough for only him to notice. I imagine him hearing that whistle, his own sound thrown back at him from the dark, and, squaring his shoulders, setting his jaw. And in that quiet space between heartbeats, I can almost hear him say, in that low, steady voice of his, Not tonight. Not while she's here. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M channel. Did you miss me? I'm back at the mic and ready to hit you with some more paranormal stories. Before we get started, make sure you smash that subscribe button and turn on the bell so you don't miss any of the latest videos. And drop a comment to let me know where you're watching from. It's always so cool seeing you guys from all over. I really love this part every time. Thanks for always listening, and don't be afraid to share your own paranormal experiences with me too. So, this happened to me a few months ago, and honestly, I still get chills just thinking about it. I haven't really told many people, because it feels like the kind of thing you jinx by saying out loud, you know? But I'm going to tell you, just as it happened to me. It all started on the Thursday night. I was in my room, half lying on my bed, watching this podcast I love, Midnight Echoes, with that girl Lena who always talks about creepy stories and urban legends. I was relaxed, scrolling on my phone, when suddenly, everything around me went weird. The room got cold in this really unnatural way. Not like, oh, the AC's too strong, but like the warmth got sucked out of everything. My hands felt numb, the air got heavy, and my screen just froze. The podcast stopped by itself, the image glitched, and then the screen went completely black. But the audio kept going for a second. Just this distorted whispering from my speakers, like the voices were far away and underwater. Then that cut out too. I remember staring at the dark screen thinking, okay, that was odd. And this really uncomfortable feeling settled in my chest, like I wasn't alone in the room. I tried to shake it off, finished another random video, and then decided to go out to the plaza with my friends, just to clear my head. That night, when I finally went to bed, that feeling came back. My mattress felt stiff, like I was lying on a wooden board. My blanket suddenly felt rough, almost scratchy, and my pillows were hard, like rocks. It's such a small detail, but it made me feel really wrong in my own bed. It took me forever to fall asleep. Now, I'm a super heavy sleeper. I almost never wake up in the middle of the night. But that night, I did. I opened my eyes and realized something was off immediately. My whole room was in black and white, like one of those old movies. No color at all. I tried to move and realized I couldn't. I was completely paralyzed. I could move my eyes, and after forcing it, I could barely turn my head, but my body was stuck. Then I noticed it. On the metal beam across my ceiling, perched like some kind of grotesque bird, there was this black, shapeless figure. It reminded me of a gargoyle, but made of shadow, with these bright red eyes that glowed like embers. It wasn't moving, it was just looking at me. I told myself, okay, this is sleep paralysis. You've seen TikToks about this. It's not real. Just ignore it. But it felt real. The way it tilted its head, the weight of its stare, the cold in the room. Everything felt too real. It watched me for what felt like a long time, and then everything snapped. I jolted awake, this time really awake, and the colors were back. I could move again. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:03 a.m. The next day was normal, technically. I went about my usual routine, but I felt dull, like someone had turned down the brightness on me. I was distracted, slow, a bit numb. I didn't really tell anyone what happened. I just tried to pretend it was a bad dream. That night, though, things got worse. I have this little mixed breed dog named Coco who sleeps in my room. Usually he curls up and knocks out, no problem. But that night, he kept growling at the wall across from my bed. Not the window, not the door, just this one spot on the wall. He wouldn't take his eyes off it. His fur was standing on end, and he kept giving these low, warning growls, like he was staring at something I couldn't see. I tried to calm him down, eventually fell asleep. And again, I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I saw nothing. Then, slowly, a shape appeared near the wall where my dog had been growling. It was a tall, dark silhouette, like a man made of shadow, with those same red eyes. Not glowing bright, just burning quietly. He didn't have clear facial features, just the outline of a man and those eyes. He lifted one hand toward me, not fast, not aggressive, just a slow, deliberate motion, like he was reaching out. And then I snapped awake. I grabbed my phone again. 3:03 a.m. Exactly. By the third day, I was exhausted. I felt drained, heavy, kind of depressed. I slept a lot during the day, and by night, I was already bracing myself for whatever was going to happen. That night, I woke up paralyzed again, but this time, my vision was normal. I saw my room in full color, my posters, my blanket, the little glow from the streetlight coming through the window. Everything looked like it always does. But the air was freezing, and it felt thick, like it was hard to breathe it in. I blinked once. When I opened my eyes again, he was there. This time, he wasn't just a shadow. He looked human. He was standing at the foot of my bed, a little to the side. He looked like he was in his mid-20s maybe, tall, around 6'3", dark brown hair, similar to mine. His skin was pale, almost too pale, and his eyes were bright red, but clearer now, like glowing glass instead of just light. He was dressed in black from head to toe, black shirt, black pants, and this long, elegant trench coat that made him look like he'd stepped out of some gothic movie. But weirdly, he didn't scare me the way you'd think. I felt like I knew him from somewhere. There was this strange familiarity, like seeing someone you haven't met but somehow recognize. He walked slowly around my bed, not getting too close, just circling until he stood beside me. Then he spoke. "Do you know me?" he asked. His voice was hoarse, cold, but not threatening, just empty. And here's the strange part. My mouth answered before my mind did. "Yes," I said, but it didn't feel like I chose to say it. My lips moved on their own. He gave a small nod. "Perfect," he replied. After that, we talked. Or, I think we did. I have this feeling we had a whole conversation, but I can't remember it. It's like my brain refuses to let me bring the details back. I only remember the end. He straightened up a little, like we'd just finished discussing something important, and said, "Well, that's what we'll leave it at. That's our pact." And again, my mouth moved on its own. "Yes," I answered. He took a step toward the door and added, "Until next time." When he reached the door, he stopped, turned around, and lifted his hand in a small wave. And for the first time, he smiled at me. Not a big smile, just a subtle, almost gentle one. Then he opened the door. The moment it clicked, I woke up. This time, I wasn't gasping or panicking. I was calm, weirdly calm. I looked at my phone. 3:03 a.m. again. After that, nothing big like that ever happened again. No more full-on visits in the middle of the night. No more black and white vision. But ever since then, I felt like I'm not alone. In dark places, especially in hallways or stairwells, I get this very specific sensation, like someone is standing just behind me, watching. You know when you know someone's eyes are on you, even if you can't see them? It's like that. And then there's the really strange part. People who hurt me, make fun of me, or treat me badly. Something always happens to them. Not immediately, not like some movie curse. But a little while later, they'll get sick, or have some accident, or suddenly go through a rough patch. At first I thought it was just coincidence. But after a while, it stopped feeling like coincidence. It started feeling like someone was keeping score. Sometimes I joke about it and say I must have a guardian demon instead of a guardian angel. I laugh when I say it, but deep down, I'm not completely joking. I've only told this story once before, to a small group of close friends. We were sharing weird experiences, and I decided to finally tell them about my pact. That same night, something happened. I was walking home, and there was this cold breeze that hit the back of my neck. Not the usual night air kind of chill, but that same cold I felt in my room those nights. It made me stop in my tracks. I turned my head toward where the wind felt like it was coming from. Down the street, there was only one streetlight on. Everything else was dim, but that one lamp was casting a perfect circle of light on the pavement. And in the middle of that circle stood someone. Tall, dark coat, head slightly tilted. Even from far away, I recognized him. Not with my eyes, but with that same strange familiarity in my chest. It was him. Those red eyes, subtle but unmistakable, were fixed on me. He didn't move closer. He just stood there under the light, watching. Then he lifted his hand and waved, just like he did that night in my room. I froze. I don't even think I breathed. He gave me a small, almost playful smile. I blinked, just once, and when my eyes opened again, the circle of light was empty. The street light was still on, but he was gone. And now, while I'm telling you all this, I'm getting that same feeling again. The air around me is colder than it should be. I checked the temperature earlier. It's stupidly hot outside, but my arms are covered in goosebumps. And as I look at the screen, it feels like someone else is looking at it with me. Not behind me, not in front of me, right over my shoulder. So if, after hearing this, you suddenly feel a chill or get the sense that someone is standing just out of sight, don't worry too much. He's probably just saying hello to you too. So, let me take you back for a minute. There's this park in Western Australia, right on the edge of the city. Back then, it was the sort of place people drifted to after clubbing, or when the night was too hot and sticky to bear inside. Some folks went there to cruise, some to talk, some just to breathe and come down. If you know, you know. But that's not really what I'm here to talk about. For me, that park was like a second bedroom. Sometimes I'd be there with friends, sitting around under the big old trees, sharing cigarettes and stories. Other times, I'd wander off on my own and sit by one of the two lakes, watching the turtles and the frogs, or whatever else decided to show up. It was unofficially social, you know? You never quite knew who you'd bump into along the paths or by the water. This particular night, though, I was alone. It was the late 80s, edging into the early 90s, a strange in-between time. A lot of us were playing with different spiritual paths, Wicca, earth magic, tarot cards that smelled like incense, crystals warmed from being worn inside shirts. We were young and so sure the world was still opening, that magic meant anything was possible. I was about 22 then, still carrying that naive kind of bravery. So that night, I'd just gotten up off the grass near the lake and started walking up one of my favorite paths. I'd walked that path so many times, I could have told you every dip in the ground, every low branch, every tree root that tried to catch your toes. But that night was different. There was this fog, a low, knee-high fog I'd never seen there before. It blanketed everything, the grass, the water, the paths, like the park had slipped into a dream. The trees along the path were subtropical and a bit wild. Paper barks, pink peppercorn vines, and those massive Moreton Bay figs, their roots twisting out of the earth like old bones. Some of the roots were big enough that, if you were tired or a bit out of it, you could curl up and sleep inside them. The air was hot and completely still, no breeze at all. The trees rose up out of this flat sheet of mist, like they were growing from a cloud instead of from soil. And the fog, this is the part that really stuck with me. It stopped sharply at the edges of the park. It didn't spill onto the sidewalks or the streets. It just ended, right where the city lights began, like someone had drawn a line. There was a weird silence, too. Not total silence, but sort of hushed. Every now and then I'd pass a frog or see a turtle near the path, just sitting there, not moving, like even the animals were waiting for something to happen. This was my playground, my sanctuary. I knew its quirks, but as I walked up that trail, past each big fig tree, I started to feel like the ground itself was unfamiliar. The twisted roots, the humps and hollows of earth, they felt alive somehow. I kept catching movement in the corner of my eye, and I couldn't tell if it was the mist stirring or the actual trees shifting just outside my direct vision. And I kept telling myself, don't be ridiculous. Trees don't move. You're just spooking yourself. I almost forgot to mention the moon. That night, it was a waxy new moon, but bright, sharp. Moonlight lit the whole park, the lakes, the trees, that strange low fog. It wasn't dark at all. It was washed in silver. About halfway up the trail, I stopped. I hadn't meant to. My body just paused. I blinked and squinted, leaning forward a little as I noticed something between the roots of one of the bigger fig trees. There was a shape lying there, tucked into the space between two massive roots. But as I walked a little closer, my certainty started to fall apart. The shape was too human. It had a head, shoulders, a torso, clearly a body. But something was wrong with the proportions, or the way it was connected to the ground. It was like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. I suddenly thought, what if it's someone hurt? What if he's passed out? What if he's been beaten up? That kind of thing happened there sometimes, by police, by random thugs, by people looking to punish what they didn't understand. So my concern kicked in, but under it, there was this unease, like a quiet alarm. I thought I could see his hands gripping the knotted roots, like he was holding on to something solid. But when I really looked, my eyes couldn't quite find the point where his hands ended and the wood began. It was as if they blurred into each other. Again, I told myself, it's just pareidolia. You're seeing patterns where there aren't any. It's just roots. It's just fog. I got closer. I bent my knees a little, trying to bring my eyes level with him. I wanted what I was seeing to make sense. I needed it to be something ordinary. A drunk guy, a hallucination, anything I could explain later. Then I realized his head was lowered, but turned just slightly, in my direction. That's when he looked up. Our eyes met. For a moment, everything stopped. It was like the whole night held its breath. I felt a flash of surprise, maybe even shock, on both our faces. Funny thing is, the first feeling I had wasn't fear, It was more like, oh, oh, this is real. In that suspended second, I saw him clearly. He was male, or at least, that's the closest word I have. But he wasn't human. His skin, if you can call it that, had this glistening quality. Not wet, not like slime, but like the sheen you sometimes see on leaves when the moon hits them just right. And he wasn't separate from the tree. It was like he and the fig were part of the same living thing. Roots, bark, and being all woven together. His eyes were beautiful, almond-shaped, like a cat's or a lizard's, and a soft yellow, almost golden. They were sharp, but not cruel. His face didn't look monstrous. He looked kind, actually. Kind and very, very sad. For a breath, I felt surprisingly calm, like he was holding me there in this quiet, gentle space. There was no sense of threat, just this deep, ancient sadness looking back at me. And then something primal inside me snapped on. You know that part of you that doesn't care about logic or kindness, that only knows stay or run? That part woke up. I still don't know if it was warning me, or if it just couldn't cope with how far outside the usual this was. All these years later, I still ask myself, should I have stayed? Could I have helped him somehow? Was I meant to do something? Or was I about to walk into real danger and my body knew before my mind did? I'll never know. Because I ran. I broke eye contact, turned, and bolted back down that path, down through the fog, past the silent turtles and the still water, all the way back to the edges of the park, where the mist just stopped and the city lights felt harsh and reassuring. I didn't look back. I wish I had more to tell you. I wish I had some grand message or conversation or proof. But all I have is that moment, those eyes, that glistening tree-twined body, that sadness, and the certainty that he was real. My conclusion, for what it's worth, is this. He was one of the many forms of life sharing this planet with us. Not metaphorically, literally. One of the beings the old stories were talking about long before we filed them under myth and folklore. Somewhere along the line, we started calling all of that just stories. But that night, alone in that foggy park under a bright young moon, I looked into the eyes of something that wasn't supposed to exist, and it looked back at me. Our world is magical. I think the real question isn't whether these beings are still here. It's this. What does it do to us, to our hearts, to our spirits, when we forget them? So, my story with the supernatural really starts the year my grandma from my mom's side passed away. I was in 7th grade then. We flew down to Mexico after not visiting for like 3 or 5 years. It had been a while. We went to this small town near the coast where my mom grew up. I remember walking into my grandma's old house and seeing cousins I barely recognized, uncles, aunts, family friends. All these people who loved her and were helping my mom sort out the house so it could eventually be sold. My grandma, let's call her Abuela Rosa, had just been buried. After the funeral and all the prayers and food and stories, we came back home to the States. And that's when I saw my mom, Luz, break in a way I had never seen before. She cried constantly. I'd come home from school and my dad, Jorge, would be like, "Hey, grab your backpack. We're going to your Tia Elena's for a bit." He didn't want me just sitting there watching my mom sob all afternoon. She was always the strong one, you know? The one who handled everything. Suddenly she was just shattered. And that alone is scary when you're a kid. One afternoon, my mom started going through my grandma's things. Old photos, little knickknacks, jewelry, the rosaries, some shawls that still smelled like her perfume. I remember watching her pull out this one book from the bottom of a box. It was weird looking. The cover was this faded brown, and in the center there was this symbol, an eye inside a pyramid. The whole thing was in Spanish, and my Spanish was pretty basic back then, so I had no idea what it said. My mom stared at it for a long time. Later that night, she told me what it was about. A book on how to communicate with the dead. She said it almost like a confession. She missed her mom so much that when she realized what the book was, she took it as a sign. She told me she was going to try to talk to Abuela Rosa. So she started following the instructions. Most nights looked kind of the same. My mom would light a candle in the living room, sit in front of this little table with the crucifix, and whisper some words from the book. Then she'd go quiet. The first night, nothing happened. Second night, same thing. Silence. Just the sound of the AC humming and the candle flickering. By the third night, a few things in the house had changed. We had put up pictures of all the family members who had passed away on one wall in the living room. My grandpa, Abuelo Ignacio, some great-grandparents, a cousin who died young. And now we'd added a framed photo of my grandma right next to the crucifix. That night, it was around 10 p.m. My mom did her little ritual again. Candle, prayers, quiet. I was in my room, half doing homework, half zoning out, when I heard it. Bang. It wasn't just some tiny creak. It sounded like someone hitting the wall with their fist. Then another. Bang. My dad got up to check. I remember hearing him walk down the hallway, all annoyed, thinking maybe something had just fallen. Then he called my mom over, and the tone of his voice changed. So I went too. My grandma's picture was no longer on the wall. It was on the floor in the middle of the living room, face up, the glass shattered. Not near the wall, not leaning on anything, just there, like it had been flung forward. And all the other framed pictures? Completely untouched. Still, they did what parents do. They tried to rationalize it for my sake. They fixed the frame, put in new glass, and my dad reinforced all the nails in the wall. Hammered them in deeper, made sure everything was solid. My mom decided that, instead of trying to talk to my grandma again, she would try speaking to my grandpa, who had died exactly 2 years before her. I never really understood why she switched, but in her mind, maybe he'd be stronger on the other side or something. That same night, she tries again. Candle, book, whispered prayers. And then, again, this huge bang, then the sound of glass breaking. We ran into the living room, and it was my grandpa's picture this time. His frame was on the floor, glass everywhere, but the nail was still in the wall, perfectly fine. The frame somehow ended up further to the left, closer to my parents' bedroom door, like it had been thrown. My mom was done after that. She closed the book, said, "No mas," and put it in a box in the hallway closet. I could tell she was scared in a different way now, not just sad. And I was starting to feel like something had been invited in and did not want to leave. That's when things got personal. I started hearing my name being called. At first, I thought it was just normal kid stuff. You know, you think you hear your mom call you, but she didn't. I'd be in my room and hear, clear as day, "Oye, ven aquí," in my mom's voice. I'd go to the kitchen, no one. I'd hear my dad's voice calling my name, go to their room, and he'd be knocked out snoring. This kept happening. For a while, I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the TV, or neighbors. I didn't want to be the paranoid kid jumping at every sound. But deep down, I knew something was off. Then came the night that really messed me up. My parents had a couples retreat with our church that went from 6 to 11 p.m. It wasn't unusual. They trusted me to be okay for a few hours at home. I was excited, honestly. More time for movies and video games. So I finished watching a superhero movie. Pretty sure it was one of the Spider-Man movies, on DVD in the living room. After it ended, I turned off the TV, switched off the main light, and stayed on the couch with just this small lamp on in the corner. I pulled out my old iPod and started scrolling through videos and memes. That's when I felt it. You know when someone stares at you from across a room and you just know? Your body picks it up before your brain does. I got this sudden chill, like a cold hand on the back of my neck. The air felt heavier, if that makes any sense. I tried to ignore it at first. I pulled my feet up on the couch and wrapped my arms around my knees. The house started making little noises. The fridge, the AC clicking on, normal stuff. But it all sounded too loud. I got nervous enough that I picked up the house phone and called my parents. I told my mom, "Hey, I feel weird. I think someone's in the house." She tried to calm me down, saying it was just my nerves, that they'd be home soon. While she was talking, I looked over toward the kitchen, and the chairs moved. We had these two swivel bar stools at the counter that separates the kitchen from the living room. I watched one of them jerk like someone had kicked it. Then it slid, hard, right into my leg, like it was trying to push me off the couch. The other chair tipped over and hit the floor. The sound was so loud in that quiet house, I almost dropped the phone. My mom's voice faded into the background because at that point I was just frozen. It looked and felt like a scene from a haunted house movie, except I was the one in it. And then I heard it again. My name, called from just to my left. I turned my head, slowly, and that's when I saw her. All the horror movies I'd ever watched hit me at once. I just bolted. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor and cracked. I ran straight to my parents' bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. I was shaking so hard I had trouble turning the lock. And then the banging started. Someone, something, pounded on the other side of the door. Not polite knocking, full-on, angry hits. I backed up against the far wall, sliding down onto the floor, crying, struggling to breathe. It felt like that moment would never end. Then, suddenly, the noise stopped. The house went quiet again. That silence was almost worse. After what felt like forever, but was probably around 9 or 10 minutes, I heard my parents' car pull up. The front door opened. I heard my mom call my name, this time for real. I cracked the bedroom door open and ran to them. The house was a mess. The chairs knocked over, the broken phone on the floor, the bar stool shoved away from the counter. They didn't see anybody else, of course. Just their kid, shaking, hyperventilating, crying like my life had just been ripped open. After that night, the weirdness didn't stop right away. It kind of moved into my dreams. I started having nightmares, really vivid ones, where I was in this gray forest, like everything was covered in fog. And there were other versions of me in there. They'd chase me, corner me, and do horrible things. I won't go into detail, but I'd wake up feeling dirty, terrified, and exhausted, like my soul had been chewed up. When my uncle, Tio Mateo, heard what had been going on, he got involved. In our culture, he's known as a kind of curandero, a healer. He came over with herbs, holy water, candles, and eggs. He had all of us stand still while he prayed and rubbed the eggs over our bodies, one by one. Then he cracked them into glasses of water. I remember seeing the yolks twist and darken in these strange shapes. Some parts looked almost black, with weird little strings in them. He shook his head like, yeah, something's not right here. Our priest from church also came by to bless the house. He walked room to room, sprinkling holy water on the walls, the doorways, the photos. He prayed over the living room, especially near that wall with all the pictures. Slowly, things calmed down. No more voices calling my name. No more banging on the walls. The nightmares faded. The house felt like a home again and not whatever it had become. Years later, I was a lot older. This was around 2017. I was cleaning out a closet, and guess what I found? That book. Same faded cover, same eye inside the pyramid. The moment I saw it, all those memories hit me like a wave. The broken frames, the chairs moving, that thing wearing my grandma's face. I didn't even open it. I took it outside that weekend when some friends and I had a bonfire, and I used it as kindling. Watched it catch and curl up into ash. It was strangely satisfying, like I was closing a door that should have never been opened. And the truth is, even after all these years, about 14 of them now, I still don't know what that spirit was. Was it something my mom accidentally invited in with that book? Was it just grief twisting reality around us? Was it something that latched onto my family for a while? I don't have answers. All I know is, it felt real. It left a mark. And every time I hear a random knock in a quiet house, a tiny part of me is back in that living room, looking at a broken picture frame on the floor, wondering who or what threw it. I've just started seeing this guy, right? Let's call him Noah. We're a few dates in, still in that getting to really know each other phase. One night we're at his place, just curled up on his tiny, squeaky couch, talking about absolutely nothing important. Work, bad movies, what we'd eat if calories didn't exist forever. And then his phone, which is just sitting on the coffee table, suddenly slides a few inches across the surface. Like, no vibration, no notification, nothing. We both watch it move. I kind of laugh and go, did you see that? And without missing a beat, he sighs and says, yeah, my apartment does stuff like that all the time. I'm pretty sure it's haunted. Now I'm wide awake. He starts telling me about weird things that have been happening. Lights flickering, doors creaking open on their own, hearing footsteps when he's home alone. You know how it is. One spooky thing leads to another, and suddenly we're trading ghost stories instead of flirting. Then he goes, okay, actually, I've got one for you. The creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. And I can see his face change. He's still Noah, still relaxed, but there's this seriousness in his eyes like he's about to pull up a memory he really doesn't visit often. This was back when I was in high school, he says. His parents had gone out of town for the weekend, so he'd basically had the house to himself. He'd invited his friend Marco over, and they were doing what bored teenage boys do, playing video games, drinking cheap beer they definitely weren't supposed to have, talking trash, staying up too late. Eventually, Marco went home, and the house got really quiet. A little while later, Noah's high school girlfriend, Lena, called the house phone, which already dates the story, right? She sounded upset and told him, we need to talk. I'm coming over. So he's just sitting there on the couch in the living room, TV on low, waiting for her to show up. After a few minutes, there's a knock at the front door. He gets up, walks over, opens it, and there's no one there. The porch is empty. The street is completely still. No car pulling away, no footsteps. Just silence. He stands there for a second, confused, and then kind of shrugs it off. Maybe he imagined it. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe the old door just sounded like a knock. He closes the door, locks it, and goes back to the couch. He's about to sit down when, out of the corner of his eye, he sees something move. Just a shadow at first. You know that feeling when your brain hasn't caught up yet, but your body knows something's wrong? So he turns his head. And there, standing a few feet in front of the couch, is a man. A full-grown man. Not blurry, not see-through, just there. The man is wearing a black suit and a crisp white shirt with a dark tie. His hair is slicked back, neat, almost old-fashioned, and he's just smiling. Not a friendly smile, not a big, creepy grin, just this small, fixed smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Noah tells me he froze. He didn't scream, didn't run. He just stared at this man who had absolutely no business being in his living room. The air felt heavy, he said. The way he described it, it was like the room had suddenly gotten thicker, like sound would have to push through the air to get out. He's locked eyes with this stranger, and it feels like forever, like they're both just standing there, Noah on the edge of the couch and this man in the suit, staring. Then, there's another knock at the door. A sharp, loud, very real knock. He doesn't see him leave. He doesn't hear anything. He's just gone. Noah stumbles to the front door, yanks it open, and this time it's Lena, standing there on the porch, arms crossed, looking annoyed and nervous. He drags her inside and starts telling her everything, talking way too fast. The empty doorway, the man in the suit, the way it felt wrong. She listens, but she kind of rolls her eyes and chalks it up to him being drunk and alone and spooked in a big, empty house. She doesn't believe him. Life goes on. He doesn't tell a lot of people about it, but the image of that man in the suit, just standing there, smiling, stays burned into his mind. Fast forward a bit. One afternoon, he's visiting his grandmother, his abuela, over at her little house. She mostly speaks Spanish, and his Spanish isn't great, but they manage. They're sitting at the kitchen table, drinking coffee, when he suddenly remembers that night and decides to tell her about it. He starts describing what happened, stumbling over words in Spanish. He tells her that he was alone, that someone knocked, that no one was there, that a man in a suit appeared in his living room. He doesn't even get to the part about the smile before her face changes. She sets her cup down, looks at him very seriously, and says, in Spanish, "Es el diablo. Es el diablo." That's the devil. That's the devil. He's startled and asks her what she means, and that's when she tells him her own story. Back when she was young, living in a small town in northern Mexico, she and her friends used to go out dancing at this popular nightclub on the edge of town. It had a name like El Paraíso, Paradise, one of those places with colored lights and music spilling out into the street. One night, she and two of her girlfriends went there like usual. The place was crowded, music was loud, everyone was drinking and laughing and dancing. While they were at the bar, this incredibly handsome man approached them. She remembers this very clearly. He was wearing a dark suit, not flashy, just sharp, fitted, like he'd stepped straight out of a movie. He was charming, well-spoken, confident. He bought them drinks, made them laugh, the whole cliché. One of her friends, Rosa, was instantly taken with him. You know when you can tell when someone's already decided, yeah, I like this one. It was like that. But the other friend, Camila, got quiet. She leaned over to Noah's grandmother and whispered, "Something's wrong. Don't look at his face. Look at his legs." Now that's not a normal sentence you hear every day. So his grandmother, curious and a little unnerved, glances down. And that's when she sees it. The man is wearing perfectly normal dress pants, but the outline underneath isn't right. She said that one leg looked thin and bony, like a bird's, like a scrawny chicken leg. The other leg had this strange curve to it, like the hind leg of an animal, bent in a way a human leg shouldn't be, almost like a goat's leg. She can feel her skin crawling even as she's telling the story to Noah, decades later. Panicking, she nudges Camila and mutters that they should go to the bathroom, come up with an excuse to leave, something. Rosa, meanwhile, is still completely charmed, laughing at this man's jokes, leaning closer to him at the bar. So his grandmother and Camila tell Rosa, "We'll be right back." And they leave her there with him while they rush to the bathroom, hearts pounding. And then, in the middle of their whispered panic, they hear it. Screaming. Not the fun kind of screaming you hear in a club when a favorite song comes on. Real, blood-chilling screaming. People shouting, chairs scraping, glass breaking. They yank the bathroom door open. The club is chaos. People are shoving past each other, trying to get out. There's smoke. Someone yells that there's a fire. They can see flames starting to crawl up the curtains near the stage, then licking across the ceiling. Everything is moving too fast. The music has stopped, but the ringing in their ears is so loud that it feels like it's still playing. His grandmother and Camilla are pushed outside with the crowd, coughing, eyes burning. They stumble into the street, disoriented, and when they finally catch their breath, they realize something. They can't find Rosa. They search the crowd. They call her name. No one's seen her. No one remembers the man in the suit clearly enough to describe him. Some people don't even remember noticing him at all. The fire department comes. The club burns hard and fast. By morning, it's mostly a charred shell. And Rosa, the friend who'd stayed at the bar with the handsome stranger in the suit, is never seen again. Not that night. Not the next day. Not ever. No body is found that they can identify as hers. No one hears from her. She just disappears. His grandmother tells Noah that for years afterward, people in that town whispered about it. Some said the fire was just an accident. Some said it was something darker. More than a few said the same thing. The man in the suit was the devil, walking around in plain sight. So when Noah told her about his man in the suit, smiling at him in his empty house, she didn't hesitate. "Es el diablo," she said. "He likes to show himself. Just enough so you remember." Noah finishes telling me all this, sitting beside me on that same squeaky couch where his phone had just slid across the table on its own. And we're both quiet for a moment. The room feels different. The shadows feel a little heavier in the corners. I can hear the refrigerator humming, the pipes in the wall ticking, every tiny house noise suddenly amplified. He gives a small, nervous laugh and says, "So, yeah, that's why I don't love being here alone at night." I just look at him and say, "Okay, well, if your house is haunted, your ghosts are way too dramatic." But I'll be honest with you, ever since he told me that story, any time I catch a glimpse of someone in the corner of my eye, like a reflection in a dark window or a shape at the end of a hallway, I always check what they're wearing. And if I ever see a man in a suit just standing there, smiling for no reason, I'm not sticking around to find out who he is. So, let me tell you about the one night that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. A couple of years ago, I worked at this haunted attraction in rural Delaware called Nightfall Acres. I was there for a season, working on the hayride, specifically the clown tent scene. It was either 2020 or 2021, one of those foggy years where everything kind of blends together. During the rush, it was chaos. Screaming guests, chainsaws, laughter, the whole thing. But in between hay rides, we'd get these short breaks. On the side of the tent, there was this little area where I could stash my jacket, my cigarettes, a bottle of water, and just sit for a minute. You know, catch my breath, scroll my phone, decompress. Right across from that little rest spot was a wide stretch of trees. There was this narrow dirt path, or maybe a golf cart trail running in front of the woods. From where I sat, I had a clear view of that path. One night, October 23rd, I'm pretty sure, it was late, maybe around 10:30 or 11 p.m. The moon was really bright, brighter than usual, like someone had turned up the contrast on the whole scene. The woods across from me were surprisingly well lit for how late it was. I was sitting there, smoking, looking down at my phone. Just another break between hay rides. Then, for no particular reason, I looked up. And that's when I saw it. Something huge and completely white was walking along the trail in front of the trees. At first, my brain didn't know what to do with it. It was on 4 legs, but it didn't move like a normal animal. At the shoulders, it had to be 8 or 9 feet tall. It had this strange, almost gliding gait, like each step was too smooth, too controlled, but still somehow wrong. The closest thing I can compare it to are those spirit walker costumes that were floating around online for a while, with the tall, stilted legs. Except this didn't look like a costume. It didn't bounce or wobble. It just flowed. I froze, completely. I've been startled plenty of times at haunted attractions, actors jumping out, props falling, all that. But this was different. This was the kind of fear that makes your body go silent inside. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just watched. The way it looked was even stranger. Its body seemed to shift as it walked. Sometimes it looked sharp and angular, almost polygonal, like something out of an early video game. Then it would seem softer, the edges blurring, like it was losing shape and then pulling itself back together. It was moving slowly, maybe 2 or 3 miles an hour, just strolling down the trail like it had all the time in the world. I watched it for what felt like forever. In reality, it was probably a minute, maybe a minute and a half, long enough to really see it, long enough that I can still replay it in my head, frame by frame. Every so often, it would turn and look in my direction. When it did, I realized it had no face. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just a smooth, blank surface where something's features should have been. And every time it looked at me, even without eyes, I felt this wave of anxiety crash over me, like my body was screaming at me to run, but I just couldn't. Eventually, it kept walking and slipped out of my line of sight behind some trees. The second it disappeared, it was like my body came back online. I jumped up and bolted to the other side of the clown tent, where a couple of my coworkers were hanging out. People like Mia and Tyler, who'd been there longer than me. I was out of breath, trying to explain what I'd just seen. I remember my voice shaking, my hands still buzzing with adrenaline. They listened, and I could tell they were unsettled, but I don't know if they fully believed me. I mean, I get it. We work at a haunted attraction, right? Costumes and weird props are kind of the whole point. Even I tried to talk myself out of it. I kept thinking, okay, maybe it was just someone in some crazy costume I hadn't seen yet. Maybe it was part of a new bit or a test scare on the trail. But here's the thing. There was nothing out in that direction. No set, no scare zone, no reason for someone to be walking that far out, especially in full costume, on a muddy trail, in the dark, with no audience. At the end of the night, I went straight to my manager. Let's call him Rick, who also owned the place. I asked him if we had any costumes that looked like a tall, all-white, faceless creature. I tried to describe the movement, the height, the way it looked under the moonlight. He just shook his head and said, "No, nothing like that. Not even close." Over the next few days, I told a few people who'd worked there for years about what I'd seen. A couple of them got really quiet and then admitted they'd seen something similar in that same general area. This weird, white, too tall thing that didn't move like a person. Hearing that didn't make me feel better. If anything, it made it worse. To this day, that image is burned into my memory. That enormous, matte white shape moving down the trail, shifting and faceless, looking my way without eyes. Even talking about it now makes me uncomfortable. There's this part of me that's genuinely afraid I might see it again someday, like I somehow ended up on its radar. And I really, truly hope I never do. I've scared a lot of people on purpose working those haunted attractions, but that night, I was the one who got haunted. So, my dad's side of the family has always been very spiritual, but not religious at all. You know the type. Crystals on the windowsill, dreams that mean something, that whole vibe. A lot of them have their own ghost stories or moments with the beyond. I've always been pretty skeptical, but there's this itch in the back of my mind that never totally goes away. So I figured, why not tell you? My great-grandma, her name was Elena, was a survivor of World War II. She fled her home in Lithuania when everything started falling apart. I don't know all the details. My parents were really tight-lipped about that part of the family history, and honestly, pretty fiercely conservative and closed off about anything that made them emotional. So all I really have are fragments. Elena's son, my grandfather Jonas, ended up marrying my grandma, Marion. Now, my grandma is a character. She claims she has Native American heritage, but she also tells these wild, dramatic stories that always made me kind of squint and go, really though? One of those stories used to haunt my dreams as a kid. She'd talk about this old farmhouse she lived in for a while. According to her, one night she was there completely alone, just her and the dogs. She said she was lying in bed, drifting off, when she felt this very clear tap on her hip. Not like a cramp, not the blanket shifting, an actual tap, like a fingertip. In my head, I always pictured her on a top bunk bed for some reason, even though she never said that. I think it's because I slept on the top bunk above my little brother for years, so I would imagine her in my place, someone or something underneath. She'd tell the story with such intensity. Her voice would drop, her eyes would get big, and by the time she got to the moment where she froze in bed and didn't dare turn around, my brother and I would be staring at each other, mouths open, completely hooked. We didn't realize that being breathless and spooked was exactly the reaction she was aiming for. Later on, I had my own, let's call it a maybe paranormal moment. We lived for a while in this housing development that everyone said was built near old indigenous burial grounds. You know how cities like to lean into creepy local legends if there's money in it? Ours definitely did. There were plaques, little historical tour blurbs, the whole thing. One afternoon, I was going up the stairs to my Aunt Denise's place. Halfway up, I froze. At the top of the stairs, just standing there, I saw this little native girl. She was holding a small doll in one arm, and she was looking right at me. Not angry, not smiling, just focused. There was this feeling, like she was trying to warn me about something. I wish I could tell you exactly what it was, but the message is just gone. All I remember is the fear, and not a fun campfire story fear either. It went straight into my bones. Now, I was a kid who loved mysteries and weirdness, but this shook me enough that I actually told the adults. And they didn't laugh. They went quiet. They listened. They nodded. They told me my older cousin Aaron had seen the same girl on those stairs years before. Same age, same doll, same staircase. That was it. That was all I needed to hear. Instantly, it became real for me. Capital R, real. From there, I dove headfirst into everything paranormal. Ghost shows, creepy books, urban legends. I was all in. I questioned everything, but in a way that was excited, not skeptical. I wanted the world to be full of hidden doors and secret messages. I'm older, a little more grounded, and one day, the truth kind of slips out. The same people who had encouraged my paranormal obsession, the ones who told me, "It's all real, you're so sensitive, you can see things other people can't." Yeah, turns out a lot of it was a joke to them. They admitted, laughing, that they had played along because I believed so hard. That it was hilarious how seriously I took it. And that some of the stories I'd been told, and even the confirmations of my own experiences, were just them messing with me. "Come on, it's funny, right?" they said. I didn't think it was funny. And the thing is, not everything came from them. Some things I experienced on my own. Like my dad's brother, my Uncle Marco. He told me a story that my dad still swears is true. When they were younger, they were driving back late at night to the old family place, this creaky farmhouse out in the country. As they pulled up, they looked toward the kitchen window and saw their grandmother, my grandma Lydia on their mom's side, at the sink. They said she was washing dishes exactly the way she always did, one dish at a time, scrubbing with a little scouring pad, then holding it up to the light to check for a shine. They watched her do this for a few seconds from the car. But here's the thing. She had died months before. They rushed inside, calling out to her, flipping on lights, checking the kitchen, the hallway, the bedrooms. Nothing. House completely empty. They still tell that story like it's just a simple fact. Like, yeah, that happened. End of discussion. And then there's my own weirdness that didn't involve anyone else at all. Once, when I was a teenager, my friends and I decided to go explore this road that everyone in town said was spiritually active. It used to be a main road, but it had fallen into disrepair, and people mostly avoided it. Of course, we heard that and went, "Perfect, let's go at night." We walked that cracked, overgrown road under the stars, taking pictures with our cheap little cameras and phones. There was this heavy feeling in the air, like the silence was pressing in on us. And I remember telling them, "I don't know what it is, but something is walking with us." Later, when we looked at the photos, we noticed something strange. In almost every picture that I was in, there was this bright orb of light hovering near me. Not dust, not a lens flare that showed up in every shot. Only the photos where I was standing there, a little blob of light right beside me or just over my shoulder. Pictures without me, no orb. It was like something had decided to be my +1 on that midnight walk. And then there's the part I still don't really know how to talk about without feeling a little ridiculous. People close to me tell me I predict things. Like I'll say, "I bet so-and-so is going to call in the next hour," and then they do. Or I'll dream about something oddly specific, and then it plays out in real life a few days later. Or I'll know something about a situation that no one has told me, but I'll just say it, and it's right. For most of my life, I wrote it off as instinct, or pattern recognition, or just being really observant. You can explain a lot with those things, honestly. But lately, it's gotten harder to completely deny that there might be something else going on. Some other sense, just barely humming under the surface. So here I am, skeptical, a little bit bruised from being the butt of the joke, but still carrying these stories around with me. I don't know if that girl on the stairs was real, or if my brain stitched something together from fear and local legends. I don't know if my grandma really felt that tap on her hip, or if my uncles truly saw their dead grandmother at the sink. What I do know is how real it all felt. To them, to me, to the kid who just wanted adults to take them seriously, and to the adult who still feels something tug at the edge of her awareness now and then. Maybe it's all stories. Maybe it's all neurons firing in weird patterns. Or maybe, just maybe, there's a little more light on the staircase than we're willing to admit. So, this happened about 4 months ago, around 7 p.m. At the time, I was staying with my older cousin and his family, helping out at his little electronics shop during a long break from university. Most evenings I'd walk home, and instead of taking the short, busy road, I'd deliberately choose the long, winding one. Not for the scenery, for privacy. That's the route I use when I want to smoke without my cousin's wife finding out. It's usually quiet, just a few scattered houses, some overgrown bushes, and the occasional motorbike passing by. The kind of road where you can hear your own footsteps and your own thoughts a little too clearly. That evening, I passed my friend Musa, who runs this tiny juice stand along the way. We just did a quick greeting, one of those, "You good?" nods. Nothing strange, nothing heavy. The sky was already dimming, that soft blue-gray right before it turns properly dark. You know that time of day when the streetlights are thinking about turning on, but haven't yet? I kept walking. Now, normally, if I see someone coming toward me, I'll wait before lighting up. I really don't want anyone recognizing me, and then somehow that story traveling all the way back home. But that day, there were 2 people on the road. One guy was in front of me, walking in the same direction as I was. He had a dark blue jacket on and was moving at a slow, steady pace. The other person was coming toward us from the opposite side, walking down the road. That one was easy to spot in the fading light. He was wearing this light gray hoodie. Not pure white, but still bright enough to stand out. I slowed my pace, looked around. It was just us 3 on this long, quiet stretch of road. No cars passing, no bikes. Just that faint rustling from the bushes and the sound of my steps on the dirt. I figured, all right, it's fine, and decided to light my cigarette. So I glanced down, cupping my hand around the lighter because of the little evening breeze. The flame flickers, catches, and I take a quick drag. This all takes, 2 seconds? 3? When I look up, the guy in the gray hoodie is gone. Just gone. He hadn't passed me yet. He hadn't brushed by. I didn't hear footsteps running or leaves moving or anything. 1 second he's there, clear as day, walking toward us. The next second, nothing. Empty road. The guy in front of me, the one in the dark jacket, had just been about to pass him. I saw his reaction. His body kind of jerked, like he'd just hit an invisible wall. He turned his head sharply to where the man should have been, like his brain was trying to catch up with what his eyes had just seen. And I could tell, he had definitely seen him. And he had definitely seen him disappear. There wasn't even a pause after that. He just ran. I mean, full-on sprint. He bolted downhill toward the main road like something had exploded behind him. No looking back, no trying to be subtle. You could see pure fear in the way he moved, like his legs were deciding faster than his mind could. Meanwhile, I'm standing there with a cigarette in my hand, my heart suddenly pounding. My first thought was, do I really want to keep walking in that direction? But you know how it is. I tried to act like I wasn't scared. I told myself, maybe I missed something. Maybe he stepped off the road. Maybe there's a side path I never noticed. I didn't want this to turn into some horror movie in my head, so I kept walking. When I reached the spot where the man in the gray hoodie should have been, I slowed down and actually stopped. I checked the bushes on both sides of the road. I looked behind a little concrete barrier on the edge. I even peered into this small ditch where people sometimes throw trash. Nothing, just a strange, heavy kind of silence. I stood there longer than I probably should have, just listening. My cigarette had burned almost halfway down between my fingers, and I hadn't even taken another drag. I remember thinking, if this was a prank, it's a really committed one. There was nowhere for him to go that quickly. The road stretches out in a fairly straight line there. If he'd run, I would have seen him. If he'd ducked into a yard, I would have at least heard something. But there was nothing. Just that empty road and my racing heartbeat. I really wish I could talk to the guy who ran. I still think about him sometimes. Like, did he see exactly what I saw? Did he see more? Did he see something in that split second that I didn't catch because I was looking down at my lighter? But I never saw him again. I don't even know his name. Just some stranger who was there for the weirdest moment of my life and then disappeared from it. Same as the man in the gray hoodie. That night, when I got back to my cousin's place, I was quiet. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I just showered, ate, and pretended everything was normal. But inside, I was still back on that road. For a while after that, I avoided that route. I'd take the busier road home, even if it meant no sneaky cigarettes. Every time I thought about going back, I'd picture that empty stretch of road and the way that guy took off running like he'd seen the edge of the world. Eventually, though, I did go back. Life kind of forced me to. Habits, shortcuts, routines. And nothing else happened. No strange figures, no disappearances. Just the same quiet road, the same fading light, the same long walk home. But that memory, it never really softened. It just stayed sharp. And look, I've asked myself all the usual questions. Was it the light playing tricks on my eyes? Did he just step behind something at the perfect moment? Did my brain just fill in the gaps wrong? Thing is, it wasn't just me. That other guy saw him too. I saw the shock in his body language. I saw the fear in the way he ran. Whatever happened on that road, I'm convinced it wasn't just in my head. So yeah, that's the night I watched someone simply not be there anymore. I still don't know what I saw, but I know what I felt. What about you? If you were in my place, would you say it was a trick of the mind, or would you think something else was walking that road with us? Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M channel. How's your night going? Still having trouble sleeping? I've been waiting all day for this, my favorite time, when I can sit down with the mic and share some paranormal stories with you. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notifications so you don't miss any of the latest videos. Thank you so much for always listening and supporting me. Now, put on your headphones, turn on a little nightlight, and let's get started. So, hi. I don't really know how to start this without sounding crazy, but I'll just talk to you the way I'd tell a friend over coffee. Every time I close my eyes, I still see it. That black shape between the trees. If you'd asked me a year ago whether I believe in this kind of thing, I would have laughed it off. I'm the rational one in the family. I fix laptops. I argue about movies. I fall asleep to podcasts about science. And yet here I am, telling you this with my hands actually shaking a little. It started on one of those oddly warm autumn Sundays. You know the kind. Sky a bit hazy, air smelling like dry leaves and dust, like the season hasn't quite decided if it's summer or fall yet. My friend Milan and I decided to hike up Gendam Hill. It's this place just outside town where you can see everything. Blocks, chimneys, tiny cars moving like toys. We've been up there a bunch of times before, just to drink coffee from a thermos and complain about life. Simple stuff. I've always liked that hill. There's something heavy about it, like it's old in a way the rest of the city isn't. My grandma, Baba Rada, used to say the Turks named it Jendem, hell, because the hill keeps its own company at night. She'd tell me, if you hear footsteps there after dark, you keep your mouth shut. You don't ask who it is. I used to laugh and roll my eyes. I don't laugh at that story anymore. That day it was late afternoon, maybe 4 or 5. The sun was still strong, and the heat made the air wobble over the rocks. We sat near this old concrete base where there used to be some kind of antenna or tower years ago. From there, the city below looked small and harmless. We talked about work, about his girlfriend, about how nothing ever changes and somehow everything changes too fast. You know, normal stuff. At some point, I noticed he'd gone quiet. I looked over, and Milan was squinting toward the tree line on the slope. He nudged me with his elbow and said, really softly, "Hey, do you see that? Down there?" At first, I thought it was just a guy, maybe another hiker in dark clothes. But the longer I stared, the stranger it looked. It wasn't standing quite right. I couldn't see arms or legs or a face. There was no shine, no folds of fabric, nothing to catch the light. It wasn't just dark, it was wrong. Like a piece of the hill had been cut out and replaced with pure black. You know how shadows still look like they're part of the world? This didn't. It looked like the world had a hole in it. That's when the smell hit me. At first, I thought maybe a transformer had blown somewhere nearby. It smelled like burnt metal, hot and sharp, but underneath it was something rotten, like meat left out in the sun. My stomach turned. Milan swore under his breath and said, "We should go. Let's just go." I wanted to get up. I really did. But it felt like someone had poured wet cement into my legs. I was breathing, my heart was pounding, but my body wouldn't listen. The thing, whatever it was, turned toward us. It didn't move the way a person does. It was like the space around it tilted. One second it was facing the trees, the next second it was facing us, and I never saw it turn. It just shifted, and the world bent around it. The air got heavy, like before a storm, but there were no clouds. Everything went silent. And I mean silent. No wind in the grass, no insects, no distant traffic from the city. It was like someone pressed mute on the whole world. Then I heard it. I don't know how long that lasted. A few seconds? A minute? Time just dropped. And then, as suddenly as if someone flipped a switch, it was gone. No walking away, no fading. Just one moment it was there. The next, there was a patch of ordinary trees and dry grass, like nothing had ever been wrong. I gasped like I'd been underwater. When I looked to my left, Milan was already halfway down the path, stumbling, yelling at me to move. That broke whatever was holding me in place. I grabbed my backpack and ran after him. The whole way down, I kept expecting to feel that heavy silence again, or smell the burnt metal, or hear that scraping whisper. But it was just the sound of our feet and our breathing, too loud and too human. At the bottom of the hill, near the first houses, we stopped. He looked awful, white as chalk, eyes wide, sweat drying on his face like he'd been running for hours. We stood there for a bit, not saying anything. Finally, he shook his head and muttered, almost too quietly to hear, Don't come looking for me after this, okay? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to remember. And then he just turned and walked away. That night, I tried to be normal. I made dinner, put on a stupid show, scrolled on my phone. But every time I glanced at the dark corner of the room, my chest tightened. I went to bed with the light on. The next morning, I texted him. "You okay?" No answer. In the evening, I called. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. 2 days later, I ran into his cousin at the store. She looked exhausted. When I asked about him, her eyes filled up. She told me Milan had been taken to the hospital. He'd started waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, saying, "The black one is at the window. It knows I can see it." He wouldn't sleep. He wouldn't eat. He just kept staring at the curtains, waiting for something only he could see. I haven't gone to visit him, and I hate myself a little for that. But I don't know if I could handle seeing that look on his face again. As for me, I haven't been the same either. I used to love the dark. I'd sit on the balcony with the lights off and just watch the city. Now, when I turn off the lights in my apartment, I get this feeling like the dark is watching me back. Sometimes I'll catch something at the edge of my vision, just a shape, a patch of black that's somehow darker than everything else. When I look straight at it, it's gone, but the feeling stays. On really bad nights, when the apartment is too quiet, I swear I can hear that sound again. That faint, metallic whisper, like someone breathing through a mouthful of rusted nails, right behind my ear. I tell myself it's just my brain, stuck on what happened. That fear is a kind of echo, and echoes eventually fade. That's what I tell myself. But then there was last week. I was standing on my balcony, late, almost midnight. From there, you can see the outline of Jendam Hill against the sky. Just a dark shape, nothing special. I'd been avoiding looking at it, honestly, but that night my eyes drifted up there on their own. Right at the top, where we'd sat that day, I saw it. A figure, completely still. Not moving, not shifting its weight, just there. A darker shadow against the dark hill. The same wrong black, like a piece of the world had been cut out. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. It was still there, facing the city. And I got this horrible, quiet feeling. Not like it was watching the whole town, but like it knew exactly where I was standing. That if I lifted my hand to wave, it would somehow see it. I went back inside and shut the door. I don't even remember locking it, but I must have, because I woke up later to the sound of the key still rattling in the lock from my shaking hands. But deep down, under all the maybe and all the logical explanations, there's this one stubborn thought that won't budge. That hill is called Jendam for a reason, and whatever we saw up there, it's still watching. So, I haven't thought about that summer in a long time, but now that it's in my head, it won't leave. I grew up in this small town in Bulgaria, near the hills. Back then, when we were teenagers, we were always sneaking around places we weren't supposed to be. Old factories, half-collapsed barns, abandoned schools. Just dumb, we're invincible kind of stuff, you know? One day my friend Alex tells us his family has this old house out in the countryside, maybe 10, 12 kilometers from town. It used to belong to his great-uncle. Nobody had lived there since the man died. Alex said, "We can go for the weekend. No neighbors, no parents. We can drink, smoke, play music as loud as we want." Sounded perfect. But the moment we saw the place, my stomach just dropped. You ever get that feeling before anything actually happens? Like your body knows something you don't? The house was this sagging two-story thing with missing roof tiles and a gate that didn't quite close. The yard was overgrown, with weeds and nettles up to our knees. One of the shutters was hanging by a nail, banging softly whenever the wind hit it just right. When we opened the front door, a wave of cold, stale air hit us. It smelled like damp wood and something old, like a wardrobe that hasn't been opened in decades. Inside, it looked like time had just stopped. There were heavy wooden chairs, a lace tablecloth on the dining table, a bowl without any fruit, just dust. Family photos on the walls, so faded you could barely make out the eyes, just shadows where faces used to be. In the living room, above a little fireplace, there was this square wall clock, cream-colored, with a glass front cracked in one corner. Its hands were stuck at 11:41. Of course, we started with the ghost jokes. We were 15, 16. Of course we did. We spent the evening playing cards, passing around cheap beer, trying cigarettes we pretended we weren't choking on. The sun went down, the house got darker, but the party mood kind of carried us along for a while. But sometime after midnight, it got too quiet. The kind of quiet where you suddenly notice every little sound your body makes. Swallowing, breathing, shifting on the old couch. Around 1 a.m, I went outside to pee. There was this old stone well in the yard, and the moon was so bright it made everything look almost silver. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing on my shoulders. I was standing there, looking up at the sky, when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, heavy, deliberate. You know how your whole body just locks up? That's what happened. I didn't even turn around at first. I just listened. Step, step, step. When I finally forced myself to turn, there was nothing there. Just the weeds moving a little. No road nearby, no lights, no voices. Just us and that dead, empty yard. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out more like a cough. I went back inside, trying not to look like I was spooked. I told Alex, "Hey, I think someone's walking around out there." He was sitting on the floor, back against the wall, a half-finished beer in his hand. And he looked at me with this expression that was too serious for the situation. "That's normal," he said. I remember those exact words. That's normal. I kind of snorted. "What, you've got night guards in the middle of nowhere?" He shook his head. "No, it's just my uncle. He died here. My grandma says he still checks the house." He said it so casually, like he was telling me his uncle still came by on Sundays. I waited for the punchline, for him to grin and nudge the guy next to him, but his face stayed flat. A little sad, actually. It sounded like something heavy falling. A chair, maybe. The kind of sound that has weight to it. The thing is, that room was empty. We'd looked earlier. Just bare floorboards and a wardrobe with its doors hanging open. We all went quiet. No more jokes. No one moved. Then we heard another sound. A slow dragging, like a table leg scraping across the floor. Stop. Then again, drag. Stop. Drag. It was coming from that same empty room. Nobody wanted to go check. And honestly, I'm glad we didn't. Instead, our attention snapped back to the living room because we heard something else. Tick. We all turned toward the clock above the fireplace. Remember, when we came in, its hands were frozen at 11:41. I had noticed it earlier because the number 4 was written as I instead of IV, and we'd made a stupid joke about it. Now the second hand was moving, but it wasn't moving right. It didn't go forward like a normal clock. It didn't go backward either. It shivered. Tick, tock, tock, tick, tick, tock. It was like it couldn't decide which direction time was supposed to go. One of my friends whispered, "No way, no way," under his breath, and I could hear his voice breaking a little. The ticking grew louder, not just in volume, more like presence. It felt like there were dozens of clocks all around us, all ticking out of sync, filling the room, pushing against our ears. That's when the single naked bulb in the ceiling flickered. Once, twice, then stayed on, but dimmer, like something was sucking the energy out of it. Nobody said, "Let's get out of here." We just stood up at the same time, like we were all being pulled by the same string, and bolted out the door. Outside, the night felt sharper, colder. I remember my hands shaking as I tried to light a cigarette, the flame of the lighter dancing like it was scared too. Alex took out a candle from his backpack, this short, white church candle. I didn't even know he had it. He stuck it into the dirt near the front steps and lit it. "For him," he said quietly. Nobody asked who him was. We all knew. We stood in a loose circle around that little flame, watching it bend and straighten, like someone was breathing on it. There was no wind, not even a breeze. The trees were perfectly still. Every now and then the flame would pull sideways, then stand up again, like someone leaning in close, then pulling back. When the candle had burned low, wax spilling over into the grass, Alex just stared at it. He had this far-off look, like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. After a while, he said, "We should go back in. He doesn't like it when the house is empty." Which is a horrible sentence, by the way. I still hate that he said it like that. But we followed him. The living room felt heavier when we walked in, like the air itself was thicker. There was a faint smell of smoke, but none of us had smoked inside. Our packs of cigarettes were still in our jackets by the door. And the clock wasn't stuck anymore. The hands were moving. Smooth, normal, easy. The second hand ticked like any other clock. The time was 3:13 a.m. We just stood there, shoulder to shoulder, watching it. The ticking was soft now, almost gentle, like a lullaby after a scream. Then, when the minute hand clicked over to 3:15 exactly, the clock stopped. Not slowed, not stuttered. Stopped. The tick disappeared so suddenly, it was like someone pressed mute on reality. That silence. I can't explain it properly. It wasn't just no sound. It felt full, like the room was listening, like something had just finished what it came to do. I looked over at Alex. All the color had drained from his face. His eyes were shiny, but he wasn't crying. He just stared at the clock and whispered, "He's done." None of us argued. We grabbed our bags, our bottles, whatever we'd brought, and left the house as quickly as we could without breaking into a full sprint. Nobody wanted to be the one who started running first. The walk back to the main road was quiet. No jokes, no teasing, no, "That was crazy, huh?" We just trudged along the dirt path, listening to the crunch of our footsteps. In the years after, that house got sold, then renovated. Then I heard it burn down. I don't know what's true and what's small-town gossip. I never went back to check. Alex and I lost touch eventually, like people do. Life moved on. Different cities, different jobs, different problems. But sometimes, when I'm up late at night and the apartment is completely still, there's this moment right before I fall asleep when I swear I can hear a clock I don't own. Tick-tock, tock-tick. And here's the thing. I will tell anyone who asks that I don't believe in ghosts. But I've never, not once, asked Alex what actually happened to his uncle in that house. And I don't think I ever will. Okay, so I've been living in this house for about 5 years now. And honestly, from the very beginning, something has just felt off. Not like, oh, this house is old and creaky, off. More like this heavy, quiet dread, like the walls remembered something I wasn't supposed to know. I used to joke to my friends, watch, somebody probably died in here. But it never really felt like a joke. Nothing was ever disclosed, nothing in the lease. I even Googled deaths at this address and came up empty. So I told myself I was being dramatic. Too many late night ghost shows, right? But then there were the little things. Our dog Milo would just freeze and stare into the same corner of the living room, fur standing up along his spine, growling under his breath at absolutely nothing. Bedroom doors would slowly drift shut on their own. I blamed the AC, the draft, whatever explanation made it easier to sleep. There were knocks in the hallway at night, like someone tapping on the wall with their knuckles. Random bumps, the occasional shadow that would flicker just at the edge of my vision, so I'd whip my head around, only to realize it might have just been my hair in my peripheral. I kept telling myself that. It's nothing, it's just me. My older daughter, Lily, was 3, maybe 4 at the time, and she hated walking down the hallway alone once it got dark. She would stand there, right at the edge of the light, and say, "Come with me, Mommy," even if she was just going to grab a stuffed animal from her room. I shrugged it all off. You do that a lot when you need life to stay normal. Then a few years passed, and I got pregnant with our second baby, Nora. That's when the energy in the house shifted. It went from occasionally creepy to constantly watched. It felt like eyes on the back of my neck all the time. I'd be washing dishes, and it was like someone was standing right behind me, just outside my line of sight. I'd turn around, thinking maybe it was my husband, Mark, and there'd be no one there. One weekend, my mom came over to house sit while we were out of town. She's tough. She doesn't scare easily. She was sitting in the garage on a little folding chair, lacing up her shoes to do some yard work. It was quiet, middle of the afternoon, bright daylight. There's a door that connects our garage to the laundry room. She's tying her laces when she hears this knock on that door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. She told me later she just stared at the door, waiting for someone to open it. But nobody did. And then the knocking started again, harder this time. Bang, bang, bang. Like whoever was on the other side was mad she hadn't answered yet. She said it felt like the sound was coming not just from the wood, but from inside the house itself. That was it for her. She grabbed her keys, hit the button for the garage door, and literally walked out before it fully opened. She called me from her car and said, "I love you, but I'm not going back in there alone. Call me when you're home." And that was unsettling, to say the least. Then Nora was born. We finally brought her home from the hospital. You know how it's supposed to feel when you bring a new baby into the house? Warm, soft, full of that sleepy newborn peace. It wasn't like that. The closer you got to our room, the more it felt like there was this pressure pushing against your skin. And the worst of it seemed to be coming from the walk-in closet off our room. I could stand in the doorway and feel this hum, energy or something. One night, I was sitting on the edge of the bed nursing Nora. The room was dark except for the soft glow of a nightlight. It was quiet, just her little breaths, that half-asleep rhythm babies do. I looked down at her, just admiring her tiny face, and for some reason, my eyes locked with hers. You know how babies' eyes reflect light sometimes? I could see my own silhouette in her pupils, except this time, I saw something else. In the reflection of her eyes, behind me, in the doorway, there was this tall, black figure. just darker than the dark around it. No features, no face, but you could tell it was a man, standing there, watching us. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Every part of my body went cold. I knew if I turned around, I might actually see it, and somehow that felt worse than pretending it wasn't there. So I closed my eyes. I held Nora tighter, kept nursing her, and just silently begged, "Please leave us alone. Please go away." After that, Nora started acting different. She would stare at certain spots in the house, not just in that, "Oh look, a ceiling fan," baby way. She'd focus on something I couldn't see, her face kind of sad, like she was listening to someone I couldn't hear. When she started saying her first words, she'd point down the hallway and say, "Dada." But Mark would be at work. There was no one in the hallway. At first we thought, oh, she just associates the hallway with him getting home, or something like that. But her words kept growing. One evening, she stood at the edge of that same dark hallway, pointed, and said, clear as day, "He's hurt." I froze. I said, "What, baby? Who's hurt?" And she just pointed, eyes wide. "He's died. He's died." She wasn't even 2 yet. I mean, how does an 18-month-old understand died? We don't talk about death in front of her like that. Mark and I just stared at each other, and I could see in his face that whatever excuses we'd been making were starting to fall apart. It didn't stop there. Now, if the hallway light is off, Nora will stand at the edge of it and whisper, "Scary. Hurt." She doesn't like to go down there alone either. Same hallway that freaked Lily out when she was little, by the way. I didn't connect that at first. Now it feels obvious. One night, the 4 of us were all sleeping in our bed. Me, Mark, little Lily squeezed between us, and Nora in the middle of the mattress closer to the foot, completely passed out. We'd been watching TV, winding down, and I finally clicked it off. The room went dark except for a little sliver of light from the hallway. We're lying there in the quiet, just about to drift off, when Nora suddenly bolts upright. Just shoots straight up from dead sleep, points at the ceiling over our bed, and in this bright, cheerful little voice goes, "Hi!" I swear, my soul left my body. Mark sat up so fast he nearly knocked the headboard. We both just stared at the spot she was waving to, and of course, there was nothing there. We turned the TV back on right away, like the light and noise could somehow push whatever it was away. Lily pulled the blanket up to her chin and wouldn't look at the ceiling at all. That's when I started really digging. I did more searches, asked a few neighbors, pieced together little comments my landlord had made over the years, and sure enough, I finally found out. Someone did die in this house. It was my landlord's father. From what I could gather, it was sudden, some kind of illness he hadn't told anyone about. One day he was here, the next he was gone. He passed in the house, and not long after that, her mother moved out. Never came back. My landlord, let's call her Mrs. Reyes, has had chances to move in herself. I've heard her son, Eric, gently push her, saying she should either sell the place or fix it up and live here. She always brushes it off. She'll say things like, No, that house is fine as a rental," or, "I just don't see myself there." She needs a better place for herself. She's even said that, but she never talks about this house like it's home. It's more like a problem she keeps at arm's length. And lately, it feels like the more serious we get about leaving, the more the energy in here ramps up. We're moving in about a month. Boxes are starting to pile up. We talk openly in the house now, like, okay, this room's next. And I catch myself wondering if whatever is here can hear us. Just last week, Mark and I were sitting on the couch, finally relaxing after getting some packing done. We're watching a movie, nothing scary, just something dumb and funny. He suddenly reaches back and goes, "Ow, what the?" I look over, and there are these long, red scratches starting at the side of his neck, running all the way down between his shoulder blades, like claw marks. No pets nearby, no sharp tags on his shirt. He hadn't moved. We both just stared at each other. That fight or flight feeling kicked in hard. A little later that night, he went out to grab us some snacks. It was dark in the driveway, but we've lived here long enough to know where everything is. Still, as he was backing the car out, he kept feeling like he was hitting something. He said it felt like the car was bumping over an object that wasn't there. He stopped the car 3 separate times, got out with his phone flashlight, walked around, checked behind the tires, under the bumper. Nothing. Smooth pavement. No toys, no rocks, no trash. He called me from the car, voice shaky, and said, "I don't know what's going on, but it feels like something doesn't want me to leave." And then, that same night, I shot awake from a dead sleep. Heart pounding, sheets cold with sweat. I rolled over to check the time on my phone. It was 3:17 a.m. You know how sometimes you see a time and just know it means something? That's how it felt, like being shaken awake. So now here I am, packing up our lives, feeling the air in this house getting heavier by the day, like it's pressing against my chest. And I keep wondering, when we turn in the keys, do I tell Mrs. Reyes what I think? Do I look her in the eye and say, "I think there's a man's spirit in your house, and I think it might be your father, and this place needs to be blessed"? Part of me thinks I should just leave, take my kids, my husband, my dog, and walk away. Let it be someone else's job to figure out what's going on here. But another part of me, the mom part, the human part, feels like I'd be abandoning the next family who moves in, the way no one warned us. So I don't know yet what I'm going to do. All I know is, this house never felt empty, and the closer we get to leaving, the more it feels like it knows. It happened quite a while ago, back when I was still studying under my spiritual teacher, Pak Surya, in Yogyakarta. That night, it was around 10:30. I was riding my old motorcycle, and he was sitting behind me, calm as always. We were heading toward the outskirts of the city, to a place people often whispered about, a spot known to be haunted. Our purpose sounded simple: practice deep meditation, learn to quiet the mind, open the heart, and feel the rhythm of nature. Under his guidance, I was supposed to learn how to sense and absorb the subtle energy of the universe. The ride started out peaceful. The moon was almost full, bright enough that we barely needed the streetlights. The outer road wasn't too crowded back then, just a wide strip of asphalt stretching ahead of us. The night air was cool, and the wind against my jacket felt soothing. The engine hummed steadily, and for a moment, I felt like everything was in perfect balance. Then, out of nowhere, a light mist started to fall. Not quite rain, just tiny droplets carried by the breeze. They brushed against my face, and suddenly the coolness felt different, sharper. It sent a chill straight down my spine. You know that feeling when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up for no obvious reason? That's exactly what happened. I suddenly felt observed, like something I couldn't see had quietly turned its attention toward us. Behind me, Pak Surya gently tapped my shoulder. "Slow down, pull over for a bit," he said softly. I didn't argue. I eased off the throttle and steered the motorcycle to the roadside. As we came to a stop, I realized how strange the road felt. Normally, even late at night, there would still be a passing truck, a distant motorcycle, some headlights in the distance. But right then, nothing. No engines, no lights, no people. It was just us. I looked to the left and right, trying to figure out why he'd asked me to stop. On one side, there were dark trees and bushes. On the other, land that looked empty in the dim light. The moon reflected faintly on the damp asphalt, like a pale ribbon stretching ahead. The silence started to press in on me. The calm I'd felt earlier slowly turned into uneasiness, and then into something heavier. The air felt occupied, if that makes sense, like the place itself was holding its breath. My heart began to beat faster. I didn't know what we were waiting for, but my body seemed to know something was coming. Surya didn't move. He sat straight, eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. His face, usually relaxed, was serious, almost stern. When I glanced at him, I suddenly understood. This wasn't just a quiet pause on the road. This was part of the lesson he had never mentioned. The atmosphere shifted. The cold in the air felt like it had a weight to it. My hands started to tremble on the handlebars. My legs felt weak. My breathing turned shallow, and a thin layer of cold sweat formed on my back. To be honest, deep inside, I regretted coming with him that night. Before that fear could swell into full-blown panic, he leaned forward and placed his palms close to my face, without touching me. His hands hovered there, and he began to whisper a short incantation, so quietly that I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm of his breath. The moment he finished, I felt something, like a warm current spreading from my chest to my arms, my head, down to my feet. The trembling eased just a little, but at the same time, my senses sharpened. It was as if a thin curtain had been pulled away from my eyes, and then I saw it. At first, my mind refused to accept what I was seeing. It was a snake, but not like any normal snake. Its body was as thick as an oil drum, maybe thicker. The length of it stretched across the road and kept going. I couldn't see where it ended. Its scales were a strange mix of golden and greenish copper, each one almost as big as my palm, catching and reflecting the moonlight with every slow ripple of movement. I could hear it too, the faint scraping sound of its scales against the damp asphalt, like someone dragging heavy chains very slowly. That sound, it still echoes in my memory. All the strength drained from my body. My hand slipped slightly from the handlebars, and I almost toppled over. But again, Surya was there. Another firm tap on my shoulder, grounding me. "Steady," he whispered. "Stay calm. That is Nyaya Kanchana. She's just passing through. She won't see us. I've already shielded us." He meant a spiritual barrier, an invisible protection he'd formed around us. But his words didn't really comfort me. If anything, they made the moment feel even more unreal. Because just as he finished speaking, the giant serpent's head began to turn, slowly, deliberately, toward us. I froze. It felt like time stopped. And that's when I realized the head was not that of a snake. What faced us was the upper form of a woman, so beautiful it hurt to look at her. Her long black hair flowed down her back, glistening as though each strand carried its own thread of moonlight. Her skin seemed to glow faintly. On her head rested a delicate crown, silvery and intricate, like something from an old legend. Her eyes, that's what I remember most. They were deep and shining, with a sadness and a knowing that felt ancient. In that instant, all my fear shifted into something else. I was captivated, drawn in. It felt like my mind and heart were being pulled toward her. Every instinct that had been screaming in fear just moments before went quiet. I wasn't thinking about danger anymore. I wasn't thinking about God, or my teacher, or even myself. I only felt this overwhelming fascination, like I was standing at the edge of a beautiful, endless abyss and being invited to step forward. Then, thwack. A sharp, painful slap landed on my shoulder. Paksuria's voice cut through the haze, firmer than before. "Wake up," he snapped. "Don't look into her eyes too long." His words broke whatever spell I'd been under. I inhaled deeply, like I'd been holding my breath. My heart started racing all over again, but this time I was aware of how close I'd come to losing myself without even realizing it. The serpent woman slowly turned her gaze away and continued her crossing, moving with a grace that was almost unreal. The sound of her scales against the road continued in that slow, steady rhythm. That night, I learned something I've never forgotten. Not all beauty is meant to be trusted. Sometimes, what looks the most enchanting on the surface is exactly what is meant to trap you. After a moment, my teacher tapped my shoulder again, gentler now. "That," he said quietly, eyes still following the creature, "is a snake spirit. Some people seek her out. They make pacts. They offer rituals and promises, hoping for instant wealth. And many of them get it." He paused, letting the words sink in. "But what they don't see," he continued, "is the price that follows. In the end, the soul is what's taken. Nothing given by that kind of spirit is ever free." "Look at the size of those scales," he said softly. "The bigger and clearer they are, the older she is. When they're still young, the scales are smaller, dull, the colors flat. This one," he exhaled slowly, "she's old, maybe hundreds of years." A fresh shiver ran through me. The idea that something like that had been slithering through the unseen corners of our world for centuries made my skin crawl. He added, "Notice how she moves, not hiding, not rushing. That's a sign she's no longer bound to anyone. Wild now. Free." Usually, snake spirits that are kept by humans only appear in certain places at certain times, when they're summoned, when there are offerings or special mantras. But this one, she goes where she wishes. We watched until finally, the last part of her body slid off the asphalt and vanished into the shadowy trees. The road became empty again, as if nothing had happened. But the feeling in my chest told me otherwise. Paksurya drew in a deep breath and lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the moon was still shining calmly, as if the universe hadn't just revealed a secret right in front of us. "God's creation is truly strange and wondrous," he murmured. "There is the world we see every day, and there is another world, hidden, but just as real. Tonight, you were allowed to peek into that hidden side. Remember this. Don't let yourself be dazzled. Don't be greedy for easy promises, especially those wrapped in mystical beauty. Most of the time, behind them lies only deception." I didn't say anything. I couldn't, really. My body still felt weak, and my mind was a mess of fear, awe, and disbelief. But inside, I knew something had shifted. The image of Naya Kinchana's face stayed with me. Beautiful, otherworldly, and terrifying all at once. It burned itself into my memory, and it has never left. That night became a turning point in my spiritual journey. After that, I wasn't just curious anymore. I was cautious. I understood, in a way I never had before, that the unseen world is real, and that not everything that shines in the dark is meant to be touched. And every time I ride along a quiet road under the moon now, I still remember that night. and I silently remind myself not to be blinded by beauty and never to trade my soul for anything that glitters. So, I have an older brother. Let's call him Rio. I'm May, by the way. Rio's 2 years older than me, and ever since we were kids, he's always been different. Not in a bad way, just quieter, more serious, sensitive. When other boys were outside kicking soccer balls around, yelling and scraping their knees, he'd be inside, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a comic book or watching old movies. He hated loud noises. Even the sound of the vacuum cleaner made him frown and leave the room. I was the complete opposite. I was always running around outside, laughing too loud, coming home with dirt on my clothes and new stories about friends my parents had never heard of. Our relatives used to shake their heads and joke, "Are you sure these two weren't switched at birth?" But somehow, despite being so different, Rio and I got along really well. We didn't play the same way, but we talked a lot. We'd sit side by side on the couch, watching the same shows, sharing the same comic books. He'd point out little details in the panels that I never noticed, and I'd tell him the gossip from school. Back then, our family didn't have much money. We lived in this old, creaky rental apartment at the end of a narrow alley. The wallpaper was peeling, the pipes rattled, and the windows whistled when the wind blew. But that was just normal for us. One day, when I was still in elementary school, I remember looking at Rio and suddenly realizing he didn't really have any friends. I asked him, kind of bluntly, "Hey, Rio, aren't you lonely? You don't really have any friends, right?" He didn't get mad. He just answered calmly, "I'm not lonely. I have 2 friends here in the apartment. I talk to them all the time." That threw me off. "In the apartment? Where?" I asked. "I've never seen them." He said, like it was the most natural thing in the world, "They don't come out when everyone's awake. It's too noisy. They come out at night, when it's just me. That's when we talk." It sounded strange, but Rio was always scribbling stories in notebooks and making up worlds and characters. So I thought, okay, it's just his imagination again. I remember him mentioning those 2 friends a few more times over the years, casually, as if they were real people I just happened to miss. Time passed. I started middle school, and Rio was already in high school. One autumn weekend, our family went to visit my father's parents. They lived in a little house out in the countryside, surrounded by rice fields and persimmon trees. My grandpa, everyone called him Grandpa Sato, was one of those strong, old-fashioned men. A farmer his whole life. Sunburned skin, loud laugh, always a drink in his hand when the work was done. He never seemed weak, never sick. The idea of him being fragile, it just didn't exist to me. On the way back home, I was sitting in the back seat of the car, next to Rio. It was already dark outside, and the highway lights were sliding past in slow, yellow streaks. Rio leaned in a little and whispered, just loud enough for me to hear, "Grandpa doesn't have much time left." I stared at him. "What? What are you talking about? He looks totally fine." Rio kept his eyes forward and said quietly, "You'll understand soon. Grandpa doesn't have any color left." I blinked. "No color? What does that even mean?" He didn't answer. He just turned his face toward the window, and I couldn't read his expression at all. By that point, I had already started to suspect that Rio had something. You know how people talk about a sixth sense? I wouldn't say it out loud to anyone, but in my head, I'd already labeled it that. So when he said, "Grandpa doesn't have any color left," a chill crawled up my spine. That night, I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. feeling uneasy without knowing exactly why. A few days later, my parents got a call. Grandpa had gone to the clinic for a routine checkup, and they'd found something. After more tests, they diagnosed him with liver cancer. It was early enough that the doctor said it was treatable. No spread, strong liver, good chances. Everyone was worried at first, of course, but after hearing the doctors sound optimistic, the mood lightened a little. Grandpa went into the city hospital, and the family started visiting regularly. All of us went, except Rio. He came along on the day of Grandpa's surgery. I remember him standing in the hallway, looking stiff and tense while we waited for the doors to swing open. When they finally wheeled Grandpa out, still unconscious, tubes everywhere, everyone else sort of sighed with relief, like, okay, he made it through the surgery. But I glanced at Rio, and he looked absolutely stricken. All the color had drained from his face. He grabbed the railing and said, "I feel sick. I need to go." He barely made it out to the waiting area before he had to sit down. After that day, he refused to go to the hospital again. My parents argued with him. They scolded him, asked him if he didn't care about Grandpa, if he was being selfish or scared. Rio just shut down. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't explain. Eventually, they gave up and stopped asking. About 10 days after the surgery, just as everyone was starting to relax, talking about when Grandpa might come home, the hospital called. Grandpa had passed away. Not from the cancer, but from a sudden heart attack. I remember standing in the hallway with the phone still ringing in my ears, thinking, so Rio knew. At the funeral, Grandpa's friends from the village came, all those old farmers with their worn hands and bowed backs. People were crying openly, but it was a familiar kind of sadness, the kind that comes with old age and illness. Rio stood a little apart from everyone, his shoulders hunched. He didn't make a sound, but tears just kept streaming down his face. I'd never seen him cry before. Even now, we're both in our 40s, and that remains the only time I've ever seen my brother cry like that. Much later, years later actually, we were having a quiet drink together. It was one of those rare nights when he was relaxed enough to talk about the past. Out of nowhere, he said, "When someone's close to dying, their color starts to fade for me." I set my glass down and looked at him. "What do you mean? Their color?" He took a breath and continued. "It's like everyone normally has this faint glow, this liveliness around them. I don't see it with my eyes exactly. It's more like I just know it's there. But when their time is getting close, that color dulls. When it's really near the end, they go completely black and white in my mind, like someone drained all the color out of them." He paused, then added, very quietly, "When they pushed Grandpa out of the operating room that day, he was already black and white, completely. It hurt to look at him. That's why I couldn't go back." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to tell him he was wrong, that it was all coincidence, that he was just sensitive and anxious, and his imagination was powerful. But another part of me remembered the car ride, his whisper in the dark. Grandpa doesn't have much time left. So instead, I just sat there with him in silence. Now, like I said, we're both in our 40s. Life has settled into its routines. We don't talk about ghosts or colors much anymore. He told me recently, almost offhand, he sounded relieved, I think. Like someone whose eyesight had been too sharp and was finally softening. But sometimes, when we're at a family gathering or walking past an old person on the street, I still catch myself glancing at his face, just to see, is he seeing color or not? So, Let me tell you this story from the beginning. A few years ago, I went to San Francisco with my friend, who I'll call Mia. We were doing all the classic tourist things, taking photos near the bay, eating way too many snacks, when we heard there was a craft beer and music festival happening near the pier. We went to check it out, but the place was packed. The line wrapped around the block, and one of the staff told us it'd be at least 2 or 3 hours before we got in. Mia and I just looked at each other like, yeah, no. We gave up and decided to wander over to a nearby shopping center instead. Inside the mall, there was this tiny fortune-telling booth tucked between a souvenir shop and a cafe. It wasn't a mystical fortune teller's house or anything, just some curtains, a small table, and a sign with peeling gold letters. Mia's eyes lit up. "I want to try it," she said. "Come on, it'll be fun." I didn't really care for fortune telling, but she looked so excited I just said, Okay, let's go." As soon as we stepped inside, the fortune teller, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes and bright lipstick, glanced at my face and actually flinched. It was so obvious and dramatic, like something out of a movie. I remember thinking, seriously? What kind of act is this? Mia sat down in front of her, and I took the chair right beside her. From that moment on, the woman never looked at me, not even once. She kept her eyes glued to Mia, shuffling her cards, tracing lines on her palm, and speaking in this calm, steady voice. She told Mia things like, "You should reconsider your friendships. Your social life is stagnant. You need new connections. Cut ties with the old and let fresh air into your life. Your luck will improve." I sat there listening, getting more and more irritated. I didn't say anything, but inside I was like, wow, subtle. I'm literally sitting right here. Mia must have felt the weird mood too, because she gave this awkward little laugh and said, Are you really saying all that with my friend sitting next to me?" And then, everything shifted. The fortune teller suddenly stood up. She finally turned to look at me, really look at me, and said in this firm, low voice, "This girl is truly a good person. You need to leave her." Both Mia and I just froze. Then the woman added, "If you care about her, you should leave her." I couldn't even process what she meant. I just stared at her, speechless. That's when Mia snapped. "That is so rude. What is wrong with you?" she shouted. We paid, more out of shock than anything, and rushed out of there. We ended up in a nearby bar district, drinking way too much and venting about how ridiculous that whole thing was. We laughed, we complained, we called the fortune teller crazy. 3 years later, Mia died from an aggressive form of ovarian cancer. She was in her early 20s. It was so sudden. Everything happened so fast I barely had time to understand it. By then, I was already married. My husband, let's call him Daniel, supported me more than anyone. He held me when I cried so hard I couldn't breathe. He stayed up with me on nights I couldn't sleep. He never told me to get over it. He just stayed. A few years after Mia passed, I had started to feel like I could live again without drowning in guilt. That's when Daniel suggested a trip to New York City. "We should get away for a bit," he said. "Just the two of us." There was a little fortune-telling shop there too. When I saw it, my chest tightened. I remembered that day in San Francisco with Mia. Because of that, and because I never really believed in that stuff anyway, we walked right past it. Both Daniel and I loved to drink, so instead we slipped into this small, old Chinese restaurant nearby. The place smelled amazing. Garlic, chili, something roasted, and I was already feeling happier. But as soon as we stepped inside, I noticed an elderly woman, maybe in her late 70s, sitting near the counter. She was staring at me. Not just glancing, staring. It made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. Daniel noticed too. He leaned toward me and whispered, "Do you want to go somewhere else?" We'd really been looking forward to trying the place, so I forced a smile and said, "It's fine. Let's stay. I'm probably just imagining things." The whole time we were eating, though, I could feel her eyes on me off and on. I tried to ignore it. The food was incredible, the drinks went down smooth, and Daniel's jokes started to make me laugh for real. After a while, with the buzz of alcohol and the warmth of the food, I kind of forgot about her. Eventually, it was time to pay. The old woman came over to us with a smile, thanking us for coming, speaking a mix of English and what I assumed was Mandarin. She seemed normal, gentle even. I remember thinking, see, I was just being paranoid. It's all in my head. Daniel must have thought the same. He smiled back, thanked her, and went up to the register to settle the bill. I stood up, grabbed my bag, getting ready to leave. And just then, the old woman leaned slightly closer to me. Her voice dropped so low only I could hear. "You shouldn't get too close to anyone," she said. "That person is really good. If you care about them, you should leave them." My mind went completely blank. A younger woman, probably the shopkeeper, rushed over, bowing her head over and over. "I'm so sorry," she said quickly. "She's been a bit forgetful lately. I'm really sorry." She gently led the old woman away. Daniel came back, instantly picking up on the tension in the air. "Hey, you okay? Don't let it get to you, all right?" I forced a small smile. "I'm fine," I replied automatically. But inside, I was anything but fine. We went back to the hotel, and I tried to convince myself it was just a weird coincidence. Just an old lady saying something strange. Just my imagination connecting dots that weren't there. 2 years later, Daniel died of pancreatic cancer. He was still in his 20s. By that point, cancer felt like a shadow that kept reaching into my life. My mother and father had both died of cancer when I was a teenager. The grandmother who raised me also developed cancer when I was young, though it progressed slowly because of her age. She stayed with me until I graduated from university, and then she was gone too. It feels like every time I truly, deeply attach myself to someone kind, they're taken away. And now there's someone new. There's a man, let's call him Ren, who has proposed to me. He knows I was married before. He knows I watched my husband die. He knows about some of my losses, and even knowing that, he still chose me. He's gentle and funny and a little clumsy. We're both still in our 20s, still trying to figure life out. When I'm with him, I feel this quiet kind of happiness, like maybe I can really start over, like maybe I'm allowed to. I want to believe that. I really, really want to believe that. This person is really good. If you care about them, you should leave them. You shouldn't get too close to anyone. I tell myself fortune telling is nonsense. I tell myself they were just strange coincidences, that people say weird things all the time, that our brains are wired to find patterns, even where none exist. But then I think about Mia. I think about Daniel. I think about my parents, my grandmother, and I can't help it. I get scared. Scared that loving someone deeply is dangerous. Scared that being close to me is somehow unlucky. Scared that one day I'll be standing in another hospital room, holding someone else's hand as they fade away. So here I am, talking to you, like I'm sitting across from you in a quiet cafe. I want to ask you something honestly, from the bottom of my heart. Do you think I should really ignore what they said? Do you think there's truly no need to believe in fortune telling, even when its words keep lining up with the people I've lost? So, let me just talk to you like I would if we were sitting on my back porch right now. My name's Daniel. I've never been the type to believe in Bigfoot or Dogman or any of that stuff. I like scary movies, sure, but I've always been the guy rolling my eyes, saying, yeah, okay, whatever. But what's been happening out here? I honestly don't know how to explain it, and I can't really tell my family or the guys at work because they'd either think I've lost my mind or that I'm high on something. So I'm just gonna lay it all out here, and you can take it for what it is. About a year and a half ago, early October, I bought this little piece of property in eastern Kentucky. It's about 20 acres, tucked way back off a narrow gravel road. The nearest neighbor is, I don't know, 4, maybe 5 miles away. No streetlights, no passing cars, just woods and hills. Honestly, it's beautiful, especially in the fall, when all the trees go that deep orange and red, and the fog just hangs low over the holler in the morning. I remember thinking I'd lucked out, that I'd finally found one of those places where you can actually hear yourself think. For the first couple months, it was exactly that. Quiet, peaceful. Just me, the crickets, and the occasional owl. Then things started to feel off. The first weird night, I was sitting on the back porch, just like I do most nights. I think it was close to 1 a.m., because I remember checking my phone and thinking I should probably head to bed. I had a mug of coffee in my hands, hoodie on, just listening to the night. All of a sudden, I hear this crack, like a thick branch snapping. Then I heard leaves and underbrush crunching. At first I thought, deer, that's pretty normal out here. But the sound, it wasn't right. It wasn't that quick 4-beat pattern you get with hooves. It was slow, heavy, step, step, step. Like someone big was walking on 2 legs back in the tree line behind my place. The woods behind my house are pretty thick, so you can't see far into them once it's dark. I leaned forward, tried to listen harder. It sounded like whatever it was pacing along the edge of the trees, not really coming closer, but not going away either. The longer I listened, the more uneasy I got. You know that feeling when your body knows something's wrong before your brain catches up? My skin felt kind of electric. Finally, I stood up, grabbed the flashlight I keep by the door, and started shining it back and forth along the tree line. I was expecting to at least catch the reflection of eyes or see a shape or something. Nothing. Just black between the trunks. But here's the thing. Even though I couldn't see anything, I could still hear it. The movement didn't stop. If anything, it sounded like it shifted further along, staying just out of the beam, like it knew where the light was and wanted to avoid it. I remember thinking, all right, Daniel, just walk down off the porch, shine the light a little deeper, stop freaking yourself out. It wasn't far, maybe 10, 12 steps into the yard. I took like 2 steps toward the stairs, and then I got this feeling in my stomach. Not fear like when you watch something scary, but this deep, heavy no. Like every part of me was saying, don't go down there, don't step off this porch. And I listened. I backed up, went inside, locked the doors and even the windows, which I never do out here. I left a couple lights on and laid in bed, just listening. After a while, the sound stopped, or maybe I just fell asleep. A few weeks later, though, something else happened. I've got this old metal-roofed workshop next to the house. Nothing fancy, just a little building where I keep my tools and do small projects. One afternoon, I was in there sorting through some boxes, door open, enjoying the cool air. Out of nowhere, I heard this loud ping above me, like something smacked the tin roof hard. I actually ducked. It startled me so bad. I stepped outside to see what had fallen. Right next to the workshop, in the dirt, there's this small rock. Not gravel from the driveway, but a smooth, rounded stone, the kind you'd find down in a creek bed. Only problem is, the nearest creek is a pretty good walk from the house, and I sure didn't bring that rock up there myself. I picked it up, looked around. Trees, empty yard, no wind to speak of, just quiet. I can't say for sure a rock got thrown, but it didn't fall out of the sky, and it definitely wasn't there an hour before. That stuck with me. I told myself again that there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe a bird dropped it, maybe a branch caught it somehow, something dumb like that. You start making up these little stories so you don't have to think about the bigger, scarier ones. Then came the thing that really messed with me. A few days ago, I went out early in the morning to scout for deer sign. I like hunting in the colder months, less bugs, easier to see tracks, and it gives me a reason to be out in the woods. I've been hunting since I was 15. I've seen just about everything you can see in the woods here. Deer mangled by cars, coyote kills, even a bear once, though that was years back. I was following an old game trail that cuts across the back of my property, just moving slow, checking for tracks and droppings. That's when I smelled it. If you've ever come across something dead in the woods, you know that smell. Heavy, rotten, almost sweet. This was that, but stronger. I followed it and walked up on a deer carcass. Only, it wasn't like any kill I've ever seen. The deer, looked like a young doe, was just torn apart. Not like something had eaten it clean. It was shredded. The rib cage was split open, like something had grabbed and pulled until it cracked. There were entrails tangled in bushes, some hung up in the low branches above, like something had just thrown them around. The hind legs didn't look chewed, they looked twisted, and the head was turned at an angle that didn't look right for a neck to break naturally. The antlers, if it ever had any, were nowhere in sight, and there weren't the usual bite marks around the belly or throat that you see with coyotes. I crouched down. For some reason, I needed to see up close, even though every part of me was saying I should just back away. I looked for tracks. There were prints in the mud, but they were a mess, like something heavy had stomped around there, smearing everything. I couldn't make out a clear pattern. What got me was the way the meat was torn. The cuts weren't clean like a knife, but they were too deliberate to be just teeth. Some of it looked like it had been ripped by something with a grip. I remember thinking, if something did this, it did it with hands. Now, I don't know of any animal out here that drags intestines into trees and rips a deer apart like it's trying to pull it in half. Not in that way. I stood there longer than I should have, just listening. The woods were dead quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing moving. And I got that same feeling in my gut as I did on the porch that night. That heavy, you shouldn't be here feeling. So I backed away. I walked home the long way around, keeping my eyes on the tree line the whole time. I want to be really clear. I'm not saying I saw Bigfoot. I haven't seen anything. I'm not trying to start some wild story or get attention. I'm just telling you what's been happening, exactly how I've experienced it. Whatever is out there doesn't feel like a regular animal, and it doesn't feel like a person either, because who in their right mind is walking around miles from the road in the middle of the night, throwing creek rocks at some guy's roof and tearing deer apart for fun? I still don't have any answers. I keep going back and forth between, there's got to be some normal explanation, and, no, this is not normal. All I know is this. Something big is moving around in those woods. It walks on two legs, it doesn't like the light, and it's strong enough to take a deer apart in ways I've never seen before. I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. I just needed to say it out loud to someone who might actually listen without laughing it off. So, that's it. That's what's been happening out here on my little piece of Kentucky. If you've ever seen anything like this, or heard of something that fits, I'm all ears. Because right now, I'm just a guy sitting in his house at night, listening to the tree line, and hoping whatever's out there decides to stay there.